Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 240. Hope you guys had an amazing Tuesday. I know I did. I've had a very productive day. But enough of that. We've got the man in the house that you guys have been waiting to see, Rasta Bob. Bob on the job, as it says on the screen there. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. Give thanks for life, give thanks for the moment, and give thanks for truth, and give thanks for the giving of thanks. Rastafari. So, yeah, man, I've succumbed to the peer pressure. As I was saying before, this is the most Instagram messages I've gotten in one day. So I couldn't forget. I had to be on time and, try to make it there. I even had to go on Fumido show early to make sure I didn't fall asleep because this is like my bedtime. I get up at 4 o'clock and then I catch you. That's when I like to catch a show in the morning or some early show or the other. And I said, Michigan is great. I really must start the show by saying, Michigan, you really, the hospitality was wonderful. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Each and every one that reached out to me, between Painted Lady and, Matt, Spartan, Smiley, the whole gang, the whole culture, the whole community. I met a lot of people and I really give thanks. It's really great. So whatever is necessary of me.
Definitely a lot of good growers here in Michigan and good community, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. The hype is not overhype. It's real. It's a real deal. It's no hype. It's real. It's real. I mean, the hype is there. You have a lot of what you call them, suits as we call them, but chads or whatever. But I can tell you the community, the culture, the real people, yeah, man. 100%. Authentic people are 100%. The culture itself, it's there. And when I talk about a culture, this is something that surpasses skin color and height and sex and age. This is the culture of ganja, the ganja. So when people say medicinal cannabis, the marijuana, the ganja to us combines all elements, exclusive almost of monetary gain. So just think of everything of ganja except the monetary, and you have encompassed ganja, that giving aspect. So even with your plants there, all those that you have in the back, when you have something special, you don't keep it for yourself. You have in your mind, man, Smiley has to taste this, or my uncle has to taste this. There's something about that sharing, that communal spirit that is there, that there's no money to be gained on this. This is just something I have to share with you. So this is not drugs. When people buy a good stash of drugs, they hide in the corner and do it by themselves. When you have a good jar of herb, you have to share it. So that whole spirit that encompasses it, I really felt it in Michigan. So give thanks. And right across the globe, you see that ganja community really stepping forward. So that spiritual, communal security and aspect, even the fire reliefs you see going on there, we didn't have to do that, but people taking up on their own, to do it. So, the communal security, I really have to say that Rastafari, it's evident. So give thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great community and very giving. The more I see the community, give. This year in particular, I've found it's been one heck of a year for genetics. People starting gardens, wanting to learn, people passing out, gear here. Here's some seeds to get you started, and whatever you need to know. It's got to happen, and I don't think that at this point that they could even put it in the back, even if they wanted to. I don't think they could stop it now.
No way, no way. And it's just so much a part of the fabric of what constitute ganja that it cannot be left behind. So you will never see it. Some people might see it from the top or see it from the lower end, but it's a scale of which that will never be left behind. And I don't see it going anywhere. A lot of people are worried in the community about the grassroots farmers and the small ones. And that is just with any conglomerate that takes place. You're going to find that. But I don't think the percentage of decrease that you would normally see is going to go away. So like the mom and dad butcher shops and the mom and dad bakeries that kind of disappeared with the conglomerate bakeries and so forth that came in, I don't think you're gonna see the cannabis craft market disappear at all. I see it's gonna get much stronger and much standard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I believe so too. At one point, I did doubt it, but I don't think that can ever happen. Like you said, I think there will always be that, almost want to come together in like a farmer's market atmosphere, like you were talking about earlier. You got to try some of this. No, you got to try some of this. It would be nice to see a farmer's market, people just sitting up with, nice baskets of some buds, just walking
Well,
up.
that is how it is
Good.
in Jamaica, and that is how it is like in the Rastafarian community. So even the term of lamb's bread, I can understand why they could coin it as a certain genetic. So for example, in the 70s, in 80s coming up, there might have been a limited amount of influence of ganja in Jamaica. So the original Indian strains, the high sativas that we have, you might have had maybe 4 or 5 variants across the island. So they can call it lamb's bread. But traditionally, within the Rastafari group, we have Cali weed. Now, Cali herb is known to have seeds in it, but it's very strong, very potent ganja. And then the Sensimania came in basically when the demand for the overseas production wanted the product without seeds. So now a lot of people would see the lamb's bread as the gift that you give away. So within your garden there, whatever you consider your top shelf, you had your friend come over, you have somebody that you really respected, you would give them your lamb's bread. You would give them the best of the best to go as their offering on that spiritual sojournment or whatever they might be going on. So it was also the best of the best. So yes, I can highlight that it might have been a strain, but there was also a unique offering that when I'm giving you my lamb's bread, or when somebody say, yo, it's lamb's bread you must smoke, when the elders telling you that that's what you must go after, it's really telling you that you must go after the best of the best. Don't settle for, the little one. Go for the best. So it was a whole influence that came along with it. So as I said, that giving that community, we're looking to see it diversify in everywhere. Because in no Rastaman farm, that farm ganja, you see ganja alone. You're going to see vegetables, you're going to see fruits, you're going to see berries, you're going to see flowers. It's all in one. So it's the same thing where I talk about that communal spirit. So for example, the ganja is going to start like this. So you like your craft cannabis. And then now when you travel, you don't want to go to a big grocery store. You're going to say, hey, do you have a farmer's market? Do you have a local market? You want to get some local tomatoes. Even your diet want to change now. You want to support those small little shops. You don't want to maybe a big food chain. You want to find a shop that's local, that only can be found here. That chef, if the chef doesn't turn up today, the food is not going to taste the same. So you understand, you get to appreciate those craft things in life, or those unique offerings that each individual microclimate and micro places have to offer. So that whole lifestyle, I am seeing that expanding more and more within mankind. We're going to move away more from that conglomerate looking offering, that convenience. And I really think that convenience has been the biggest killer of mankind, if you want to say, in all aspects. That's been one of our biggest downfall. It's been a good monetary gain for some, making things convenient, but on the other side, so when we start to appreciate these unique offerings, I really look forward to this movement getting more and more, and we appreciate the arts and different offering in these areas.
Oh, yeah. So, with more and more people growing, that's one thing that, I'm going to try to stay away from this subject as much as I can. But, what's going on a world basis there, it's teaching us to be more suspicious, more
Self-sustained.
sustaining. Let's just change the word there. Self-sustaining. Uh, and growing our own cannabis is going to be one of them things. We're obviously the big markets are the falling, every day. So we can't depend on the big markets, the big pharmas, the big guys to take care of us. We got to learn to take care of ourselves on a lower level. You know what I mean? And growing our own cannabis, vegetables and whatnot is a hell of a good start to taking care of ourselves. So and there's no better, you know, feeling than smoking that freshly harvested cannabis that you work so hard on. It's very gratifying. Very gratifying.
And then you're safe. You feel so comfortable because you know everything about it. You don't have to worry about what happened to it. How did it travel here? Did they stuff it in a gas can and drive with it over here? That's why it smells like diesel. I'm not really sure, you know. But when you're safe about this, now you know your food that you eat, you're consuming is safe. So that's what I'm saying. I'm looking forward to that ripple effect just really taking over. You know, it's really that appreciation of the value then. Put it this way, the value that was placed on the top, you really start to appreciate now the butcher that lives in your area or, you know, that person that makes your clothes in the area, you know. So little things like this, that appreciation is gonna get more and more significant, just like how you appreciate your homegrown. So if someone is to ask me, which one is the best strain? Nothing is better than homegrown. No matter where, anywhere you travel, I want the homegrown, you know. So nothing is better than homegrown. That's number one, you know.
So I'm just so curious to know about the start. I mean, I can't even, you know, first of all, I want to say, you know, it's awesome to hear somebody like yourself that's obviously been around cannabis your whole life and still be so passionate about it. It really does, you know, show me the importance of cannabis and your heritage, you know. So that's pretty awesome. You know, it gives me hope that, you know, I'm not going to ever burn out with it, that it's just going to get, you know, go deeper and deeper into my soul. And it has. It has, man. My love affair with this plant has gotten more deeper and deeper as the years have passed. So, you know, tell me a little bit about, you know, growing up and, you know, your first actually experiences with the cannabis, if you don't mind.
Well, ganja is a part of our culture in Jamaica. So it's almost like cigarettes and drinking, you know. So it's not really something that is very far-fetched from any human being interacting with it on a daily basis. However, the stigma was still always applied. Ganja makes you lazy, ganja makes you worthless, you're not gonna get a job. And a lot of, even being Rastafari, even the looks like this, it's very hard to fit into the social fabric of the upper side of society. So you find that it was illegal up until really 2015. Believe it or not, most people think ganja was legal in Jamaica. It was very relaxed. I'm not saying that the law was, and just like any third world country, you know how it is. You can manipulate your way around the lower law enforcements. They can be very, you know, thirsty at times, so the beverages can assist. But regardless, you know, it was a part of our culture that really never went away, and especially within the Rastafarian community, where it was seen as our sacrament. It was part of our food. You know, this is part of what sent people to school. This was part of our medicine. This was everything. So there's no step along the way. So you even have ceremonies where we put it and soak it with different herbs and we put it on the fire, and the smokes itself is an offering to what's around. So just like how you'd smoke incense. So, you know, pounds and pounds are being put on the fire for the whole night. So sometimes we have 7 lights, 5 lights, and we count it by the night. So at midnight, we light it like a bonfire. That would be in the middle. And the drumming, the chanting and the drumming. So it's a ceremonial process. And this is a part of our sacrament that is like, maybe some people are liking it to wine in communion and stuff like that. But as I said before, this is something that we share. So even when you see like the Roman Catholic priests, or they walk around their ceremony and they have that little thing that they swing with the smoke, that is like the chalice with the Rasta man from the ancient times. This is what we pass the chalice and burn as part as ourselves, as a living testimony. You know, so it's very, you know, there's a lot of arguments of the original church coming and then so forth, but that is regardless. I'm just saying that this is a part of the fabric of the Jamaican society. So growing up, I didn't really partake of it full time, I would say, until becoming maybe 18 years old. But if you think about it originally, I remember, visiting the rural sides, and I like to shoot birds. We use a slingshot, like a little catapult. You cut a tree like a guava tree and use like rubber bands and the part of a shoe for the tongue. And you make, what you call it there, like a catapult or a slingshot. We shoot birds and stuff like that. And I always used to remember the Rasta man, there was a particular area that these plants grew, that the little parrots, they just love this thing, and as a kid, I knew I could always get some pretty birds in that part. But there was a crazy Rasta man that if he caught you in his field, and I didn't know what was so special about these plants, because this was maybe like 6, 7 growing up, And then by the time I got to about 9-year old, I remember on a hike in the Blue Mountain Peak with my father, and he went over a fence and he showed me, said, this is ganja, this is marijuana, this is what the government is fighting. So he didn't take a part of it. He's not a partaker himself, but he wasn't one that was very adamantly, he just say you have to be careful. He was just saying that the law is very aggressive against it, So now I remember immediately clicked in my head. It's like, oh, no wonder he didn't like us shooting birds in his field, because now we were running through the field, shooting birds as little kids, and it's like a marijuana field and you have a bunch of kids shooting birds, so I can imagine why he was so upset. So it's this growing coming along, and then I would say I went to the States for high school. Actually, I went to Southern Illinois, a little town called Carbondale, Southern Illinois. SIU is a famous community, like a college town. When the college is in session, it looks good. When the college is out of session, it's like a ghost town, But it was really nice. And it was that's where I got to see, a lot of people interact with it. But when they would show me ganja, what they would say is marijuana, I would say, no man, this is not what weed looks like. It was like look like something from underneath the lawnmower. Like when you cut the lawn and underneath the lawnmower was like brick and thick. I was like, no man, this is not ganja. So it wasn't very attractive to me. But the type of people that would consume it, I find myself that was the crowd I kind of like to hang out with. They weren't very judgmental, and I'd say like the American experience was kind of rough, the typical, you didn't know anything about gangs and so forth. So you quickly kind of learned, okay, let me not wear this color and let me not wear this. So, you kind of learn quickly how to fit in. But I really realized that the ones that consume ganja were, whether they were the Mexicans or whether they were white or whether they were black or Latino, it didn't really matter, the Asian. Those were always the mixed crowd, if you understand what I mean. They weren't so cliquish. So that's why you hear me talking about this culture of ganja. I really saw it from a younger time coming in, that it has something, it carries a different energy, my brother. It carries something that it takes off the glasses that society puts on you. It takes off the glasses and let you really see clearly what you really need to see, So that crowd was also, upon returning back to Jamaica, that was the end of high school. You get a job and you look for, and a lot of my family were involved in the trade, cousins, aunties. And as I said, this was a cash crop. So put it this way, if you plant an acre of tomatoes, you can invest and plant a quarter acre of ganja, and you're going to make the same amount of money, if not more, that you can send your kids to school or pay your bills or things like that. So I wouldn't say they really were heavy consumers, but definitely the agricultural parts, being from the rural side of Jamaica, the country, that's where it grows well. So if you're planting to support yourself and your family, it was just seen as a risky cash crop that people would drive 3-4 hours to come and buy it from you once you had any good stuff. So I had an auntie and an uncle that were really, apparently they were really good at doing what they do, So you have like, dirt roads and there's no cars going there, but certain times of the years you have all these pretty vehicles just going up the hill, So anyway, so it was really then that you kind of picked up a lot of stuff, and in starting college, you really got to see the effect of it and how, high grade. So it was really 2 types of herb. You either had high grade or you had bushweed. It was really not a lot of names or not a list. It was either good or it was just not good. And now that my travels to America especially, and the other places, it really helps me to analyze and look back and say, okay, this is what they call sativas. That's the tall ones, what we would call the lamb's bread or the Panama or the red beard in our local dialect. And I can really remember when what we call indica came in, which would probably something what you would say it's maybe more like a Afghani, maybe a Afghani cross with a certain kind of white widow. That would be the with a darker leaf. That would be the first set of indica that would say came in like maybe 96. You know, that time is when I could remember it. Definitely. They just stood out. They were short, dark green, and look almost like cactus, like little cactus plants. And then our normal sativas, 8 months, of course, they're just big and lanky growing, you know. So I could definitely now remember that narcotic effect also. Instantly you want to sit down. This is not something that you can smoke and go to work, because normally there is no building or construction that happens in Jamaica without the workman have a marijuana spliff in his mouth. You know, I'd say 50% of the labor trade, minimum, and this is just not to sound extreme. So you understand how interwoven this is in our culture. There is no house in Jamaica that does not have normally, typically, traditionally, a bottle of white rum. And they put the ganja like this in the bottle with like some pimento berries. And you keep that in somewhere dark. And like the ladies on their cycle, or if you have flu, fever, this is your multi-symptom. This is what takes care of every single thing. This is what works. So you wouldn't have, you know, industries exist like, you know, the Tylenol, the Panadol, and all these things. So this was auto relief. So this is how interwoven it is in the fabric. So ganja for me was really more of a hobby, if anything. You know, I really just liked it. And, you know, upon my experiences growing up, as I said, in high school in America, you got exposed to some other things that are not, that are not, you know, bush. So upon, I guess, little experiences with these different type of items, you get back to go to Jamaica now. You can tell your parents that, hey, this is not drugs. Believe me, there's some other stuff out there that you wake up, my spine is hurting, and I don't know what happened last night, you know, you're not sure. So this thing is not drugs, because my experience, I was really kind of hyper. A lot of my thoughts move a lot of fast. And I realized after my first smoke in a split, everything calmed right down. I can have a decent, you know, within myself, I just felt a little balanced, a little more balanced. So from then, you know, it was just an experience for me, and I really always, so how do you grow this? So I used to have some seeds from my auntie and my uncle, and put it this way, every herb in Jamaica would come with seeds. So you call it bog seed, as you would term it. You know, so you always try to plant it, but then you have to find ways to hide it. So, you know, you have like the hedges that grow in between every houses. They have like a hedge line of trees, some kind of bush. So I'd put like one in a pot, and as it would grow tall enough, I'd bring down the pot so it always stay in like line with the hedge. So as the tree would grow, I'd bring down the pot and bring down the pot and just start figuring out what a male is from a female. And so, and this was maybe like, you know, 18, 19 coming up. So it's maybe like, you know, 2099, something like that. I'm not even, yeah, about that time. So it was really just a hobby for me, honestly. And then upon finishing college, a lot of my cousins were like, yo, there's some seeds that we need to get. And you have some friends that can get us some. And, you know, so we just start swapping seeds from different parishes. And it was really cool now to see the colors and the different varieties. And I'm like, whoa, this is where, you know, the flavors start coming in, and you really start realizing a difference of the different microclimates in Jamaica that can affect the herb, because we didn't do much. Light is very expensive. So to really grow from light, the energy bill is there. So once you find the microclimate that a herb would fit, you see you get the best out of the herbs. So that is where when we get a lot of the African strains, we try to find a part in Jamaica that replicate the climate of where that strain is coming from. So whether it's from Ghana or from the South Africa, or, you know, from these places, Angola or whatever, we replicate, put it in the best area, whether it's out by east, that's kind of dry, or it's by the Westmoreland that gets that rain, that kind of heavy humidity, you know. So it really was really nice to see the high elevation herbs, the low one. And, you know, as I said, it was really just a pleasure. So it was more of an entertainment thing for me. in terms of, you know, you can select these strain, or you get the phenotype and pick out of all these fields from different areas. So it was just, I didn't know or realize what a quote unquote paradise I guess I was living in. It was really traveling now and having conversations with people. I'm like, yeah, man, but my uncle has something like this, and it's tangerine. I tell him, and it's like tangerines and ice cream together, and you know, I can't explain it. You know what I mean? But it's just high grade for me. It's just high grade. I don't know. High grade just comes every month. High grade, you know. And so the traveling now really puts into perspective how people cherish herbs. Because, for example, I now get to understand what people call Kush. So for like me, when I heard of Kush, it just was a name. So it had pineapple, orange, blue. But I remember like the old woody kind of mycelium, kind of earthy kind of tones, what the breeders would categorize as Kush. So I start listening to a lot of these breeders, and it helps me to somewhat translate to the Jamaican diaspora, just so we can now have the same information correlating back and forth. So what you would call a photo period or fast genetics are these, we were always breeding for that because we had these plants that took forever to flower. You know, they took like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to flower. So we figured out that we could get some genetics that we call them lollipop herbs. So what you would call autoflower. So as soon as they start, by the time they got to like, you know, a foot and a half, they start flowering up in the short day. So it was a very good herb to breed our long-term ones with. So, you know, so it was really, you know, so I'm looking back now, it was really, as I said, it's really just a joy to see the industry manifest. And it's really just now a lot of memories and conversations. So that's why these things, you know, genetic memory farms, you know, Clackamas Code, there are some people that really put perspective on the knowledge that I guess the traditional farmer didn't put perspective of. It was just a way of surviving. So making a ferment, using things from the bush to really enhance your growth. That was just things that we just had to do naturally. You know, it's not something that we could read in a book or remember, write down our strains, because we would get, it was an extra charge then. You know, they'll charge you for organized crimes. They find you a lot of written information. So not only growing, not only cultivation. No, they're going to hit you with an organized crime if they find you with a little booklet that shows strains and years and things like that. So a lot of these information are really just kept in the head for the growers, you know. So it's really good now that we're at a point where we can share this information, you know. So as I said before, the journey just continues, my brother. The journey continues. And I can't tell you that it's then and now, but I really give thanks, because you're looking at a time where people are being killed for a spliff. And this was something that was accepted within the community, just for even having locks. You could be locked up, and anybody, I'm not talking a policeman, anybody in upper society could shoot you on sight and then report you. So looking forward now where we can come, that we can have our private possession, and then our sacrament be understood as sovereign and a part of our community. I could not let this opportunity pass, that the giants that have been killed, as I said, blood, sweat, and tears for this thing. I really could not let this industry pass, and whatever minute knowledge that I have, or whatever I could contribute, or whatever representation I could give, I couldn't let it pass now and just let it be like any other industry where it be sold out. You know, so I really had to really say that, no, we were here, we've been here. We know about these tinctures, we know about this. And if you really want some help to cut the R&D, include the grassroots in it. It would be a smart shortcut, you know. This is something that has been tried and proven. So really and truly, that was my motivation. So I do have book background. So I'm very good in terms of hospitality. You know, did a lot of 10 years or so in marketing, trade marketing. So it's really just in the last, I'd say 5 years, I've applied that within the legal cannabis framework. So I've been doing a lot of like farm assistance in Jamaica. So the whole Jamaican landscape, whether it's legal or the sacramental. So I've spent a lot of time on the grassroots farmers, you know, assisting them here. These are good cloning techniques. These are why you want to keep these strains. These are why you want to select these ones. So there's some simple little things, because farmers really, they just want to farm. You know, and if they really get a good money, well, they will follow through. And if you can show them how to just increase their product a little bit, they will be grateful for life. And I would say the biggest problem in Jamaica is not growing ganja. It's really just curing it properly. Because ganja cannot grow itself, honestly speaking. The environment, the soil is really there. I would say the grower and the genetics are like way down on the list, honestly speaking. People go about genetics now. If you have a real good environment and a good soil, yo, drop the seed in there, nature will do the fucking rest. You understand what I mean? It's not that, yeah, it's not rocket science. Nature has been doing this for years. And that's why it's called weed. It's not really, you get what I mean? It will do its thing. So once you can help them with the curing, and that's what I really find. There's really just a little curing knowledge, a little spacing, and you know, little things like that. And you find that once you cure it properly, yo, you see the value of the herb to the customer has definitely increased. So it's just little things like that, you know.
So is it a two-way
I'm
street?
rambling on too long.
Oh no, no, you're the guest. You're the one we want to hear
Not hearing you. I
from.
don't know if you're still on mute or
No, you're the
it's
one
my
we're here to
speaker.
hear.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm good.
You're the one we're here to hear, man. I'm loving this. So, do you think it's a two-way street? Do we have a little bit of knowledge that can go back your way? Is there anything that, like, when you talk to the people back home, that you're like, hey,
Well, put it
just
this
try
way.
it?
As I said, the value that we keep on certain herbs, I see it on a different scale. So for us, so for example, I could never consider myself a breeder, even though I've been breeding for over 20 years, just because of how when you meet a breeder that takes his genetic work and applies his data, he said, okay, because I really breed, or we really breed for a season to season basis. So when you plant out a crop, you plant it out now, you still have another set that you set on the other side of the hill or a small side. You set maybe like a 20 by 20 plot just to do a nursery for breeding. So whenever you always have your own seeds to plant back again. So that is just a tradition once you're planting. So the genetics of breeding is not like that. So it's really based on nature. So if you put out 50 trees in your nursery and you pull out maybe half on, you know, you leave maybe 10 males. You try to find even 5 to 10 males that are really good and you leave them to do the breeding. But if somehow white fly kills some or caterpillars eat some or whatever it is, so it's by nature's resistance, our parameters are really set. So the ones that can survive that nursery and breed healthily, those are the seeds we want to bring forward to the next season because we know they are genetically prone with the environmental factors for this specific area. So as I said, we kind of just assist nature to ensure that we have it. So when you're specialized breeding now and you are choosing what you want to say, I like this smell and I like this, it's kind of a bit different. We can only maybe introduce them, but a lot of times what happens in nature has to take its course, you know? So we are more genetically prone. So no, that's what I'm saying. How you guys value certain things is really great. So when I get to taste like the Apollo 13, the Tangy, you know, when I taste these things, I'm like, wow, you know, the what they call it, the Chem Dog. I can say, yeah, man, this was 2001 for me, or wow, I remember in 2003, my auntie really had this tangerine, you know, so you can really look back and you see like, okay, cool, these are terpenes that people really like. And when I look back now, I wish I was able to keep these things. So when you have somebody that preserves something similar, I'm not saying it's it, but similar, you can now align back to it. And I can also say Jamaica doesn't really get left behind at all, especially when it comes out to ganja. I've seen people, I mean, anywhere in the world it is, you have some growers out here that really pride themselves. Like I've seen them grow on a field, and if it's not up to standard, they cut it down. They will not send it to market. It just becomes mulch. They don't even want. You understand? This is how they really take the pride. They'd rather go broke than their name is there. You know. So as I said, they have been really exposed to the value added that I have probably not put on it, or how special or how unique it has been to be in a location like this. Let's put it that way. To something that people just grow and give away and pass around. I'm like, man, if my friends could ever just be here for even like a day or two, you know, it would be great. You know, somebody give you like a bucket or a garbage bag of something that you would really want. You know, it's just wonderful. And then the variety, that's what I really like about it. In a very small geographic area, you have so many different varieties. You're like, it's unbelievable. You know, I really give thanks. It just makes me more appreciative and really more humble. And as I said before, when you travel to these different communities, you know, the Colorado was really one of the eye-opening ones. I really like. That was really what made me feel like traveling again was kind of, because you know, when you kind of get into your environment that you enjoy, and then you don't have so good experiences when you first travel, it's kind of rough. And then when you try it again, you say, hey, it's not so bad, and the laws are more relaxed. So it actually allows the culture now to be more relaxed. And so I'm really, you know, California was always one of those crazy places that was nice. You'd run away to California, you know. But as I said before, it really just brings it to a point where you appreciate, you know, the life that you really have. I can't really speak for anybody else, but it really brings it to that point. So as I said, it's a two-way street. A lot of people come in and they want to say, no, you have to plant clone only and you have to do this. And what I get to appreciate the unique value in vintage. Like, yo, it will just come, my brother. Nature will just provide it. Nature will environmentally set it for you to get it, if you understand what I mean. And then when you take it on a medicinal and a spiritual level, the herbs themselves now are being exposed to these different things in the environment. So they are also changing with the fluctuation of time. So at the time, it's better for you to consume that particular item at the time. So when we look at how our natural part within the Rastafari movement works, it's a seasonal offering. So for example, you shouldn't be eating bananas every day. You shouldn't eat an orange every day. That cannot be your only source of vitamins, if you understand what I mean. Because usually before like the flu season come in, a lot of grapefruits, a lot of ugly tangerines, mandarin, all these different berries come in. And then you go into the winter when you find your avocados, your pear, these things coming in. So what you find is that if you are working with nature, it kind of sets you up to go with the natural flow. You understand? Instead of eating the same thing every day, your body loses the frequency. If you understand what I mean. So working on the natural to consuming these herbs from the vintage point. It's not only on a mental level, on an emotional, spiritual, it's more of a balancing thing for your body to consume as well. You know, so a lot of time we take the herb in, and because we're so focused on the high, you forget about the spiritual aspects of your life, your family falling apart, or certain little things, or maybe even a physical problem that you might have, but because you're consuming the herb at such a high level, you don't even pay attention to the warning signs. So by the time the warning signs kick in, it's a little late. You know, so these herbs consuming it on this level, it's not a get high thing. You know, it's a livity. So we don't style life. We don't put a style to it. You know, this is how you live. And you go with the flow. You cannot be, you have to embrace the change and keep moving that way with it, you know?
For sure, for sure. You know, there one thing that you said earlier on that I thought was funny that you know, how many houses were being built and stuff while cannabis was being smoked. It's the
Yeah,
same
man.
thing here. There's a shit gets done, you know, there's always, like you said in the beginning too, that lazy stereotype, you'll be nothing. Man, it is so nice to see that coming full circle. You know what I mean? People realizing that you can consume and fucking get some shit done. But the funny thing about it is they don't realize is it's been happening all this time. You know, I've been building houses, safety meetings. That's just what happens, man. Highway workers. You know, if people really realize how much cannabis over the years have actually been, they'd be the stigma wouldn't even be there. They'd be like, yeah, it's. In fact, as far as that goes, I honestly do not know anybody in the cannabis industry that is lazy. You know what I mean? Everyone that I've seen in this trying to live this dream is a go getting fucker. Yeah, I mean, they're getting up, they're trying to, you know, they're tending their gardens, they're doing whatever they got to do to keep this dream alive. And for me, I see some people that barely sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. To me, that's far from lazy. You know, very productive people.
And that's the thing about stereotype, you know. So I'm really glad, and it's gonna go all around, because what you find even now, something like this. I don't know if many of your viewers, not many of your viewers would like this. No bag of appeal whatsoever. But even things like these are becoming appreciated again. You know, there's some simple things just because right now you have the ability to do it. You don't have 3, 4. You're not only trying to get to market or trying to, you know, you can really now express yourself freely. So I find that even the herbs itself are not so stressed. They're not so pressured. You know, everything is forcing more freely. And the whole organic movement, I mean, I like to see how it's moving forward. You know, I really, really like to see that getting more and more out there. That's really more, you know, because it's not only about good herb. If people get so peculiar about your herb, why you're not peculiar about what you're taking into your body? The lotion that you're putting on your skin. I mean, your people take care of your heart and your lungs, and those are organs. Your skin is the biggest organ on your body. So what are these products that you're putting on it? What are these soaps? What are these things, you know? So you have to raise that consciousness. And once you start to apply it, you find that the whole balance of life start moving in a little better. So even the same soap nuts that we use to wash off your plants or that we recommend, yeah man, use it in your laundry, use it to make your shampoo and those things, you know, baking soda and water, your vinegar and water for your conditioner, things like that. Well, I guess you don't have to worry about it too much, you know, but everything like that is different.
You're right, though. You know, we were talking the other night about cannabis on a world scale and like the export, how it may, you know, affect prices and other. I'm like, export? There shouldn't be no export. It's so versatile. You know what I mean? We should, whatever's left, we should be making plastics, hempcrete. You know what I mean? You know, export. What the heck is export? You know, there's not such a thing. There's so many uses for it. There shouldn't be any leftovers. You
Yeah,
know,
you're
like
right about that. And I think when it does, if it does go commercial, when you have those big states like Missouri and Nebraska, and I mean they have big machinery, and I know they're just waiting to get in. I'm sure they're gonna find ways to diversify the portfolio, 100%. Cause that's one thing I realized. America kind of have a very patriotic thing about it that I really like. You know, they really like that American made. You understand? They really take pride in their stuff. And that is something that every nation should really strive towards. You get what I'm trying to say? If you can build it within yourself and sustain yourself, and why should you be really trying to go outside of your means, you know? And that's just a common sense thing. Put it this way, bananas are pretty much available. And this is a lot of these webcasts and these web seminars, a lot of, you know, some people say repeated information, but it's relevant to a point where, you know, you have to keep moving at it because we have been fed a lot of the same junk for years. If you understand what I mean, we have been fed a lot of the same trash. So, you know, bananas, you can get it in any state, in any district at all in the United States. And you don't grow a lot of bananas there. So it's the same thing where you're gonna have certain products that can move around, but the demand of what the customer will demand is what's gonna drive it. You know, so the regular people, I don't know how many of us are lining up to go at the dispensary. How many times do you shop at the dispensary?
my friend, I've been a grower for a long time. The only time you'll see me at a dispensary is if I'm like ill-planned trip where I'm like, oh fuck, it took more joints to get here than I thought. I'm gonna have to stop on the way home. That's about the only time you see me, and I'm only getting just enough to get me home. So it's rare, but it happens. It happens occasionally.
And that's what I'm trying to say. I think most people are gonna either increase your growing or your families, or but whatever your source is, I don't think it's gonna be a big switch. You know, put it that way. But you have a new set of market entrants that you're gonna need marketing too. You know what I mean? And these people are marketing to them. They're gonna be successful in getting it because it's the same stream. It's the guy in the white suit telling them to go here and prescribe this. So they're kind of used to getting a prescription and going here and getting it filled. And, they've been into that. So we have not been really into that. When you check out a lot of those workers and all those things that you're saying, how many of them claim insurance and all these things? If they really did a lot of those and file and see if people that consume marijuana on a scale, if they have less files claimed and all these things, I might see it out, because I just find it that these people have quote unquote more stressful lives, and ganja is a thing that has been noted to help you to deal with the stress like easier. Any dis-ease you have, any discomfort, so it allows you to deal with the realities of your life a little easier. Some people say clouds your vision and you see your life slip, but hey, as I said before, it's a bit less stressful on your mind. So there's nothing nicer than when you finish a hard day work, you have a two spliffer, you have a spliffer while you're on the job. Oh, my wife is annoying, or the kids I haven't done this, but you can work away and you can still focus and get your work done without the mental pressure outbalancing life. You can control it, so we really find that this is a part that I'm looking to see. A lot of people's mental health have not been really evaluated, so to speak. And when you have this available, you don't need that evaluation. The balance becomes a lot more. So, let's give thanks, man. I mean, a lot of elderly people, especially, I think, they really feel bad. Like really a lot of them, that's what they've been, it's like, man, I can't believe it all these years. Look how, I've demonized this thing. I have followed people and, and they will even confess, my own son, I've moved him out of the house and just because he was smoking. And I really liked him, It's only the smoking why I kicked him out. I'm like, he's your son, but okay, So you understand when you hear these things, it's like, as if families coming together a little more. Yeah, you understand what I mean? I really find it getting, I don't know if it's just me, my pipe dreams. I'm just glad to see that I'm in the reality that it's moving in that direction. But that's the reality I'm choosing to see, and that's what I'm seeing happening, my brother.
I tell you, it's happened here. And, I come from a very, 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 very different upbringing than most. Cannabis has always been open around me. You know what I mean? And so, like, anytime you went to like any of my family's house, relatives' house, it's been right as soon as you walk in, it's like, what do you got? Fire it up, man. Don't even. I mean, it's no even hellos. It's always been fire it up. You walk right to the kitchen table where we're playing cards, dice, whatever.
What you're trying to say, society has caught up with you and your family. Society is finally catching up with you guys.
I hope so. And even, as I've cultivated and I've smoked through the years, I never really hit it. You know what I mean? I didn't necessarily do it right in front of my kids, but I didn't hide it. I never thought it was something that I should be ashamed of. And, my kids are older now. They're fucking 20, 25, 21. Youngest is 17. And, the older two now, I don't drink. I don't drink no alcohol. And I've never ever said to any of them, I'd rather see you smoke cannabis. It's their choice. And the oldest two have naturally leaned towards cannabis. So, I've never even had that moment where I've had like a beer or anything with my kids. It's like, now when we go up, my daughter comes up, we get to smoke cannabis, we do. And it's the same thing, let's try this. I've been to cannabis cups with my daughter. I've been to hash bashes with my daughter. And, it's cannabis in my family's bonding thing.
I'm changing that too. I mean, my family has been very receptive, and a lot of them now, they say, I'm not surprised. I think because it became legal, everybody's all right. The man said it's okay, so now it's okay. So pain rubs and everybody gets tinctures now and the ointments and all this stuff because it really works. But with my children, I don't know, my kids especially, man, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it. I mean, They do a little edibles, and of course medicinally. Like when they get sick, they have the medicine. They know they go for the medicine. They have their own different bottles that they go to and take their drops under their tongue. And this was actually a lot of these were harvested actually by my son. You know, he takes care of them for me when I'm not here and stuff like that. But I mean, he's like 13, so I think I have to give him a couple more years. He really wants to, but I'm like, nah, man, you can't smoke, bro. Just wait, you know, just wait. You know, I'm not opposed to it, but I mean, I guess he deserves it. I mean, this is like his third or fourth, but you know, come on now, wait. I got to get a couple more crops out of you before I can say you're primo level, you know.
So how do you feel about, you know, things, you know, are changing? Things are changing. This might, you know, we've gone from, you know, the lower parts of society. Now it's acceptable. Now, you know, this may be something that may be generational now. This may be something that, you know, we get to pass on to our kids. And
Yeah, he's definitely thinking that. I mean, the other day I wasn't here in the rain, so like one of the big plants that fell over. So he was trying to put it back up, and he said he tried it a couple times, but the rain came down. It's like 7 days worth of rain. So eventually he said he left it, and then he's like, Papa, I think I have a new way to grow weed. He's like, what do you mean? When you leave it over like this, all the limbs grow up from the top, and then you have a big bush. I'm like, yeah, man, you're onto something, you know. So it's just kind of, you know, it's one of those things where he's definitely there. I mean, he wants to do it. He's even thinking, but yo, ah, man, it's what if it turns out that way, no problem. But I'm definitely setting it that way, and I think anybody who is thinking of it, now is the time, you know. So definitely do it and do it right, but don't confuse it with any other business. So you really have to take your business principles and your business practices exactly the same, if not more important. So you know, your some people say your SOPs, but whatever your parameters of engagement, you know, your ethics, that how you move, the way you do your contracts, you know, do your background work and your regulations, especially. You know, find a good consultant, hopefully somebody that's local that has working relations with this environment. And you know, now is the time, really and truly. Now is really the time. I would not say no. Even I myself, I'm, you know, full fledged. Even though I'm mostly trying to hardcore stay on the grassroots side of it, there are a lot of really good, you know, big groups that really have a heart. Like they want to do good and they want to make good in the industry. So I've been fortunate enough, you know, to really been associated with them. So I have to say that, yeah, you know, this is the time. So if you're really planning to do it, don't let the window miss you. You know, this is now the time for you to do it. You know, it's not really about making the big bucks, but you can really be comfortable in terms of less stress by doing what you love. And when you're doing what you love, it's almost like you're not working. So even though it's the same money, maybe less, paying the bills, getting stuff done, but you find yourself just so much more balanced, so much more happy. You're spending time with the family, you're spending time, you know. So it's really a growing opportunity for everyone. And I mean that all puns intended, you know. You start growing a couple cannabis plants, then tomatoes, couple lettuce, you know, different little things. You start messing around, like a spinach, you know. So it really becomes a diversity. Then you start cooking, then you start making a little shakes, you know. So little things like these are really nice, you know.
oh yeah, there's so many uses. I mean, I like to cook with the cannabis, man. Cooking with cannabis is one of my favorites. You know, there's so many different ways that you can ingest it, and man, I love the effects of edibles. You know, to me, it's, you know, the first day or so I might get a little messed up, but man, a couple days into it, if you keep it in there, man, it's like a vitamin on the third, fourth day, man. You wake up and it's like you let you do, again, talk about lazy. It's like let's get some shit done, man. My back don't hurt today. Let's get it. You know, it's our friend here in the chat, the American one, and he insists a cookie a day is going to keep him young, and I believe it. I believe it.
And two on Sunday, you know.
Hell yeah, you know. like I said, I gave up drinking right around, let's see here, 24. I'm 48 now. So about split right up the middle. 24 years out. And I see them people I went to school with, that I grew up with, that, every night they're at the bar. They're fucking Friday nights they're at the bar. Woo! It's like I see them, I'm like, what? I don't know what you've been into, but I am glad I didn't walk in your shoes.
Man, it's scary, you know. Well, as I said, there are many vices in life, and that's why I really appreciate that culture where ganja is coming forward. And I think a lot of people are coming out of the woodwork now. You know, a lot of accountants, a lot of lawyers, a lot of these people that were somewhat forced to be rigid. You know, they can finally breathe. God damn it, they can finally exhale. You know. So and all different and vice versa too. Ones who are really esteemed low can now really be seen as somewhat somebody. Everybody became somebody now in society, you know. So, it's just a thing where, man, a lot of these stigmas and a lot of these, things that have been set up on us in society, they really need to go. It's a new time now, man. We need to kind of wake up and celebrate the diversity within. We have tried war for so many years and anger and hate. Come on now, let's try something else. And yeah, if they say this is the happy job and peace and love, man, if that's the worst it can do and let you sleep and let you eat, if that's the worst it can do, yeah, I'm all for it. You know what I mean? Just imagine if you can actually do something else.
I love to hear the stories of the people that are coming out of the closet, if you will. And a lot of times I don't even say anything. I could sit there and back up every bit of their story, but I don't take it. I don't like to even try to take that away from them. That fire that they have, when they're telling their story, I just sit there, suck it all up, going, I knew it. I knew it. Little late, but, you know even more so like the older generation that's above me, above you, that's opening that door, getting off them pharmaceutical meds and feeling better now than they ever have. And it's like, now you think back about how many years you've cheated yourself, with the pharmaceuticals. Now which one of us has been less productive, couch locked? You know what I mean? I think that it's been quite the other way for a long, long time. It's nice to see it come around. I'm glad that I'm alive to see it come around. I never thought, I would have been here. Never.
Well, I think I would have seen it, but I definitely think I didn't think I would have seen it so early, you know. And that's why that even gives me hope. I'm not super old. I'm just at 38, so I'm not super old. But I, even now, the younger generation, I got an opportunity to speak with a lot of colleges, a lot of universities, cannabis in business and opportunities in cannabis, young entrepreneurs meeting. So different kind of groups, Rastafari and reggae and culture. So a lot of the groups. And what has really been inspiring to me is that the young people nowadays, they're not onto no bullshit, man. They kind of they're not going to be tricked so easily. You're going to have to give them a different kind of trick. They've seen their parents on opioids. They've seen family members, and you understand, they're kind of beyond that. And why I'm saying it gives me hope, it's the legislative fight that we need to move towards. If you understand what I mean, that is where we have to get it correct. Yes, it's good to have demonstrations, and if you look at it, we have been doing this for years. The same hippie movement, and you can look at all these different movements for years. But once we get it legislatively correct, that is where you're gonna see the true empowerment now being, balanced within society. And it's a scary thing for the upper level people, for that 5% or the 3% or whatever. And I think that's the big fear with the ganja releasing, if you understand what I mean. That freedom of mind, that freedom of opportunity, and that freedom of will now, that we're actually able and capable now of doing this, that is really scary to them, because it's been known as a freedom herb. It frees your mind. So if you notice, within the Rastafari community, that's why a lot of them refrain from consuming a lot of what they call government issued herb, because the government issued herb, what they say is makes you more passive. It makes you more conformative in your mind. So the natural ganja is supposed to make you rebellious against anything that seems to, you understand, be oppressive. You're gonna rebel against it. That's a natural thing. So now you find a lot of these government issued herbs are making you more passive. You know, they're really making you more confined and within yourself. So it's a thing within tradition where we have to keep forward our tradition in this Iowa and move forward. So your tradition of that, you don't change it. You enhance it within this time, if you understand what I mean. And it's not to go in your face and to go in, you know, it's not trying to be rude. But if you've been doing this for years, now is your time. You understand what I mean?
It's funny that you kind of bring that up, and this probably isn't what you mean, but you know, I almost at one point was scared of the, you know, cannabis getting legalized because I was afraid, honestly, afraid on another level. Like they were giving it to us, you know, just as a here you go, smoke you guys yourself silly while we're doing something diabolical over here. While you guys are all just doing whatever, we're gonna be screwing you over here. So yeah, I don't know. And again, you know, I think it's sad, and it's right along that levels. You know, they're not legalizing this beautiful plant because they realize it's making us healthier, or making us happier. They're legalizing it because they finally realize they can fucking make money off it. That's it. That's it. It's not for our welfare. And they're not legalizing it for our welfare, for medical reasons. They're just going, oh, yeah, we can make money. That's the only reason why it's slipping
Well, I
through.
think it's what left, you know, because as I said before, the people are getting very antsy and this generation is not going to take it. So that's what I'm saying. Even when you have states and places that can vote for itself. So that's why even the federalization, you know, I haven't really read up a lot, but I don't know. But now on the federal level, the individual power of the states is not going to be so significant again. You understand what I mean? So on that side now you have to wonder what they're coming with. And that's really for any country. It's not totally my concern 100%. But you know, just any country where it comes with baggage, you know, so you really have to be careful of that fine print where it's concerned, you know. So that's the only thing I'd really check into. But you're 100% right. They really don't do anything until they can figure out every step of the way how we're gonna collect. You know, so that's why, you know, this tax, that tax, entry fee, this, you know, whatever, every step of the way, you know. But either which way, my brother, it's not, there's no turning back. In my opinion, there's no turning back. And there's so much power that comes along with it. You know, as I said, you know, even before, they're like corn, meat, dairy. There are very few things in terms of industry where, you know, North America is concerned. And ganja really has that power to come in as number six that can stand up, you know, weed, corn, and you know, corn is in like pretty much every one of your snacks. And you know, so what I'm saying, when you look at most of the consumption, it kind of have five major groups. And ganja itself has the potential and the power to be that revamped industry again. So, you know, paper and the cement and all these things, not only medicinal. So I'm just saying right along, it really has the power to really step into be that superfood or that super industry on that level. And there's no way that any government facility or anybody in power that can see something like the new oil or the new corn or you know whatever and be left behind. So
Oh, I
that's
agree.
definitely.
I definitely agree. I think this plant's got to, you know, I'm as I get older, I'm kind of dipping into like a more spiritual side, more hippie side, if you will. But you know, the more I look into, you know, plants, biology, and stuff, I realize that they can communicate, you know, with each other, you know, with us, even though on levels we probably can't pick up on yet. You know, and I almost think, you know, cannabis has come back with a plan. There's no coincidence it's back in, and I don't think it minds that money is part of the, you know, plan right now. I think it's part of its plan. It's like, yeah, yeah, go ahead, Go ahead, do what you got to do to make me legal. And once across the board, yeah, I'll show you. It'll change, and I think once it'll progress into its own thing once legalized. Will, but
Yeah, man.
I think
You man. Go ahead, man.
I don't think it's no coincidence that it's emerging, with other herbal remedies right now, along with this. And again, I don't want to get down that road that, what's going on in the world right now. But I think this is all a test, you know what I mean? And to how we're going to treat each other, how we're going to proceed into the next step. And I believe that cannabis and, psilocybin, it's been sent forth to set us on the right track. I mean, look at it already, what cannabis is doing. There's so many growers that have been growing, and now they go from growing to, these salts just don't seem right. I want to dip my feet into organic, microbiology and all this other stuff. I mean, it's opening minds, it's expanding, it's just slowly coaching us to be better stewards of the earth, to learn more about our surroundings, take a deeper approach to how we're handling everything around us, what we're doing with our ways, seeing if we can recycle shit. I think this plant was, this reemergence is just part of a waking up period to usher us into the next phase, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man. And when you say you're tapping into the spirituality, as I said, it's a natural progression, my brother. Sometimes we don't like to get too crystal talkish, but we can go down the rabbit hole if necessary. But as I said, the human being has been very cancerous to Mother Earth on a whole. The extraction of oil and diamonds, a lot of things that would naturally really happen. So as I said before, maybe this is Mother Earth stimulating a way to wake us up subconsciously. It can be taken on many different levels. But whichever way, I am totally for it. So 100%. I'm there. I'm one of those that plant a tree, and when you read all these stories, I'm not really big into reading, and that's why I say even ganja, it's this cannabis industry moving forward. It's had forced me to get off the hamster wheel of the typical society, man, and really pull up my socks and get back to my roots. And I really give thanks, cause even to put on locks again and to do like this, it was a scary thing to do in my society just because of the judgment and the stigma and so forth that's association. But now is the time where you really have to move forward, and you're reading a lot. So I read even an article the other day that was saying, not an article, but one of the studies that soya bean, when they came up with it, they really was find a way to replace oil so that you could replace the diesel industry. But somewhere along the line, it got snuck in that this was also acceptable by the FDA. And they just kind of went full-fledged into making soil one of the next superfoods, because food is a big industry, especially when it comes to a lot of pharmaceutical attachments in the long run. So, things like this, that was a brilliant idea. Size can be regrown so well, and if you can use it to replace gas and diesel and all these things, that's a great idea. So I don't know how that one like it got messed up. So I'm just saying with ganja now, I'm just saying this is the thing that I'm looking for, these things to come on stream. All those things that were brought up in the past and were shelved. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. This was thing that was done already. Ganja was something that was, as I said, every rope, every material, all the medicines that were made originally was from this thing. So it's not reinventing the wheel right now. It's just applying what we would say is indigenous innovations and getting this thing moving right now. You understand? Mankind has really been slipping when it comes on to taking care of Mother Earth. And if this what ganja is coming here to show us, or if it just shows us how to deal with each other better, whatever level, as long as it's a bit of more pleasantness in the balance, that is where I'm moving forward to, my brother.
Right on, right on. It's awesome that you've been in the community for so long, dropping knowledge and helping people, get their garden started. It's It's very gratifying, man. It's, you know, how many times have you helped somebody get their garden going, and then, you know, stop back by, and then they're practically dragging you into that space to see their updates and how proud of themselves they are. I mean, it's very gratifying. It's very gratifying.
And I would say it's very humbling because within myself, honestly, I don't think myself is a good grower. You know, it's like something that it's just so natural of a thing that why I don't even understand it. But you know, the community has been really great. And even all right, suppose I tell you that before maybe 15, I would say consciously, I would not smoke, I would not consume anybody's ganja. Even when I travel, I have no problem not smoking. When I get home, I'm quite fine. You know, I have my ganja from 04, 06, 08. Even right now, I still have some in the deep freeze. But you know, once you cure it properly, it will last forever once you freeze it, right? And I am thinking right now in the past 5 years going, I've been super comfortable in consuming products. I don't know if I've gotten crazier in this last part or something, but it's like I've gotten more comfortable because, as I said, the organic factor is there, the care is there. There's just a level of comfort that has risen within myself, you know. And it's not to say it's ones that I have influenced, but that's definitely how it started. Okay, if I don't have any, I know that this person is this. I'm pretty confident because I started him from scratch. And I know this person and I know that person. So, and then it kind of, you say, hey, maybe you can take a chance here, you know, and things like that. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's been really good. So I can really say that on my side, I would never, this is nothing that I would ever want to ever give myself props for. Now, in terms of the business aspect and how to put things into perspective and help you with marketing and branding and maybe the trade marketing aspect, totally 100%. But it's like giving somebody a bud. What if I could visit you now? And you should say, yeah, here, Bob, here's two little buds. How would you feel within yourself? You know, I
Good.
think you, yeah. So it's just like that when somebody asks me, what, oh, Bob, I'm having this problem. I say, all right, this is what you're going to do. Get some of that, mix it up and spray it on and make sure you do a good soil drench within a couple of days. If you don't have the product, go and get some castings and, you know, get a good soil drench within a couple of days at least. And it's just like that to me. Honestly, it's really, yeah, I just give it away and, yeah, man, it's just, it's nothing, it's like a vessel. You know, so think of it like a cup. So I am like a little cup. So once I pour out any blessing I have received, the universe will always continue to bless me and full up my cup so I can continue to bless. But if I should keep it within myself, it will get stale and it will get stagnant and it will spoil. So I have to continue to share it. So it's like a purpose for me. I really don't see it as anything more than a purpose. You know, whatever I learn, if I can pass it on, if anything, it's actually surprising when people tell me, say, you know, I learned something from you, or you taught me what to do. I said, really? Me? Are you sure it was me? No, not me. But if it really happens, I really give thanks at the moment, and I don't want to mislead anyone. And anything I can do along the way, it's really just life experience sharing, you know. So, and I've been blessed a lot. A lot of people really share with me and really help me along the way, so I can, you know, family members especially. I didn't really know it then, but it's really good now that you know I can have this knowledge to share. So this became a skill. This became a valid skill in this particular time, you know, or a needed help in this particular time. People are being concerned. And even to put together the medications, because taking ganja on a medicinal basis is something that has been very interesting to me. It's not a get high thing. I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong. But when you see the medicinal benefit and people telling you that, yo, I used to have a tumor here and it shrunk, or I used to have this problem and I don't have it anymore, it makes you get conscious because now you really don't want to deliver something that is misleading because this person is not seeking. It's not like me or you where, okay, it's not my particular flavor, but I like the buzz, so I still consume it. So I didn't like that GMO, that garlic thing was not my, but the punchline was great. So hey, I'm all with the GMO, you know. But for somebody that's looking for a medicinal relief, if it doesn't give them that relief, they're not into it, and they might be really upset because no, not only did they still have the pain, but now they couldn't go to work also, or something like that. They weren't functionable. So you understand, when you start to highlight these experiences that people are looking for, it lets you get more conscious. So yeah, I just really like where it's really going. So everyone, it's almost like there is no bad herb, if you get what I mean. So once when I used to say you used to have bushweed and this one was no good, it has totally changed. It's now that step one, it needs to be clean. That's the entry level. Whether you have to get high, get low, get smell like a skunk, smell like nothing, smell like, I don't care. Clean is the entry level. That is the minimum I require, or should be required. Then you can take it anywhere you want to go from there. If you want to go terpenes line, if you want to go THC, CBD, CBGN, but clean is the understanding where it has, and clean means a balanced experience to the consumer. That's what I'm trying to get. Whoever that's gonna consume it, they need to have a balanced experience. A nice going up, a nice coming down, a pleasant experience. Whatever their definition of that is what you should be trying to provide for them, a pleasant experience. So you have to be keen, listen to their demands, listen to what they're saying to you. So that's why I have to keep this around. So this is like a lamb's bread cross with one of the Irish genetics from last year. And we really just took the ones that did nothing like Irish genetics and look mostly like our original sativa. But you just have a little higher on the terpene that we would normally get in terms of that orangey chemical kind of vibe. But we really look, because what I realize is that when we extract and we make medicine, people are saying that these ones give them a better balanced effect. So we realize that a lot of the OG, the gelato, when we use those, it gives them a little crazy response that they don't really like. But when we give them the natural herb that they're not looking to get high, they really enjoy it. And the demand is so high for it that we just have to keep. And even for myself, I find that, it's really more pleasant. It's more, how I would say, calculatable, if you understand what I mean. It doesn't get so sporadic. And it lasts long. Like I can just take one hit and it keeps me up for a good little while. The rest of them kind of go up and then it comes down pretty quick. You know what I mean? So this one I like it. It kind of stays in. But just because of the flavor, and I'm so spoiled, as most as my friends would say, I still have to put a little something on there. You know what I mean? I need a little cherry pie, a little wedding cake, a little orange gas. I need something. Just a little flavor profile on there. You know what I mean? I have to have something on there, yeah.
Oh man, does it have to have the label of spoiled if you actually can get around and taste some beautiful cannabis? I don't see that to be spoiled. I mean, that's a blessing. That's not being spoiled.
That's what I say. I really say it. And if I was to really tell the truth, not to say I sacrifice a lot, but within myself, I'm super low cost. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I have like one pair of jeans and I'm good. I have a lot of shorts, but it's the fact that I just don't wear jeans, so I just don't need to buy them. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like, I'd rather spend my money if I do have it with that anyway. I have no problem. Like, I'm good. So life just has a way to, hey, you didn't need that anyway, so we're going to let you get it this way. So that's what I'm saying. I have no problem, my brother. And I really give thanks. The community, this community is great. And if whatever you can do for it, the more you put in, it's almost like the more you get. The more you put in, the more you get. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. 100%. Every time, I'm talking to, friends that I haven't seen in a while, some new people, I talk to about the show, oh, that's good. Are you making money? Have you made, I'm like, I don't give two fucks about the money. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've kind of made it to where I could, but I don't want it. I'm not turning it on. It ain't going to happen. I said, you know what I've learned in this through my adventures of this, why you asked me about money? I said, the more I find that, I turn it down, the more good things that happen. Yeah, I turn around and I follow that up with, what's better than a fucking a payment in money, monetary, is gratitude. You know, the best thank you, the best payment I ever got is somebody looked me in the eye and said thank you and meant it. You know, that's the best fucking payment I've ever had. You know what I mean? And that's all I need. That's all I ever wanted out of this. I in most point think, you know, a lot of times that I owe them. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, you know, it's they hang out, they dedicate just as much time as I am to this. You know what I mean? This is this is a blessing on my end. I say that all the time. And pay for what? You know how many people? You know how lucky I am? I don't even know how many people are in chat right now. 68 people watching right now. You know how lucky I am to fucking hang out and just sit down and smoke with, you know, 60, 70 people on a nightly basis. That's soul filling right there. You know, when
In
I
the middle
shut
of
this off,
in the middle of a
my feet don't even.
pandemic.
You know what I mean? I have had such a good night. It's so easy to do. You know what I mean? You know, I don't I don't plan to ever change the way anything the way I do handle this right now. And you know, it ain't not even about this. I give away boatloads of cannabis. Boatloads of cannabis. People ain't got the money. You know, and then I see people too that fucking, you know, that because I'll be the first to admit I kind of operate on a scale. You know what I mean? I should have that right. If somebody comes up to me and doesn't have that mic, I should have the right to compensate, take the money out of my pocket or whatever you want and do that. You know what I mean? And if you're in perfectly healthy and you've got a little bit extra, well, I should be able to charge you the normal. You know what I mean? But you know, I definitely have a scale, and sorry if some people don't like that, but you know, it's very true. Some people can't afford it and they need it. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let that dollar amount, you know, stand in my way or their way. Ain't gonna happen.
Just like that, my brother. Just like that, you know. Give it away, you know.
So, yeah, I know you've kind of said there that, you know, you don't prefer any in particular there, but man, you've done some travels. So, have you found anything that, you know, in your travels that you're like, whoa, now that right there,
Um,
that is some.
as I said, I appreciate everything, you know, my brother. Really and truly. And but stand out. Ah man, it's really hard. But I remember a couple years ago there was a shishka berry. Yeah. Thought that grown really had a pomegranate kind of look, and it was just ugly looking, like, you know, yeah, like a lychee, swollen lychee fruit, big like pomegranate sized buds. And it would hit hard, you know. I remember that one, and couple Bruce Banners did really good. And I can definitely say the Painted Lady, while I was in Michigan, she had a peach crescendo that was kinda, yeah, it was different. I must say it was really different. And that was probably one of the most recent ones that I can say, you know, off the top. But generally on a whole, I really like earthy tones like coffee kind of strain. I have a personal strain for myself. I call it the ginger skunk. And you know, this is from maybe like 2002, 2003. And you know, I've done it back maybe 4 times. And it's something that once, you know, like the next grow season, I always put out a couple seeds just for myself. It's just something that I like. Super nice high, you know, and it's like, you know, you can smoke one hit or you can smoke a couple. It's just one of those strains. It will take you as far as if you want to go real high, it will just go with you, you know. But if you want to just take one hit and it will just put you, I don't know how to explain it, you know, but it's super smooth and it has a gingery kind of taste. I don't know, but yeah, real nice, you know, real nice herb. But I mean, personally, I really like doing stuff like this. So I have a real good selection of what they have been called Landrace cultivars. So even like terminologies like these, it's been really good to travel and learn what the international lingua is, so I can, you know, interface. But I like crossbreeding. So a lot of times, if somebody has something and I get a gift from someone, just because I know it might not do good outdoor in Jamaica, when I do plant it, I always have either a local female or a local male ready to breed with it. And I look forward to like the second or third breeding set. So like earlier in this year, we did a Colombian. So I had a real nice Colombian, you know, because we're planning to do some business down that side and we got some good Colombian. And I was like, wow, they took even like 4 months before you kind of even knew, 3 months, 4 months before you even knew what they were. You know, like you're like not sure if this is a male or a female. They were big and I think that time the top strains were like the wedding cake, the cherry pie, in terms of the exotics, you know. So we put that Colombian on it, and those seeds after it, wow, they were great. Because I didn't like the cherry pie whatsoever. It was just a nice tasteful strain, but it just didn't get me high, you know. So it wasn't really for me. But the cross to the Colombian, my brother, if you had like schizophrenia or anything like that, that would trip your paranoia like right away. That was like right here, you know, like you know, really, really racy, like super racy, like yeah, man, have to go water. It's like you start talking even fast. You know, a lot of herbs, how the herb, yeah, slow you down, man. What's going on, Eagle? This one was at the total opposite. Yo, Eagle, what's going on? Yeah, man, everything good, man. All right, we're gonna go up to the hill now. Okay, you want some jerk chicken? Okay, you know, it would just make you click, you know. So as I said, I really like experience. So that's why even on my resume, I just put experience cultivator. So it has nothing to do with planting, but the whole experience. I want to know what you kind of like. So it goes from your palate, your personality, and what you're expecting. And I really try to, you know, somehow put it in a package, if you understand what I mean. So that's really where, you know, me personally, I like that pleasure part of it when I can really deliver the whole package, the whole entourage kind of effect. I really kind of like that, you know. And if I can do it from a herb point of view, that's great.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I hope that I can smoke down with you sometime you get to Michigan here. I want a 4 months heads up because I'm gonna have something for you that you're gonna go back
Well, and
remembering too.
put it
Yeah,
this
by
way.
the way, too. Probably blushing right now.
If anybody knows me, once it's warm, so as soon as it gets warm, I'll visit again. And once it starts to get too cold, I'm out. So once it gets warm, I'm definitely gonna come by and see what's going on.
Right on, right on. That just tells me I should be dropping some. If I'm wanting to wow you by the time it gets warm, I should be dropping some fire for you right now. I'm gonna have to look through my bank and be like, I want something that's gonna wow Rasta Bob. So I'm gonna have to go through and pick out a winner. I've got a hell of a bank, man. One hell of a bank. So
I've
I'm
seen how
gonna
your
take
Michigan guys
some.
roll, man. I mean, I've seen how your Michigan guys roll, so I'm not underestimating anybody. That's one thing. A lot of people call me from like, you know, I have good connections in California and so forth, and they're like, yeah, it's 2 years now you haven't come to California, and we're seeing you in Michigan. What is going on? Like, I don't know, you know. So, yo, just do the maths. Do the maths. It's simple math, you know. Like, yo, I guess I don't have to go to Cali. I'm all right, you know. So, do the maths. You can figure it out. You understand what I mean?
I do, man. I don't know what the heck how we ended up doing it, but I think we're as far as cannabis goes in the U.S., man, I think Michigan's very close to Cali. Very close.
Oh
If we,
man.
the only thing that separates Michigan from Cali is that outdoor season. But I don't think them indoor Cali boys can hang out with the Michigan people there. I think
Uh,
they
let's put
got
it
that
this
out.
way. I think definitely on the growth side. I mean, that's arguable. And I'm trying to be very careful how I say this, but let's put it this way. California plants a lot, and a lot of it leaves the state and maybe doesn't stay in the state. Michigan I don't think anything grown in Michigan leaves, man. You guys have a huge consumption where like, I don't know, you're still importing stuff if necessary. Like, so so yeah, let me just put it that way. So if we were having like a smoke off, man, the providers maybe call it out way, but if you're talking about the consumption, I don't know, man. They're gonna have to bring out some, V8 lungs out of Cali to match up with even the four banger lungs out of Michigan, man. The consumption in Michigan is like great. You have people that can hang. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, not to say that I have a high tolerance. Don't get me wrong. This is something that we do traditionally. You're talking about we have a celebration for 3, 4 days, 5 days. You understand what I mean? So the firelight every night at midnight. And it doesn't out for the 7 days. We keep it up. And you're chanting, your drum, you're smoking, you're consuming, you're passing your chalice. So this is tradition. You understand? It's just like you have your routine. You come in, you smoke. So your consumption has been up for many years. So it's not really to say that you have a high tolerance. However, that being said aside, you travel a lot and you're like, man, maybe I smoke a lot. Everybody's knocked out in the couch and I don't know what's going on. But Michigan boys, you guys can hang. I tell you that much, man. You guys are really up there in terms of consuming. I never really was much into dabbing, when I went to like California and even like the Colorado guys, not much into dabbing, but yo, Michigan is like everything, spliff, chalice, dab, everything, all inclusive, edibles, what you got, it's like everything. They don't refuse.
Man, I'd love to fucking see that Jamaica fucking bonfire with the drumming, man. Woo. There's something very spiritual about them drums, man. When you get them going, it takes you to another level. That's for sure. And when
Well, it's
you
the
mix
energy.
cannabis,
It's a good energy, and you see the drum now, the Nyabingi drumming is a very ancient form. So you're talking, when you talk about the Aztecs and the Mayas, this is an ancient African form. So this was the form of warfare that was chosen by a set of people, of how they chose to fight war through drumming and music. So this was their form of demonstration. So that's why it connects to every single human. So that's why even the reggae, the music that was born out of struggle, that little island of Jamaica is so influential in terms of these things, spurred on the hip hop and the rap. And you can go into, many different forms. But even just that, it really connects with anybody that is fighting against struggle or fighting against oppression. And I can show you very simply why. You can look at the heartbeat of the Nyabingis like this. One by one by one. So you see any song you sing to it, because it's the heartbeat. Every human, you have a heartbeat. So it have to connect. And when we are doing this for hours and hours, and all of us have our mind focused, and we are consuming the same type of herb, then all of us are mighty. So the presence of the Almighty is there. So it's not this head in the sky, or if you understand what I mean, but it is somewhat manifested or full fested when we all are together under one focus. So I don't want to get too, crazy up there, but it's just simple like these things, how the Almighty becomes present when all of us are in that one focus, that one mental focus, that one goal, that one aim, that one destiny. Then the Almighty in that circle becomes present within all of us now being mighty. If you understand what I mean? So that revelation of the Christ or whatever is present within us then. So yeah, I don't know if you want to get too philosophical or whatever, but something like that.
I believe everything you just said. It was like 2 weeks ago that, I was lucky enough to not sit in, but be a part of like a tribal drum session. And it was just that, man. I had never known it to be so intoxicating, but you could feel it as the the drums would go and faster. You could, just like you said, you could feel everybody's energy kind of be drawn towards the drum, and it was like it was all kind of joined in one big, energy there, and it was very powerful. It was very powerful, and I loved every bit of it, man. It was a good experience, man, and it just happened to be in a Cannabis, so we're all enjoying Cannabis while we're listening to the drums and everything, and it was, man, I would definitely sit in another one if
I have
without
different herbs
hesitation.
and different celebrations. So even like when you do like your mushrooms, your golden teachers and these things. That's why it's a golden teacher. You might find yourself crying or whatever because it's a teacher something. You understand what I mean? So even these things, you go on a journey. So these herbs, the ayahuasca, and there are many different herbs that different nations use. The Indians with their tobacco and their ganja and the opium and they have many different things from different culture. But when you put it together with that ceremonial aspect, that to me is what the Western influence or the after set of say colonialization or the Western civilization didn't put on top, or they kind of manipulated. All right, let me make it easier. Originally, when people went to school, the first set of schools were like to the church or to the synagogue or to the. It wasn't really to go learn mathematics. You had to be kind of smart, and then they sent you. Like in Egypt or those old way back in ancient times. So what I'm saying, they had a very high value on the spiritual aspect. And I'm just saying right now in current society, it was kind of bred out of us, kind of, so certain knowledge or certain, just how we deal with each other, how we connect with each other, there was a big disconnect. It wasn't so easy, and I think ganja was really one of those herbs that kept the maintenance of being easy now. So the same thing last time, my experiences with high school, different things looking back over the years, I could kind of see that this was kind of like, so even though they were black and these guys were still white, but because of this, they would all hang out. I don't know. So you understand what I mean? Yeah. So it's just one of those effects where when you encompass it for a certain reason, I find it to be very powerful. So if you have relationship issues or addiction issues, there are centers here or cultures here that they bring you into the community. Ganja, yes, is a part of it, but it's not really seen that magnificent. It's just a part of the process. It's just a part of your food. It's just a part of your daily sojourn. It's no celebrity, but yet still you cannot do without it. It's like next to oxygen and water. So no people, oh, oxygen is great. I have the best oxygen. I got 15 pools of oxygen today. And actually, oxygen is probably one of the most important things, but you don't hear anybody bragging on it, right? Or you get what I'm saying, or considering the quality of oxygen that they have around them. But that is way more important than the quality or the strain that you're smoking. And I'm smoking on Jungle Boys 315 or, whatever. So what I'm saying in our, certain things are not so valued. So that's why you hear me say when I travel, I get to see the value that certain people put on these strains or highlighting a cutting. Or, I'm like, wow, you have what, $5,000 for a cut? That money is ridiculous. In my community, with only and beat you and just give away your cuts for free. Like, I don't know. But as I said before, you cannot say something is foolish because you already have a whole environment or a community of people doing it. So how am I going to say it will be kind of foolish of me to say it's foolish, A man bowing on a carpet 7 times a day or 3 times a day. I cannot say it is silly. And I got the real good opportunity to live with a good, set of Muslims. And it was great because they really taught me a lot. I was like, whoa, man, I used to think this and that. And, so what I'm saying, the whole idea of celebrating diversity was really something that was just woven into me. And this continual journey just really keep enhancing it. So you get to celebrate the unique differences. And there's no, it's I don't know, it's just, I'm not saying I don't have problems, but maybe I just don't see them as easy. I don't know how to explain it, my brother. You know.
I
I
think
just
it
don't.
helps some too. Journeys are taking you more towards cannabis people. You know what I mean? So when you get to where you're going, you're already there basically. So that helps. That helps for sure.
There you go. There you go. So whatever explanation it is, I'm not trying to explain it. I'm just accepting it and giving thanks. So I'm just really humble and really just giving thanks. And I'm just really appreciative. Not trying to explain it, you know?
I think that goes with for just about anybody that's been to any kind of like festival, cup or whatever. I think that's one of the experiences that you walk away with across the board is how, uh diverse it is basically, how everybody gets along. And I don't know how many times I've seen tatted up people like myself, and you see them, coming towards each other, and you see the bump, and you're like, beforehand, you're like, oh shit, and then it's just like, oh, sorry, bro, good day, and you're like, you don't see that anywhere else, man. In the diversities and age, anymore. I actually love to sit down with my elders that smoke and hear the stories. I've had one of the great opportunities to sit down and interview Amelia the Hash Queen, Amelia Jensen, uh, John Indra, that was both of their stories, their cannabis journeys and what they've done, is so fascinating, and every time I get them opportunities, again, I shut the fuck up, man. I just sit there and listen like a little kid. When it's intro, that's no lie, man. I jump up, I cross my feet like this, and like sitting here the whole time they're on. I'm like, yes, glued to the TV, the speaker, just, I say it all the time, man. These journeys I listen to make me feel like such a slacker. Your cannabis journeys have taken you across the world, spiritual journeys, man. I need to get off my ass and get some shit done. It's oh man, it is.
You hit
It's
a
great
point.
to see the diversity.
You hit a point that really been
And even
kind of.
the younger ones who change in the game.
You hit a point that I really, when you talk about a spiritual side, like growing up, ganja is a woman kind of, a woman heavy industry, you know. And I guess within the travels, you kind of get to see it being a male dominated space, and it's something that not really worried me, but I'm just kind of was really looking forward to seeing there's something about the balance, within Rastafari has really brought, I think, the man, woman, and child. So I know certain people get that Trinity aspect, the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, or whatever it is, but that man, woman, and child balance within the whole thing. It was really, as I said, my auntie and so forth, and women has really been influential. She's the one that first taught me about cloning. In Jamaica, we call it spit and joke. That was what she told me. So basically, you're going on like a hill, and you have some trees growing, and you have a couple of them that are just super tall and super branchier than anything else. So what we do is like go to the side of the hill and then make a couple rows, and then go to that tree and just cut a couple branches off and put it in your mouth. You have some saliva in your mouth, put it in your mouth, and then you walk across to the other side of the hill and just kind of stick them in rows, so at least, and those rows, you'd have some nice short trees, maybe 2-3 feet, but all of them will be the same. So it was just something, was just you do with certain trees. So going up now and people talking about cloning, and you can cause like, yeah, man, you got to show me how to do this thing. And yeah, man, we get this gel and we put this, and I'm like, and then I saw you have this water thing and we have this thing that I'm like, all right, cool. And all right, but didn't I don't remember using anything coming up. I'm not sure, but I tried, I tried the purple gel thing, and I tried this and I tried that, and I'm not saying it doesn't work, my brother, and go ahead and use it, but I just You know, that was just me, what you know from tradition, what you see doing on the international or the scientific level, and then now you make your own analogy. So when I even do now, say I do give a speech, what I have really confidently will say is that once you take a healthy mother plant and take a cutting off of it with a simple solution of even aloe vera, but even using water only, you should still be able to get roots within 2 weeks. And that's my opinion, and that's my practice. You know, I think aloe vera gel and a little splash of cinnamon might assist if you have like mold problems or certain little, insect issues. It depends on your soil. But once you have a real healthy soil medium and a healthy mother plant, I have no reason why you need anything to root, you know, and that's just been my experience. Now, when you go into a certain commercial setting and so forth, yeah, I'm going to definitely try to implement a standard operating that, you set your humidity room and you set these things and you apply a scientific approach, no problem. But experience has taught me otherwise as well. You know what I mean? So you give and you take. So I can say definitely chemically, I have no problem running a nutrient farm if that's what you really want. You know, some people recommend a 2 week flush. I really like mine a lot earlier. I like a big flush wheel earlier in my, if I should do a chemical setting for somebody. That's my thing because I still have to ensure that the product itself has a little signature on it. You get what I'm saying? So you can't have a harsh burning. You still can't be considered a top grower, in my opinion, and still producing a quote unquote low quality or a inferior product. You still have to, as I said, a pleasant experience for the customer. That is what you have to maintain at all times. So entry level has to be clean, and then you really have to ensure whatever the customer wants to get that pleasant experience. So if the boss wants bag appeal and stink, you give him bag appeal and stink. If he wants numbers, you give him numbers. So you really just do what you do within that field. So, I don't think there's ever a point where I ever reach or there's a limit, but there are definitely parameters where I know you can get to market every time by doing this within your environment, pretty much guaranteed, you know. And there's always ways to improve. And if somebody else doesn't, I have no problem with that either. But within myself, there's just so much more to learn. So ones like Kakama Scooter especially, I always have to big him up because he's the one that really put a lot of, when you're coming from the bush and I know what I can do in the bush because you have your elements, right? And you know what you use for tradition. But when you go into a space and you look like even behind you, you see all those fancy lights and these pots and all these tubes and it's like IVs going out of the plants. You're like, yo, this is bigger than me, man. I don't know. This is technical. Well, once you understand it, all right, you can do it. And what I really would even tell people that honestly, if you pay attention in even freaking high school, man, you can be a top grower. Like you don't have to, you know, be a fucking rocket scientist. You understand what I mean? Just pay attention, high basic chemistry, basic stuff. You can understand this thing and you'll be all right. But when you have a one like Clackaman Scoot and that reinforces his principles and it really ties into a lot of the traditions that we have from the bush, I mean, it just makes total holistic sense. So I can just point fingers to him and say, yeah, man. But, look at that guy. He has a lot of things going on. You understand what I mean? It makes it a lot easier. You identify with some stalwarts that align with what you're doing and you take it from there. But there's no way knocking somebody's trade if that's what you're really doing and you're using your thing and you're getting, that's how you're making your bread. Who am I to say no? And I don't have to take the opportunity if I don't want. I don't have to partake in that meal. It's great to know. But the variety is key and you know.
You understand. I was actually saying that pretty similar a couple of weeks ago, and I think I may have pissed off a few people, along the lines, but I may be misconstrued. But basically, what I was saying that is really similar to what you're saying is, I appreciate the science side of things. There's definitely room for it, but what I was basically saying is content creators, across the board, we're getting deep. You know what I mean? We're getting deep. We're talking about micros and fungus and KNF and all this stuff, and which is great. Don't get me wrong. It's great. But I almost think is because we're trying to encourage so many new growers. I'm afraid that, as some of these newer growers turn on and, watch some of this program while we're going 100 miles an hour talking about microbiology, fungus, and all this other shit, they're just going to go, oh, no, I can't do this. You know what I mean? And it's, yes, you can do this. You know what I mean? And I'm right there kind of with you. Basically, I started doing this long before I started looking into microbes and all that. And I was doing just fine. You know what I mean? It's nothing wrong with upping your game as you're going, but do you have to be a rocket scientist to grow yourself some good medicine? No. No, you don't. You need basically some good soil and a seed, and you're off and running. Now, if you want to take that to a college level someday, but don't let some of the terminology and knowledge that's being spread around, scare you. I mean, it's good information to have. Should it stop you because you don't understand what they're saying? No. No, you know what I mean? And that's basically all I was saying is I was thinking that, we may be intimidating some of these newbies. Because at that point, they were, a lot of people were discussing proper terminology and that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you're just tightening the screws. You know what I mean? We can't we, because I get that too when I talk to a lot of breeders, and I say strains. And I can see him just kind of go, it's cultivar. You know what I mean? Well, you know what I'm saying. And we're talking to the, can we just, can't you just play along a little bit? Do I have to necessarily get technical to have this conversation with you?
Yeah, man, it gets that way. And I don't know. That's why you hear me say that farmers, a real farmer, just kind of want to know what to grow. He's really glad when he can buy this. He puts this in there. He does this every time, and he can get that. It kind of gives them a certain level of confidence. I don't know if it's somebody to blame. I don't know what it is, but there's a certain way that has been taught that to really solely rely on nature is somewhat crazy. And on the flip side, that is crazy. Nature has been doing this for years, so we should really tune in. And I think it's because of the lack of knowledge of mankind. That is really where it comes in. So that's why you see even a lot of organic growers, the science side really still kicks in. So they want to use some KNF this and they even still have these big terminologies. And by all means, I don't mind nerding out, especially now. It's become more of a nice habit to nerd out and learn these. Instead of saying, yeah, man, these cobwebs from the forest, I can say, yeah, it's actually mycelium, man. They call it mycelium. That's the fungal network connecting. So, I get to sound all, well, cool and all this stuff. So give thanks for cannabis. I've actually become, somewhat cool, somebody that can sound smart within a certain conversation. But really and truly, when you get on a back to basic level, it's just really appreciating nature. It's just replicating nature as best as you can, and it's not that easy, if you get what I mean. But once you really do and dial it in, I think it's more of an acceptance mode that you have to put yourself into than anything else. You just really have to accept it because it's not as predictable as the chemical route, if you get what I mean.
I do. Boy, you brought most of the EO boys over here. They're in chat shouting,
Oh, respect. I don't see the chat, man. I don't even know how you told me I was gonna see something.
It's a little yellow, red box up there in the top corner there. If you click that, that's where it's at.
It's live on YouTube, view stream on YouTube.
There you go.
Something happened.
Just gotta pause talking, then you can see.
Respect. I don't see the chat, man. I don't even know how you told me I was gonna see. So what happening now? So what I should do?
Just pause the video, and then you can see
the video.
Now chat will keep going.
Okay. And then what do I do from there? Just
You can that now chat will keep rolling. It just the video won't play in the background. You can kind of see what there's being said there. Now, before I get too much further, the American one wanted me to ask a question. He's a good friend, so I'm gonna ask. He
Yeah.
says, "Equal. I've heard the stories about the red dirt in some locations in Jamaica. They say that's the best ganja grows. Can you ask him if that's true?"
Yeah, man, I can tell you the clay minerals, even in your soil mix, having a very good clay or a good mixtures of clay is a very good thing to have. So we find that within the southern parishes, a lot of the mid-terrain, yeah, the red soil, a lot of bauxite mining happens as well. So they take away a lot of aluminium and so forth. We have a lot of bauxite mining, unfortunately, in Jamaica. But definitely when it comes on to ganja, especially Afghanica strain. So anybody in Jamaica know it on that side, they really like that kind of soil. They really take off very well because you require less water, and a lot of times those areas are drought areas. So those particular strains, what you find, they're already coming from an environment that is a very low drought area. So they're not really used to getting a lot of water. You understand? They're coming from a desert-like climate. So what you find is that they produce a heavy resin on them, almost like to hydrate themselves almost. It's like they really, if you water them, you don't see that resin content coming up on them. Once you really learn how to put, you water them maybe every 3 weeks at most. They really take on to that soil and stick in really well. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to say. You know, fitting the genetic in the right environment, you just let it rock, my brother. You don't have to set up these big irrigations and these, it's crazy. Nature has been doing this for years. So it's really great that I can be in an environment where we can do that. So understand a farm setting, but it's almost like a paradise kind of vibes. You can still forage herbs and get good forage ganja. Blessings, everyone. I'm just seeing the chat. Wow. Can't keep up with everybody. American one, Lemon Walker, Dave, or the whole fan club. Painted lady, man, that peace crescendo. I can't stop talking about it.
She's been on the show. She was a great episode too. She was a
She's
real.
she's super, super, super. As I said, man, Michigan was great. Michigan was really great. Yeah,
Man. Bunch of great people, man, checking you out, man. When I announced that you were gonna come on the show, man, the response was huge. It really was, man. They were stoked.
It's really humbling. It's really humbling. And I said, standing on the shoulders of people that have, blood, sweat, and tears, people have really died for this industry. I have friends that have, just for simple ganja possession, that you lose your life. It's crazy. And when I look at this platform that I can be now here, Aldridge, Dave, people that just reach out and show you so much love. It's why, I have to say, really give thanks. Really give thanks at the moment, 100%. Jano, sun grown, enough respect, lots of respect, man. You see what I'm trying to say is, I don't know, it's so humbling, my brother. Sometimes it's almost like you're in a dream, and it's really living the dream, man. So give thanks, man. Really give thanks at the moment. King Selassie, Empress Menen, the balance of life.
Man, there isn't too many, I feel very lucky to be able to be in the position I am, to wake up and live this dream every day. I mean, it is a blessing. It is a blessing. And I'm right there with you. As long as I could do this, I would be happy for the rest of my life. If I could just say, keep food in my mouth, keep the bills paid, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that fancy car. My kids sometimes, I heard you kind of touch on that base too, get a little upset with me because, I'm in sweatpants. I'm like, I don't need to look good. I need to be comfortable. If I'm comfortable, I am happy. Do you not want me to be happy? Yes. Then leave me alone.
Yeah, man, and that's what it's really all about, you know. I mean, I have no problem if somebody wants to get their home and do whatever you want to do. But most people in this community are a little bit more pleasantness and you want to have some good ganja, man. Can tell you, genetic memory farms can tell you, far right. You know, it's why. It's a great community, my brother. As I said, I don't know if it sounds strange. Everybody's in a pandemic and we're in the ganja community are like, you know.
It's just another day for us, man. We've been lost in our own world for so long. I think it's just
We used to being ostracized. Yeah, man.
yeah, I remember the first days of this. They were like, "You have to stay home." I'm like, "What? I'm locked in my garden with lots of cannabis?" Oh no! I think I'll be all right. Then when they said that, it's honestly, good for you, and it could be fighting it, I was like, even better. I think at that point, just the size of my joints just got bigger. I'm fighting stuff.
Yeah, man. Same way, sir. Same way. People dabbing, shattering, all kinds of, you know. I can really definitely say even that the live resin and that fresh press resin, even that people can really now have herb to the point where they'll be willing to take their fresh quality bud and make something that it's almost unheard of, you know. And that's why you say you can really like where this is going because I'm not super one for a lot of concentrates, but that is something I've really found to really take on to. I don't mind, a little resin or a little resin, or even both, whatever, I like it. So it's great, man. And the willingness of the community to share even knowledge. You have one of the community members, genetic memory farms. I tell you, most of my friends here, they must know about it. But what I'm saying, when you can take things on a scientific level like that and really be like experimenting and you understand it's a joy. It's really a joy. It's like I know he's the one that's doing it, but it's almost like I am the one that's there as well. I'm like, that's crazy, man. Look at that cow, African. I would have some Malawi. You're like puffing on what you're puffing on, and imagine it's like the Malawi. So yeah, man, it's a good vibe, man. It's a good vibe, and people get a chance to communicate, as mentioned into another panelist the other night that it's really also a community that a lot of significant linkages are made, because these are especially in this area that people don't get to talk really comfortably. You find that this is a community that people are very comfortable, so it really makes someone it sheds a lot of the ego aside and the realness of the person gets to come out. So the beauty within is really enhanced, within the community because it doesn't come with a lot of yes, there's shadiness involved, don't get me wrong. But you know what I mean? That core essence, who you do meet these contacts with, it's really a beautiful thing. So I just feel like, see family going out, so even like now, I wasn't really in touch with a lot of, I would say a stranger, because if you look at it, you just know this person for maybe a year. But they're comfortable enough to leave their kids with you. And all right, we play some soccer and we do this and we do that, and then I don't have to hide my chalice and worry about, well, I wonder if these kids are gonna be affected by, and it's very communal. It's really nice, So as I said before, man, it's great, man. The vibration is wonderful. It's wonderful, and I think the whole health aspect where everybody's on to. I would just sum it up by saying a bit more pleasantness, but still, everybody wants to get a little bit better. You're a little bit better in your grow. It leads to being a bit better in your lifestyle. You want to be a bit of a person, you know what I mean? A better person to your kids, to your dogs, or you know, whatever. You find a lot of these communities are very connected. It gives you a little of grounding back to your environment and things like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure, for sure. It does. It does make you dig deeper into yourself, makes you want to do better. I've definitely have found that in the cannabis community for sure. You know, it's and as far as the giving thing goes, man, I don't know how many times I've been to an event and I load up with stuff to give, man, and almost every time I go to an event, man, we've been swapping stuff. Everybody's brought stuff, man. So many varieties to try from, it's the whole community is it's outstanding. It's outstanding. It's I just can't wait to see as things progress to see. I hope that it can maintain its luster. You know what I mean? As it grows and grows and grows. I don't see how it could not, but
It should only grow because, as I'm saying, our kids are getting to see this now. This is the way, this is the liberty. You understand? This is how we commune with each other. So even the barter system within Rastafari, that's why money is not a huge, it's really a barter thing. You have people that come in and they still come and help you build a house and they have no problem with, just cook a pot of meal, cook some food, and once you have some good smokes, the house get done. This person is a carpenter, this person is a welder, and they give you a strength, and we see more and more of that happening now because guess what? They have to eat. And the ganja man is not planting ganja alone. The ganja man has food to eat. Because when we are in the bush, you cannot, survive. You don't have a store nearby. So you have to ensure that you have provision in the ground. So you have yam, your corn, your sweet peppers, your onion, your peppers. You have these things, your callaloo, especially your greens, those grow very quickly. So you can eat them a lot. So these things are very harmonious, and I don't think ganja itself is a thing that really likes to be monogamously planted. You know what I mean? Eventually you get motivated, especially on a big scale. I find it much better in a big garden scale. I find the gardens like when you talk about water only, those are the gardens that are water only. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, the garden is just doing its thing. You just take a cone and put it in there. I mean, I remember times gone by, I had somebody that I called the Queen. She's really instrumental in teaching a lot of ones, Maroons and these indigenous people. Even during college, she was very pronounced. Like when you get some of her herb, I mean, it was powerful herb. You know what I mean? It would really connect with your body. And one of the things that her plants, her seedlings, it was one of the few people I say planting them in bags, bag out a lot of seedlings. And then you'd go into a clearing in the forest. And basically that forest duff, all you'd have to do is just do like separate a little space and just put your seedling in there, take it out of the bag and put your seedling in there and just cover it to the forest duff. And I'm telling you, so those trees, man, I tell you, my brother, the way nature and everything clicked in. So every time when I go out, that's something I always look to kind of replicate. Think about 2, 3, 4 years from now and kind of set the environment. So you can always be just putting in your ganja in between, but what is going to be going on while the ganja is growing? Because it will just fit right in perfectly and do what it needs to do. And once you can get that going, that ecosystem is beautiful. So yeah, man, in terms of growing, that's the garden style that I like. I really like that style of herbs for myself. And for everyone, I really encourage everyone when you really get into that style. Like, why you gonna, what lights are great, but lights alone just for ganja. Nah, man, you can have some things going, even some microgreens, and every day or every 3 days, you take a little cutting and you blend up some with some leaves with your bananas and those things. Put some banana, put some cashew nut and some jelly water, some cannabis leaves, all the toppings that you break off, you blend them up and drink it, man. You get all the nutrients, everything that you could ever want. You know what I mean? So Why not?
Sounds like a good way to live, that's for sure, man. More people need to think like that. I mean, we need to be more conscious what the hell we're putting into our bodies. It always cracks me up the extent that some of these growers will go to put in, take care of their garden, you know what I mean? And then they go to the store and they're just eating horrible. It's like you just went out of your way to make sure you're smoking the cleanest cannabis that you can. Then you turn around and you're eating garbage. Make it a little bit more full circle here. You know what I mean? And yeah, it just I
And
don't.
that's why I said,
I
no man,
think
go
it's
ahead.
I think it is encouraging us though, to take that next step. Like I said, more and more people are learning to work with nature, banker and companion plants, working how, things can actually work together and be beneficial. It's it's in a whole new world, man. It's gonna be it's gonna be different, that's for sure.
Come
Uh,
on, like carrots and those things are nice to plant in between. You see, because they grow underground and they make space. So by the time you pull them out, the plant is like, midway going into flower and then all that carrot. So whatever that carrot brought up to that root zone is right there and you pop it out so the roots have more space. And if you want to put your little worm casting in between, you know what I mean? So it's just a vibes. It's just a nice look of vibes. You know what I mean? So and I just think it's a natural progression. You're gonna live more harmoniously with people around you, and you should be seeking that. Maybe they might not be harmonious towards you, but you get to a point of zen, and that's why I say it's not about getting high. It's almost like even if you're not consuming cannabis, you're almost high. You can't really affect me. I'm good. I'm all right. You can be trying to stress me out, but I'm good. So I really like that aspect of it. But the edibles, I don't know, man. You say the edibles part of ganja. Is what people would call hemp. Yeah, I'm really more looking to see that get on a very large scale. I don't mind the narcotic effects for myself personally, but just like ganja flour, ganja bread, ganja biscuit, ganja Oreo, bumbleclad. Yeah, man. you know, I don't want to sound, too commercialized, but I'm just looking forward to it to get to that point. You know what I mean? Because we use it here a lot in terms of our food, our natural food. Why I'm saying that? And so for the masses, at least they'll be getting, yes, a marketable product, but at least now, us on the communal scale, our natural products and our natural hub will be more accepted and more available to us. So that organic movement or that green life or the plant a tree, and yeah, those are the things I'm looking towards, getting towards, getting more and more prominent. You know what I mean? Infrastructure getting a lot better. So, maybe it's years off, maybe I won't see it, but I think I'm in a place where it's a good start. It's a lot brighter than it was 5 years ago. Let's put it that way, in my opinion, anyway.
I don't think we're far from it. I really don't. I really don't. I think, it's gonna once the doors open, it's gonna steamroll. People are looking to get their niche in somewhere, and there's a lot of people that are business savvy. So I think as people see markets kind of get saturated, I think the will to want to take it in different directions is going to be full. There's going to be so many products that's going to be like, wow, I didn't even think we could do that with with Kim. Wow. Yeah,
Every
it's
one
going
of
to
these
be.
guys has some stoner friend that's gonna come out of the network, real quick and be like, hey, we can do this, this, and this. So whatever, you know what I mean? But it's a great place to be, a great time to be around, and I say just give thanks to the moment. But on your side, I mean, do you do much breeding on your side, or do you have like that one strain that it's like how I have my ginger skunk that I pretty much try not to leave? Is there any one that you repeat? Which one do you find yourself repeating? I don't like to talk
Well,
about one that got away.
I don't keep a whole lot. I did there for a long time. I would keep what I called cup moms and, have like 20, 30 strains laying around. And actually, there's probably about that running right now. But, that golden one, there for a while, I played that game. But then I started realizing there's so much out there to try. You know what I mean? It's to hold that one to heart forever would be just wrong. It's just wrong. There's so many out there to try and move on. That one's the best until, you harvest the next one. You know what I mean? Then you're like, wow, I don't know exactly what I just seen in that last one. So it's been pretty evolving. Has there been a couple of them that has passed through? Yeah, there's been some good ones, but there's always that next one around the corner. So right now, even right now, I've got so much stuff coming through right now. It has to just be, it has to someone in my circle has to go, that knocked me on my ass to be kept. You know what I mean? And just I've got like, okay, I got to keep that for that patient. But other than that, I'm kind of just pushing forward, you know.
Yeah, I say vintage production and something good would always come. I see the chat commenting on the roosters in the background, It's kind of funny because where I'm at right now, it's by my mom's. And, you know, we used to have like, roosters in the back. And then, you know how you like turn on your phone and you see like the Wi-Fi come up. So there was like a couple neighbors in the surrounding. You would see the Wi-Fi say all roosters must die. So I was like, maybe they don't like our roosters, mom. Maybe we should get rid of them. So anyway, we had a bright idea to get rid of them, and it ended up coming right back like somebody neighbor, and they got rid of them. So now they're kind of just wild, running from house to house, living.
Nice. Nice. They should have been happy they were in one spot before, huh? Now
Exactly.
they're
Now,
everywhere.
and nobody to blame.
That's funny.
Yeah, man. I mean,
That's so what's it like there? I mean, what's the weather like right there now? You know?
right now it's a bit cool. So I'm outside really on the what you call like a patio, a veranda. Yeah, so
It's
maybe like about 70,
pretty
75.
stable.
Yeah, right now it's towards the end of the hurricane season, so we're getting a lot of activity on and off. So like for the past week, we had maybe 7 days of constant rain. So a lot of landslides, a lot of breakaways, and things like that. A lot of road destruction. So not really so great, but I guess it's a part of the elements where you live. So we just give thanks that nobody close to home is really feeling it, and we just hope that everyone that can avoid it, be avoided. A lot of houses washed away, like as the rivers come down real heavily, so they take a lot of the sides with it. So a lot of roads people can't pass to go home. Houses have like whole houses have washed away with people in it, that they haven't been found yet. So it's just one of those times. But I mean, we're looking towards the end of the season now. So by about the middle of December, it should be kind of clear where the weather is concerned, and it really affects the outdoor crop where ganja is concerned. So most people right now, because we're outdoor mostly, the brown. So all the herb have a little brown kind of brown rain. We call it the rain smell. So it's just a brown rain smell. So it's when you squeeze the bud, that's when you really get the essence of the herb, but it have a generalized, brown look on it. But we have a lot of indoor farm as well, greenhouse oriented, and a few, indoor that do it. But we always find our way. I mean, The garlic terps, as I said, is not my favorite. And one of my cousins, as soon as I got back, he's like, yo, we have something new, you know. We call it the G skunk. I'm like, G skunk. Anyway, I didn't pay it any mind. It's when I finally opened the bottle, garlic in my face. I was like, I just left Michigan with this GMO, man, and now I got back home and they're raving about garlic. I'm like, good Lord. But it's actually all right. You know, it's a nice. I would have it almost like a 50-50, you know, real nice.
Yeah.
Like garlic on the nose, but when you blow it out, you get that real pineapple skunky kind of taste on it. But it's super just garlic on the nose, heavy on the nose. But that's what I
Do
say.
you
I love
feel
the hype. Go ahead.
hybrids are coming in and infesting some of the native strains there? Or are there would you say there's still true cultivars there that are native to
There are very
Jamaica?
few, very few, very few. So you have like you see the indigenous communities like the Rastafari, the compound, a lot of the Indians, you know, that have kept their tradition. They're actually very resistant to any new genetics. Very resistant. If they even know that if I even give them a bud and it looks like what we call nugget weed, like the nugget kind of hard golf ball look, they're not gonna smoke that kind of herb. And actually, they hardly even smoke any herb that's not planted in their direct community. So they are very resistant to it just because of, and I think scientists will catch up eventually because they're saying right now, for even like, say, a feminized strain versus a regular strain, the chemical balances versus a polybred and so forth, So it's just that this strain has been less diluted. So I just feel they are easier to calculate, if you understand what I mean. And maybe a bit easier on the body. And they just have been around longer. They have been around Earth a little longer, so they maybe know how to survive. A lot of these strains haven't really been around that long, So for a medicinal balance, as I said, I definitely always you go to the Landrace, extracts. Those are the ones that I use. I hardly ever use anything super new. The only one I've heard a lot about the whole Long Valley Royal Kush with the old Nick Resident and so forth, the antispasmodic, I've heard Kevin George highlight it a lot. So, in terms of like a lot of the medicinal clients, I definitely highlight them towards that strain. But apart from that, I really stay to a lot of the true, what they would call landrace, a lot of the Indian cultivars. The Kerala is one that I'm super fond of. Like anytime I have a chance, I always like to run a good set of the Kerala. I really like that genetic myself from India, And a lot of the African strains, definitely, a lot of the Congolese, the Malawi, that we have the Cambodians that we have that come through Jamaica, especially. The Cambodian was really one that stood out, for us on our side. But, as I said, I don't know if it's a nostalgia or something like that, but when I talk about experience, it's just a different kind of experience, my brother. It's not a typical get high. It's almost like I can definitely say I get high. Yeah, that gave me a nice buzz or gave me a nice couch lock. But it's almost like a trippy couch lock or a trippy get high. It's kind of has something else with it. I'm not sure how to kind of describe it. But yeah, that's definite. The Kerala, I can say it's I mean, that was like dreamy. That would be the best description. It's a high, but super dreamy. Like, it's like mushroomy with cannabis. I don't know how to explain it, but that was just the experience I can talk about, I'm not super into numbers and so forth, but that was the experience I can definitely remember when that one. You know what I mean?
Sounds like a good one. I think the numbers are like just fucking up the system. It's nice to know what's in there, but basically, it isn't helping consumers or like some of the people that are, on the medical side of it, unless they actually know and they found like, oh, CBN works for me and this is what I've got to have. And I think, honestly, isolating the molecules like that is You know, I don't think that's necessarily the way. It's got to continue to be a whole plan. I think that's how it's worked, and it's going to continue to work. You know, these days, you know, you talk about, you know, finding that patient, finding what works for them, and you know what I mean. I always found that, you know, for me at least, back in the day when I could go in and open up the jars and let my nose do the work for me, you know, almost every time that was what led me to, you know, it wasn't the numbers. I didn't go through and go, oh, that's 28, that's 30%. It was, yeah, that one. And
Yeah,
it
man.
very rarely goes wrong that way. We can't do that anymore.
Yeah, man. I can definitely say the numbers. It's a sellable thing, you know. Nobody goes to the bar and say, "Yo, let me get a shot of Everclear," or "What's the strongest alcohol they have on the shelf?" Even if it's whiskey, all of them are 40%, but maybe you like Jack Daniels, this one like Johnny Walker, this one like Irish, but they're all 40%. But something about the terpene profile, the blend, the whatever, it's a different vibe for you, you know. But within the yeah, you have to look at it two-sided. You have the holistic approach, and then you have the medicinal, the clinical approach. So the scientific side. So even in terms of growing, you know, all the nutrients, the focus about how many nutrients? It's about maybe what 14 to 20 nutrients that they focus on: nitrogen, phosphorus, magnesium, this, that. But there are over 86 different elements overall that exist, or maybe even more. So that's why when you use plant matter, soil matter, and you know, plant matter from the sea especially, you get everything. So that's a more holistic approach. It's the same thing within the chemical side. They might figure out that yes, if I up the CBN, this has this effect. And I'm not going to tell you that it does not work, but you're going to have to do this consistently. And then also you're going to have to show that all the other parameters are consistent for that instance of CBN to work. So if the patient adjusts the diet or some stress factor come into their life, that certain amount not going to work. But if they had a holistic dose or a holistic approach, they can be more reactive to that disease or discomfort that they are feeling. So that's why we really fulgize the eastern side of medicinal, you know, with the blame of the western side. So I'm not saying, you know, I've said this analogy already. If you drop and you have a bone sticking out of your leg, I'm not going to tell you to go and check the bush doctor. You need to go to hospital and get that bone fixed. You know what I'm saying? Get your x-ray done, get yourself patched up. However, in your healing process now, I'm not going to say get your steroids and get this, because yes, they know that this steroid is good to keep the blood flow down. This one is good to keep the swelling down. This one is good. So they have identified certain chemicals that would do. So it's just like you're farming and you say, okay, I have a little yellowing in the beginning of my new growth. That's micronutrients. I'm going to add some micro and trace elements. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's the same kind of vibe. But if you have a whole thing, oh, let me just top it up with some worm castings. All right, that has pretty much everything in there. So the plant will kind of get what it wants. So you see the holistic approach versus the chemical side. So that is it now. After your operation, there are some herbs that you're going to take that will help the aid of the speeding, help the rehabilitation of the blood tissue, and then clean your blood at the same time. So there are the two sides that will always interface with each other. And we're just looking for hopefully that you don't discount one. So that is the thing that most of the scientific approach we kind of don't really like, because it kind of more proof to say that this is the only way a plant can be grown. And that is where we have to say no. If you appreciate that and that's how you want to go it, fine. But this is another way also. And it's the same way in the medicinal health. You cannot say that this bush or this approach does not work. So, you know, we have people that have been freed from like HIV, herpes, these different things. And the bushman will tell you that all of these things are a problem with the blood. So any virus, the chicken gunya, the corona, it's all of these are virus. So when you're dealing with a virus in the body, you clean the blood. And once you clean the body, there's no more virus. So it's the same thing, you know, within a certain system a pathogen that you have. How does this bug breed? If this bug breeds through the side, then you can use any surfactant and it will die because it breeds through the side. So whether it's a flea, whether it's a this, whether it's a that, it breeds a cockroach, it breeds through the side. So once you cover it with soap, with oil or surfactant, it will die. So it's kind of like that approach, the same thing. So if you have this kind of discomfort, a fungal attack, then you're gonna use a positive fungus now to deal with it. If there's a viral approach, so it's just the same thing, that's what we've been taught from the bush side. So we totally understand the chemical side and the scientific approach, but there's nothing that we're going to discredit the herb side and the herb approach as well. And I think right now everybody, this is launching people into a more holistic side of medicinal or just levity on a whole. And I think it's really the exclusion of a lot of these things into our diet and the pushing and the convenience of a lot of unnatural things that has caused these lot of discomfort over time. If there's a general inclusion or in your diet, you would not be having most of these issues that would be coming up,
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh man, my ass is killing me.
Get some stretches. So how does this show work? Do you have like a timeout where we go stretch and come back, or how does this work? Because am I on the 24-hour one? Make sure that's not what I signed up for. I only have like
no, you didn't sign up for the 24-hour one. No. It's up to you. I was gonna check on you anyway to see how you were faring. I mean, if you want to get up, stretch, come back, it's up to you. I mean,
no man, I'm just messing around with you.
I'm having fun. This has been great. I love that. I love that board, by the way. I seen that earlier when you laid it down. I'm thinking, boy, no, that's a nice grinder right there. I don't know too many other people that are dicing their cannabis up like that.
And honestly, I grew a cut of we call it the Chem 19, but I think the original breeder said it ended up being wedding cake or some wedding cake, whatever. That's what they ended up naming it. But when I grow a lot of those herbs in the sun, there's no grinder you can't grind out this herb, my brother. This is a herb where if you to grind it out, you have to put it in the AC for you, and then you can put it into your grinder. I have to put it into the sun. But there's so much gum in it, sticky. Even if it's rock hard, like it's not gonna grind up so easy. It's real sticky. It makes your grinder just stick together. Like you have to be pushing it. So there's nothing more than a sharp knife, and it gets the job done.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm not a grinder fan myself, even though I did mention it. I'm not one myself, man. It shreds it up, makes it too fine. I almost think it changes the profile. And then you've got the ones that kind of catch the trichomes and stuff. It's like, I didn't work that hard growing that to dumb my cannabis down. I want it just like I grew it. I ain't trying to change it into something else.
Certain herbs, I think, fit the grinder. You have certain herbs, you see, like that's what I call dispenser herb or light bulb, like indoor herb, Like when you can hold a bud and kind of do like this. That's a typical dispenser herb. Like to me, that is the one that's built for the grinder. So, but the typical bud, no man, it's not so easy. Like the homegrown, yeah man. It doesn't work that way so easy at all,
I'm not a fan of the crumble. Yeah. Once you can do this with it and it just like dusts down, I'm like, oh man, you don't love your stuff, do you?
I think that's standard for dispenser herb. I don't know.
It is, but that's not saying much.
I mean, you can understand with it though, because especially for the what you call it now, the mold factor. Like if you have a volume If you like it drying on volume, it's really better to take it to a drier level to ensure most of the crop than to trying to keep a lot of moisture in there when you have a whole lot in a small space. You know, so you can kind of see with them. You understand? So that's why I just say you just kind of get to accept it. So it's almost like getting a burger from round the corner, your corner shop that grinds the meat and actually puts all the stuff together like a backyard barbecue uncle's burger versus like a regular patty or whatever, you know? It's kind of that kind of vibe. The whole packaging, you just have to expect something. Once you go commercial, just expect it's not gonna be this. It's gonna be this. So just accept it for what it is. So that's why I've just kind of accepted it. So that's why I just term it dispenser herb, you know? Yeah, so if a home grower give me this, I'm like, why you have a dispenser herb, man? It's like, man, you should never as a home grower have that. Never. Ever, ever, ever.
I agree. You know, I have a hard time when I go in there and put that buck, man. I hate to see that. I come back out and I go, oh man. All right, that's what I get for not being prepared. That's just the price I have to be for not being prepared.
I mean, it's hard to go without, and I guess especially now because you don't have to. But yeah, I mean, you see, for example, even when I plant out, it's kind of a religion or a routine. You know, like before your crop come in, just stop smoking. I'm not smoking anything until my bud is ready to smoke. You know, and I find that 2 weeks or the 3 weeks or whatever it might take. I mean, it took a while to get there. I didn't tell you that the first couple of years it was easy, but after a while, you know, it really gets nice, that little break. And when you go back and boom, you hit it, you're like, oh wow, you know? Yeah, I've been missing this. Yeah, so this one, the crowd favorite.
I find a lot of that, a lot of the extractors, the high terpy stuff, that's what it looks like. You know what I mean? You talked when I talk to a lot of extractors, and I'm like, man, Fagroli's a good one to mention because I've had that conversation with him a lot. That Clementine's his trademark strain,
Yo,
basically. But you ask him, man, I'd love a cut of that Clementine. He's like, no, you wouldn't. It's probably the ugliest thing you've ever seen, and it's so airy. You know what I mean? You wouldn't want that in your garden, but for extracts, yeah, it's awesome.
yeah, we have a good cut of the Clementine here, actually. And it's a little more tighter than this, but not much. But it's definitely tighter than this one. But when you talk about smell around the black oranges, you know, yeah, man, not
You like
super hard,
fruity?
not super, huh?
Are you a fan of the fruities?
Nah, if it's there, you know, but I more like it just as a flavor. So like me personally, I rather something strong, and then I'd sprinkle some clementine on the top of it, and then I smoke, you know. But just be like for the flavor of the giant, you know what I mean? One of the best overall combination, like new hybrids I've really came across that I like was a gelato cross to a OG. Like that was really like that was one of the few strains I didn't have to mix it. So even like the Peach Crescendo I got from Painted Lady, it was really nice, but I still had to put a little OG in it just to punch up the tea, just to punch up the effect level. I love the flavor, nice little buzz, but just to get like, sprinkle a little of that Jupiter OG, one of those, heavier, rougher indica in there. So I really like mixing. I hardly find any strain that I consume by itself. It's very, very, very rarely, But that was one of them.
I can feel you there. I don't know what it is, but I just like to sprinkle shit on all my joints anyway. I love me some bubble hash, and I sprinkle bubble hash freely on everything. Like you
Well,
said, it could be fire, whatever, but there's just something about a little bubble in there. Buy you a little time, thicken up that smoke. I love the thick smoke of a good bubble hash too. It's just Woo.
Yeah, yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah, yeah. There was the Slurricane, the Mac 1 2 was super sweet. That was a flavor. It wasn't super strong. I mean, yeah, it was a good herb, don't get me wrong. But the flavor was really more reminiscent, you know. So it had a nice eye, but the flavor was really sweet, kind of berryish, earthy, kind of like Mai Tai. Like I kind of like that kind of herb, you know. Yeah, from the Jupiter OG. Yeah, man, nice. Like really pleasant flavor OG, you know. Can't complain at all.
Heck yeah, man. So how have you enjoyed the show so far? I mean, it hasn't been that bad. I mean, it's been
Well,
go so pretty far.
the good thing is I think I jumped on Fumu show early and got a couple loads in, so I was already there, so it's just cruise control, you know. By the time I started, it was already cruise control. So Lemon Oak asking about fingers. I was just about to say that honestly, that's the only thing I really have in my catalog that I really saved. So I've like, you know, fingers from like '04. I have a set from '07, '12. You know, I have the like I just looked at them the other day from I got back because I just got back and I like mm, just you know take off a little chunk off of it. So just like now that I'm smoking this, you just put a little piece in there, you know? Yeah man. But it's like when I made the oil from that, so that's what we call hash oil. So like what you call charas. You make the charas, so you rub the plant and you get the good. So when you collect the gum from that now, we make the oil from that. So that is what we call hash oil. So it's different from when you use the bud and make ganja oil. So this is ganja oil, and then when you use it from the hash oil. So that one you find to be super potent, you know, like a couple rice grains and yeah man, you're good. Like nice, you know.
That to me, for me, that is the caviar. I always call it the caviar. It's for me, it's the best of the best, and that's the scissor hash. That's probably the closest to charas I'll ever get is a wet trim, and that what builds up on the scissors. I'm terrible because I like the wet trim. Yeah, I'm not so fan of the dry, but man, I am sitting there like I don't even know what to compare it. As it builds up on my scissors, I've got like a little cup right here. I've got a little, I trim, I got my little cup and a razor blade. Every time I see it build up, I'm like scratch, 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 scratch. And
Yeah
that's,
man.
that's my little reward for trimming right there. At the end, I put that all in a nice little ball and oh,
Yeah, put it right on the top of it. Yeah man, the kochi. I tell
oh
you.
yeah.
But it hits heavy though.
The strains like the first harvest on the that first strain, that's the oh man, I can't wait to build that up to just try that. That's just the first taste you've got of that strain, and you're sitting there, you're just like oh, that bud's got to dry, this is too good.
And it's almost like a secondary flavor. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, the bud itself is almost like a secondary flavor. That itself is just like the flavor of, so that's like the flower's product, if you understand what I mean. So that would be the flower's gift. That's it. And then the flower now is the flower with the gift in it. But just the gift alone, that is like it,
Oh yeah,
So you
that's
have
my
some people that, I mean, that is really what they grow the herb for. They don't even grow it for the flower itself. So they harvest the resin off of the flower like about 3 times or 4 times in the plant's life cycle. Because once you go through and make a harvest, then you can leave that plant for like 3 to 4 weeks and do it again. So by the time it gets to the end of its flowering cycle, it's super beat up, but you know, it's been harvested 3 or 4 times coming up. And you have big fields where people actually wrap plastic around themselves and actually just go through the fields and dance through, not really dance, but you know what I mean, slowly agitate themselves through it. And when they come in, they take off the plastic and scrape the gum. off the plastic and have mounds of charas, you know, like roll it up like cigars and put them down. You know, so and they do that maybe like as I said, 3 or 4 times in the plant's life cycle. So those plants are just grown for that specifically. And then now the end of the products, yeah, they will take the best of the herbs and sell it as a very or barter it for a very low price or kind of consumable. But then you find them making a lot of products out of it. So a lot of wines and a lot of roots and things like that. So what you would call those ferments. So they use it to accompany like a lot of ferments where that's concerned because it's not so potent now. Those are the ones that they use with a different type of herbs. So whether you boil it with your cheney roots or your ginger root, these different type of milo bark, whisk. They have all these different bush in the forest and in the woods that they use to boil and make their teas and their ferments as medicine. And then the ganja is the king of the medicine. You have that boiling in there, you cool it and you bottle that, and you know that is really your different medicines. And this is all purpose. From cancer to blood issues, to prostate issues, to liver issues, different. So you have a different herb that is specific. For example, you can agree that they say ginger is pretty good for your stomach. So like if you have an upset stomach, right? So if you are somebody that is prone to a gut problem now, they will tell you to make a ferment, with the ginger, but the ganja now would still be the medicine that enhances the ginger's medicinal properties of that. So if you have a specific herb that's good for migraines, then the ganja now would enhance that herb's medicinal properties for the migraine. So you don't really leave it out. So that's what I'm saying. The ganja itself, yes, it's a good medicine, and the smoking has been marketed well by the Rastaman. Till even right now, people don't believe that you have Rastaman that live and do not smoke, which you do have a very big community of Rastaman that do not smoke herb. But it has been marketed very well, through the marketing of Bob Marley. Bob Marley and the Jamaica Tourist Board, he did well for the Rastaman. So that is just how it goes. But in terms of it being a part of the fabric of society, it is a definite direct part of it, 100%, everything along the way.
Do you think Jamaica will ever, like you said, you've been known for cannabis forever, and I didn't actually realize it was illegal in Jamaica until as of late. I never really, I always was under the impression that it was legal there. So do you think it will ever come to a point where you guys have, legalized it right across the board and kind of, use that. You know what I mean? You guys have been noticed for it. I mean, why not, market it, bud from Jamaica, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Straight
I
from
mean, there's a lot of talks about it, and the government is really just scared. If the U.S. government is scared about doing it, imagine the Jamaican government. They're so scared of losing any financial aid or any trade or even just their visas to come to the United States. They're so worried about this whole convention and on the Rastafari and on the grassroots scale, we are actually saying, why don't we have our own economy within the Caribbean and CARICOM? We can trade within our banks and the money does not have to go international at any particular point. But as I said, that is not the view of the upper echelons who are, tied in politically. Politics is a very tricky thing, and for a very small nation, it has really, we are feeling the consequences where this is concerned. But you're talking about people that have been saying that if we can even come up with a value of a barrel of ganja oil, we can base our own private economy or our local economy on that value and whatever, have a trading commodity as it were based on that. So if your country can produce this amount of cannabis oil, we agree that it's valued at 100 whatever stones or berries, whatever you can. But I'm just saying this is the potential that it really has to develop, on a whole. And so that is where very few and maybe a bigger pipe dream than most would like to hear. But in the closer side, I can definitely say what we have left is the notoriety of Jamaica. So we can only really squabble over maybe like a place amongst the top shelf, if you want to say it. So France was definitely once very well known for wines and so forth. But right now, California wines, South African wines, Chilean wines, they have all really risen up. You get what I'm saying, to the occasion. So there is no really, we cannot say, yeah, France is still known for the wine. We're not going to take it from them. But the fact is, so I cannot sit here and say, yes, Jamaica has the best can of ganja in the world. Yeah, I can definitely say that we have super unique, and I would proudly say we have the greatest ganja in the world. But you understand what I mean? Not the ego side of it, but in terms of an offering. I mean, California, I've been to Michigan, so you have places that are producing excellent, the whole world has caught up to this type of ganja, this type of cannabis grown. I mean, when you look at, I mean, Uruguay, South Africa, when you look at, I mean, crazy, crazy, good, nice genetics that you wouldn't dream of. You know what I mean? In the remote places of the earth. This is the power of ganja. Anywhere it goes, from the highest level to the lowest, it will be there. So what Jamaica has to look forward to is really that name. I don't notoriety. So even when Eagle has his Eagle 420 head banger and he's selling it at $5,000 an ounce or whatever it might be, I can still take it and grow it in Jamaica. And once I grow it well, I can charge $5,500 an ounce just because it's Jamaican grown. Once it stands up to that quality that it is known for. So we won't be able to have the volume, but the notoriety, once we are on par with the standard, then the marketing name can, put something on it. That's probably it in terms of what we can look forward to. But in my scale, what I see on a closer vision on the local scale is really just highlighting the microclimates that we have across Jamaica, the unique offerings that we can have within these microclimates. So, for example, where somebody would have to go to India to directly get that, to South Africa to get this, to like Alaska to get, or Northern America to get this type of strain. I can definitely say within Jamaica, I have maybe over 12 to 14 microclimates that I can fit these genetics and almost replicate it on an outdoor basis. So if it likes that humid, heavy, drainy, like we got some of those good, ties that really like that humid kind of rainy kind of environment, and they grow well in the jungle. When you see them coming out, man, like the white widows are ridiculous. And when I bring them down on the flats, they perform like trash, you know. So it's nice to see these unique pockets that we can really apply. So that unique medicine and give that unique direct offering now and put it out there. And even the lamb's bread on a whole, the medicinal industry, if they really do it, that is just something I would probably encourage them to sign that, 50% of your farm should be the unique Jamaican lamb's bread, because that is something not only that the world would accept it, but I have seen the medicinal offering of it, and I think it's a very balanced medicine for most people to receive, especially if they have not had any experience with cannabis before. I really find it as overall, from an entry level to experience cannabis intake, a very good balanced medicine for someone to intake. So that's Jamaican spiel on a whole.
Right on. I would hope that, at some point, genetics from there would be stabilized and saved. I've said that too, many a times that, as far as breeding goes, we need to and I know so many people hate to hear this because there's so many people breeding, but we almost need to slow down and, stabilize and protect a lot of the strains that are out there before they get lost. And we're moving so fast, and the possibilities of great ones that, have medical benefits that we haven't even discovered yet. You know what I mean? Could be lost, and it could be the one that, save this or that, we just threw it aside. You know, breeding out something new. That's, I'm I don't like the idea of a lot of things, but man, the tissue culture I am kind of excited about. You know, if we can at least, you know, if we're gonna move on, if we can at least bank it and keep it for scientific purposes, to where we can bring back at a later date. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Well, I think somehow, just like how you say, the herb will find its way. You see, like how ruderalis was almost lost and bred out, and all of a sudden, it's all back again, but in the form of an other flower or a more acceptable other flower. It's almost like, yeah, it's gonna, you know what I mean? It's like a cycle. It will come right back. So you will always have the new. You will always have, but it's just gonna be there. And I just think that with the spread of the internet vibes, especially communication channels are much more wide now. So the awareness are definitely there. So anybody who considers themselves a guru or a prophet or whatever, they will definitely have the awareness of
Did I lose you? Damn. Am I still alive or did I just lose Rasta? Rasta Bob, he froze. Thank you, Johnny Caneseed. I thought it was me. I thought it was me. Oh man, I know, right? Hopefully he'll pop back in at least to say goodbye. Man, what a great episode this has been, man. What an honor for Ross Bob to check in. Hopefully he'll at least come back to sign off and say goodbye. But I understand things happen. Oh, there he is. Hell yeah.
am I up and running?
Yeah. Thank you for coming back, by the way.
I think the internet, I don't know what happened.
It it happens, man. I was sitting here thinking I had seen you freeze up, and I was like, I heard the voice stop, and I was like, no, 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 no. And then they like pause for a second. I'm like, am I here? And they're like, no, he's froze. And then you disappeared. I was like, well, hopefully he'll at least come back and say goodbye or whatever.
I think I had too much. I think I had too much oxygen in my lungs, so I needed to take a break and get some herb on the board. So just give me a minute. I'm getting to it. I'm letting the forces know I'm getting to it. Okay, no need to interfere.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude. Maybe I've got too much oxygen. It's pretty fun. Genetic Memory Farms would like me to ask you about Cali weed and if you think it has different effects.
Cali weed, like the Cali mist, like that kind of. Oh, well, what we talk Cali, Colli. Okay. Now I'm picking up what he's saying. All right, the Cali weed. Now Cali weed to us is Collie. So that's basically herb that has been bred. That's a seeded herb. Cali herb. So like Sinsemina is without seed and Cansimida, but we say Cali herb. So within my experience, I definitely find it has definitely more. It has a different effect. It's not the same. Let's put it that way. Some would argue that it's a bit more narcotic, a bit more stronger, So, like a seeded bud versus an unseeded bud. So I would definitely say in my experience, yeah man, herb with seed has definitely given me a different experience, 100%. I would even want to say maybe even more pleasant than a Sinsemina herb. The only difference with a Sinsemina herb now, because of my method of cutting up, it's like easier. I can just cut up the herb without worrying about the seeds, But we can't cut up the seeds because it will destroy the breed. So we have to really nurture the seeds. So it's a part of the art when we're breaking up our herbs. So this is how traditionally, if you don't have your cutting board in Jamaica, you normally have your herb. You normally put it in your hand and then you just cut it up. You understand? You rub it out in your hand like this. And you take out your seeds and you take out your stems. And you put it in you put your whistler now, that your paper, your rolling paper, you put it on top of it and turn it over. And then you roll your spliff. So even when you're in the dance, you can be just all night long. And you just rubbing out your spliff in your hand. So you don't have to need a cutting board, you don't need a grinder, you don't need anything. And you just keep the thing going. And that is how it's traditionally done. So you save all the seeds. So the whole art about it, the whole vibes about it is something that we don't want to lose. So this is just the tradition of how we do it. So that's why we say people in the government worry about all I see these little children doing, the kids, is rubbing out their hand middles in the middle of the day. And this is really what they're saying. All this is the young men doing. None of the kids get to go into job. They're just rubbing out the hand middle in the middle of the day. All they're doing. So this is just the tradition of the herb. But definitely we'll find that the seeded herb is a more balanced herb to consume than the sinsemina. But in terms of presentation and product and so forth, the sensimina is the one that is preferred by the market.
I've asked breeders that question and I never get that good of an answer, by the way. That's like, no. I asked a breeder like 2 nights ago if they thought there was a difference in seeded cannabis versus, sensibilia. Cat looked at me like I was fucking crazy. I'm like, no, it's ugly. You don't want that shit. I'm like, there's no other extra trichome productions. You don't think there's, a little more grease? No, nothing. No.
I think I can tell you that the effects are definitely different. I really like it better. But for ease of production, I don't think it's super huge to say it's noticeably, like crazy off the charts different. You understand what I mean? But I find the experience to be a much better, more balanced effect in my opinion. But as I
Why
said,
wouldn't it's going through a different phase? You know what I mean? It's making production of seeds, so it seems like a different chemical processes would have to be going on. It only would make sense for it to be a little bit different.
yeah, man. And for example, put it this way, even a lot of ladies that come in for, whether treatment or so forth within the community. And these are a lot of younger ladies, and what you find is that, remember, your body is meant to go through certain cycles. So now you find yourself at 30 years old and you have not had a child before. There are gonna be certain stresses that's gonna come on to you differently because your body has an expectation that it should have reproduced already. You get me? So you're gonna express yourself differently. Your chemical hormones, your attitudes, a lot of things are gonna be different. So it seems likewise within the plant. It would have expected itself to be pollinated or be bred already. So that's why you find a lot of time that certain breeders, they have a certain trick. If they have a strain that is prone to hermaphroditism, and these are all what you call them bro science or myths or whatever you call them. So you have a strain that you like and it's prone, like you did it 2-3 times already and it got a little hermaphroditic. What a lot of them will do is take some pollen and pollinate a branch of it. And they'll find that the hermaphroditic rate of that plant goes down. Because I don't know if for some reason it fell. You get what I'm trying to say? It went through the cycle of being pollinated now, so it didn't have to force itself to produce. And this is just observations and so forth. But these are those things that you can see. You know what I mean?
Right on. I always get a little upset when bro science gets knocked as well. You know, isn't everything basically, bro science until it's tried and true and passed on? I mean, there's a lot of things that can be scoffed at, a lot of inventions in time. Electricity, for one. Look at how much fucking they scoff. That shit's gonna burn your house down. It's the devil. It's in every house now. It's just a matter of applying that bro science in a corrective way and making it more accepted. Yeah.
There you go. It has to start somewhere, my brother, and that's what you said earlier. That this is a freaking good start. So yeah, if this is how the industry is shaping up, I think that from the right people, and I'm really looking forward to the younger generation. So all our children, anybody in our family who we can motivate, if we can give them any assistance, whatever they need, especially as I said, to make the right legislative choice for the rest of society. I think we need we need to keep this fire going,
Yeah, I'm almost scared to see what they can come up with next. I mean, the rosin was strong enough. Some of the ways that we're already ingesting it's pretty strong, and they've actually there's actually the few of them there that have, we're not happy with dabs or just vaporizing it. Now we're going to start shoving suppositories up our ass to get high. I mean, they're already trying to take it every way we can, ingest it. I'd hate to see where it's going to go next.
Well, in terms of getting high, that's what you're going to get high. I don't consider myself a quitter, but man, I might have to tap out. Well, but if you have a medicinal problem, and I suppose, no pun intended, if that's gonna help, then I suppose you can go ahead and do what you need.
Yeah, I'll consume the traditional route myself, but if, like you said, if that's the only way, power to you. I'm gonna take your word for it. Hope I'll never have to find out, but
yeah. And actually, if it's a more curative, and that's what I really like about the herbal and the Eastern approach, it's a more curative approach. So I see a lot of those herbal doctors, they're not certified, but you know how they get their certification? If they have repeat patients. So meaning, if they have a patient that come back to them, the village is gonna get rid of you. You'll probably be beheaded. You understand what I mean? So as a herbal doctor, your innate, pure essence is to have somebody cured. That is where your functionality lies within the practitioner. You know what I mean? So that is where they take pleasure in the curative aspect. So if you're coming back to them, it should not be for this reason. It must be for something else. So that's why I say when you take on this herbal side, your herb should be your food is your medicine and your medicine is your food. So once it moves us to that point where the things that we consume every day are, being our medicinal. So there's no separation between the medicinal and the recreational, and you get what I'm saying? It's all in one. It's just the balance in which you're gonna do it. So for example, now we can eat garlic every day. So you eat your garlic and eggs in the morning. Then at lunchtime you have a little fried rice with garlic. Then for evening maybe you have some steak and stuff, and garlic is in there. But now when you're getting sick and you have a little sniffles, you chop up some garlic, you put it in a jar with some honey and some lime juice. And now you're taking that garlic as a medicine. So you're taking it now medicinally. So the herb is no different. You consume it every day in many different ways. However, now if you're going to take it medicinally, you have a different approach that you're going to take to consume it, and a different methodology that you're going to use to attack this direct disease that you're facing. So I'm really just looking forward to more and more of these connections, not the disconnect between the herb and the science, the more connection between the bro science and the science coming together. That is where I'm really loving it. And I think the ganja will bridge that gap for everything right across, from your relationships to the science to the politics to everything. I'm looking forward to really infect everything positively. And I'm really pushing that movement as best as I can and burning that fire as hard as I can. Because, we're at a dark place, man. The earth is really been, been jerked around too long. We need to kind of, you know, do something good and regenerative, man. Come on now. We're much bigger than that.
Oh, for sure. And that's one of the funny things about cannabis is, its healing powers are so vast. You know what I mean? It's recreation, it's medical, and then it completely turns the corner when you start cultivating it. It's another aspect. Then it has its medical uses, and then just as everyday uses. But and then again, it has another healing aspect that we haven't even touched on, and that's just the communication. How many times have you been with somebody, had the conversation, no cannabis even involved? You know what I mean? You just bumped into somebody, and the conversation between you has got you so uplifted. You know what I mean? That in itself is sending good endorphins and good things through your body. That's healing instantaneously as that good feelings passing through your body. You know what I mean? And it's nothing, no other thing that I've seen people get that passionate about. You know what I mean? But cannabis, I've had that. It happens to me all the time. I run into people at Walmart, growers, and we, obviously aren't smoking in Walmart, but we're sitting there talking, and we're not ashamed about it. People walking by, what? And you walk away, man, I'm glad to see him. You know what I mean? Man, I can't wait to try what he was talking about. And already healing. No cannabis, no actual physical cannabis involved. Just virtual conversation.
Yeah, man.
Now,
And that's what I said. It cures all disease. So not disease alone, but all disease, discomfort. You get what I'm saying? So even your mind, your conversations, your emotions, it's at ease. Just because. And I mean, the scientists have even come to showing us that a lot of these chemical compounds, our body produces it naturally. So that's why the withdrawal and thing, maybe for a couple of days, it might be a bit snappy or so forth. But once your body realizes that, oh, you're not getting the serotonin, it just kicks it back in. But once you have it as a part of your livity, or once you elevate to it, it just really enhances you. So it's not really a dependency, if you understand what I mean. It's more of an enhancement or a fluidity that takes place, or a symbiotic nature that gets now encompasses between you, the herb, and the environment in terms of your navigation through society. You know?
oh yeah. Yeah, I don't feel that need when I'm able to, not smoke or whatever. Today was one of those days. I could have smoked, during the a friend called. You know what? In fact, I want to go back here because we were talking about like that good humanity effort where somebody's in trouble and everybody chips in to make sure they got what they need. I've been blessed to know once this month I've had that happen to me, and then today I got to turn around and give it back. And I didn't even think about it until like I got home, but that's exactly what happened. See, I had actually went downstate earlier this month, got roadside, and thought I was down and out. Everybody and their brother, man. You got a place to stay here? Do you need help, man? I had this one guy. It was his dad, one of my buddy's dad. He was not going to take no for an answer, about helping me out. I was like, no, you've done enough. Oh, no, 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 no. Get in the truck. I'm going to make sure. He ran me to 4 or 5 different auto parts stores, and he made sure I got home, made sure I was gonna get to do my show and all that, you know. And it's again, today I got a call from a buddy, you know, tattoo shop. It kind of confronts with his landlord there. A lot of it was to do with politics too.
I'm
He's
listening.
actually a judge, and one of the other tenants were like on I'm not going to say which side, but it was opposed to his. So he would the landlord over the selection and the trouble that he kind of gave and the other tenants by raising the opposing flag, if you will, got his ass in trouble. And today he was served with papers over the whole thing. So he calls me today. He's like, man, I got served papers. I got to get the heck out of that location. I got another building. I need help set up, man. There was buddies there today. Well, I mean, we practically knocked out a whole new, shop for him today. People,
Nice.
friends at Peyton, I showed up, knocked out walls. There was people behind me. We'll have that a new tattoo shop up and running in probably 3 days. And
Okay.
nobody asked for nothing. It was all there just to help a friend out and somebody that was in need. And it was so nice to see that. You know what I mean? Just the village helping somebody out. You know what I mean?
That's how it should be, my brother. That is how it should be, and there's nothing stopping us except ourselves from doing that. Nothing, you know. People have gotten so scared in society. It's crazy that they're scared of their own self, you know. You need to step out, man. And I like when I hear these stories. I'm saying, yeah, I knew it's gonna get there, and it's just gonna get more and more and more and more, you know.
Very addicting. It really is that good feeling of helping somebody out and knowing that you did the right thing. It only leads to better things. More people realize that, you know, it's, I don't know what it is, but people these days have really think they're in their own little bubbles and nothing they do affects anybody else. And which couldn't be any further from the truth. Everything we do affects everybody else. I mean, where we come to the idea of, I'm better than you are, or what I do doesn't affect you. It's crazy. It's just
It's
crazy.
a don't care, that don't care attitude, man. We just don't care, you know. So I think right now this really is a care more, not a careless, you know.
I really kind of thought this pandemic is kind of here to test us.
Yeah.
If we're do the right thing. And when it first was unleashed and everybody went for that toilet paper, boy, I really was worried.
Oh boy.
I was like, oh man, things are. I really questioned humanity at that point, but I'm very glad to see that it didn't last long. People as things get tighter, and we got it, like you were saying in the beginning. This forced. Look at your home front, spend some time with your neighbors, and all that good stuff. It was needed. It was needed. I've seen communities change in the last few months helping each other out, and it's
A
kind of
slight
nice.
joke. A slight joke on the toilet paper. A friend was showing me that one of the most Googled items during that time was alternatives for toilet paper.
Really?
So I mean, I don't know. I guess all the mullein bushes, what they call it, all the mullein bushes went missing. There's like no mullein bush trees left. uh,
Oh
I don't know,
man.
man. It's just one of those things. But I mean, put it this way: what I used to joke around my friends, and this is where everybody gets scared. Like they get put on the serious face. So I said, hey, I think the real pandemic will happen if they just cut the Wi-Fi. What if like no Wi-Fi happen? Don't be fucking around, Bob. Don't say that, Bob. Don't even repeat it. I'm like, okay. So you know what I mean? And I don't know. What do you think about that?
I personally would, I wouldn't mind it. Too many people are lost in their phones. I've noticed it in my own kids. I have noticed it in my own kids for sure. For sure. They may be listening and they might not like what I'm about to say, but they know it's true. No, it's true. I can see a difference in my kids within hours. The just going from that I don't give a shit about nobody or anything to the next day being very loving with everybody in the family and right back, and it doesn't take that long. But in the same aspect, okay, you're out of trouble, you've earned the phone back. Here you go. 2 hours later, fuck you. It's like, man, where was it? Really goes away that fast? Yeah, we need a good dose of that. I mean, people in society just don't even know how to take care of themselves anymore. The basics, like you said, how to wipe your ass. I mean, if you need the internet to fucking tell you how to clean your ass if it all goes wrong, things are a little messed up. I'm afraid that you're not even going to be able to feed yourself.
I mean, when you think about there are actually entire populations that live without toilet paper, like billions of people. Toilet paper doesn't exist. So what do they use? Bidets, bidets. Everybody has bidets in the woods, in the bushes.
Yeah, yeah. Certain trees, it's a bidet tree. You got to just learn to identify it. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
wonder how
everybody.
many people you could actually get with that. Dude, just fucking people wandering around in the woods going, there's a bidet tree somewhere around here, they've said. Yeah, keep looking, keep looking. It's right over there.
So it's just one of those things. So it's just like the cannabis, when they say that you can only go use this and that, I'm like, oh, bro. I mean, it's been doing this for days, and that's why, even a lot of people when I travel and I talk to them, I'm like, come on, man, remember your gorilla days? Remember your gorilla days when you used to go out there with the clone, you dug the hole, you left it, you came back and checked, cut down all the male trees, and you didn't go back. What happened? What happened? Yeah. So I'm not telling you that you don't have to get better, but don't tell me it cannot be done. And if anything, I would say whatever that was lacking in the bush, try to enhance it a little bit as if you think it can be perfected. That would be my. I mean, not to say I'm lazy, but I would probably put myself on that side, but I'm not trying to give myself any extra work, my brother. I put in the work where you need to put it in, and if anybody should waste my time, it should be me. Like, I can do that perfectly fine. I don't like to waste people time, and I don't want mine to be wasted. So when you look back and you see those mistakes, you learn from them. When you see other people's mistake, you learn from them too, and you apply them, and that's where the wisdom in life comes, is the consistent applications of these mistakes, lessons learned, is the wisdom that is being yielded in the trad. So it's really in the action level. And it's a thin line, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, I think a lot of that too, people, let that fear of making that mistake hold them back for so many things in life that, like you said, there's no shame in stumbling and falling and learning from that lesson. More times than not, people fucking try something for the first time and they fucking, oh my, they have so much fun. Yeah, you can do it. You know why? You tried. You know what I mean? There's so many people just not willing to make that first step out there, and they live such sheltered lives. It's sad, when it's just a lesson, a simple lesson. You know what I mean? And and they make you stronger. There's so many people that are afraid of those lessons. It's sad. Live in that comfort zone.
I want to tell you sometime when you really get out there and to that level, when you step it up, you circumference and come up, you realize that it's in these moments of fear that you grow. So after a while, you kind of start searching out these fear zones within yourself. So even something like this, I don't like the public speaking. I don't really like the fame. I'm not really, I tried after music and, a lot of things like that, a lot of entertainment early in life. And I mean, not to say I'm not good at it, but I just really didn't like it. It's not really me and a whole. But after a while, you step into that fear. So as I'm saying, the conquering of fear becomes almost a part of you eventually, and you want to inspire that into people, you know. So as I said, there's nothing wrong with it. And once you kind of do it over and over again, you get over you kind of some other things in life. You start to conquer that fear too, until you start searching for it. All right, what else am I scared of? What else am I scared of? And you go there and you meet it, and you see, all right, what can happen here? Who fell down before me? What caused them to fall? And you try not to go in that same hole that they fell in, And yeah, you conquer it and keep moving. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but in that zone, there is a certain level of, I don't know, to say excitement or I don't know, but it's just a zone that is really, it's a leveling up. It's a humbling zone that really keeps you. It's like taking a hike into the woods sometime when you're going to see these big trees and you go into nature and you really realize that in the real scheme of things, you're like an ant. Or maybe a deer. Okay, fine. But in the grand scheme of things, you're really nothing. You're so insignificant that, the simplest things, you start to appreciate it a little more. And then the more simple things, it becomes like a whole lot of simple things just become, great, So, yeah, man. A good vibe.
That's the best moment in life is absolutely finding that moment in yourself. You know what I mean? That you know nothing and you're just a speck. Just a
And you're
speck.
grateful. You're like grateful just to be that speck. I'm even just happy just to be that speck at, yeah, man. That's
It
exactly
took
it, my brother.
just in the cannabis and some mushrooms to take me to that place, man. I've lived a crazy life, but it wasn't until that I've actually started to open up them doors that it all started to fall into place. I
And honestly, now, do you think that you could stop smoking ganja if you want? Like, if you say stop smoking, because I was telling my friend, like, she was saying, "Do you ever take a break?" And I said, "Yeah, actually, usually do. Sometime I do a 30 day, sometime, depending if I do a pre-harvest, But I don't think I have a problem to stop smoking, especially if you're gonna challenge me. Like, if you're gonna give me like a challenge, like, oh, I'll let you stop smoking for $1 million. Shit, money in the bank. It's like, and I have a reason. Come on now. So that's what I'm saying. The lessons that it's really taught me are really full joy, So to bring forward or to move forward, I wouldn't choose to stop probably right now, definitely. And I get, but I don't really think within it has brought me to the point where I know that I really don't have to. You get what I'm trying to say? My dependency level is not on that, it's almost beyond it now. So I could even grow it, like it's supremely nice to grow a feel and don't consume it. And just hear people talk about how the experience is wonderful. I think that has been one of my most pleasurable experience. I myself have didn't consume any point of those, the 2, 3 cups that I put out. But just to how you hear people, and you really, it's like you put a different focus into it, if you understand what I mean, So a different conversation that probably doesn't come up on a cannabis show, not smoking or doing without ganja, and the pleasure that it gives is remarkable.
take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I've never done it. I've never done it, to be
Might be
honest
some of the
with you.
best herb you ever grow. So I've heard.
I believe it. You know, the longest I've ever gone is probably a work day. You know what I mean? And you know, I have that that willpower. I've actually, I have geared my whole life and I have my work. Lady Cannabis.
All right, sounds good.
Never even been a thought. And you know, to be honest with you, to take it even further, I've had fucking points in my life where I've smoked and I smoked and I smoked and I'm sitting here and I'm like, this shit isn't even working for me. You know what I found out? I was just doing it wrong. I fucking, to be honest with you, there was nothing wrong with the weed. It was me. I didn't fucking, you know what I found out is like, if it wasn't the weed at all, it was this guy. You know what I mean? When I had that irritation where I was like, this shit isn't working. And I was like, oh, kept going and it isn't working. It was like, dumbass, you need to step away from what the fuck you're doing for a minute and go outside and let the weed take effect and come back in, and everything was different. That's why it wasn't working. I wasn't stopping the problem and letting this work. This wasn't the problem. It was this. It wasn't this. It was this. That's what
Yeah,
I
man.
found out.
And that's why I'm saying the curative aspect is that when it brings you to that point, you should be able to look into yourself. And there's nothing within I and I that is refraining perfection except I and I. So I don't need ganja to be, fluent in society or to be not a menace to society. And that's what I'm saying. Not really say a master, but it really takes to that point of, just like I say, I don't have to be crabby to my kids. I don't have to be grumpy to my neighbors. I can be nice to this person. So even to yourself, you start to be nice to yourself and you start to treat yourself a little bit better. And these things. So it's just a level. And I really, as I said, I just look forward to all the dimensions. So that's why I say that the pie will just grow. And anybody that can help to grow the pie, I'm here to help you with it. I don't want people worrying about their little suits and their little, what you call it, patencies and those things are just annoy me. You understand what I mean? I'm all here for the sharing and let's get this thing going that has been, you know, criminalized for so long and people has been ostracized and being murdered, and really stifled for this thing. And it's ridiculous. We need to put in effective change as quick as we can. And it's shows like these are doing it. So as I say, I give thanks. Fumudo is one of them. Dan with the embracing organics. A lot of them. As I said, platforms like these, Eagle definitely. You put it out there. I mean, look at the chat right now. I can't really see it so good, but there are still people awake at what, 3 o'clock or something like that in the morning. And I'm just saying it's a community of people that, you know what I'm saying? They're not accepting money. They're not. I don't know. Well, they're really true people. It's a sincere set of community that is just one of us. And you have really set a platform that they can really be. They have a place. They have a space to share and to muster around with each other or to swap, topics with each other or to, grow tips or even lifestyle tips. Because I'm saying this is beyond plants. This is a symbiosis of a community, a culture that is being enhanced. So at every single level, don't ever think it's one thing. Yes, I would say get to one thing. So if you are good at growing, grow. Because the breeders, more time, they are good growers and they should be good growers, but they cannot grow it everywhere to get to everybody. If you are a distributor, distribute. If you are somebody that can do research and really help with people understanding, that is most important. because the education that has been set to the masses for the years, or the propaganda that has been misinforming or leading the people, has been horrible. So we need to put it into a attractive way that is palatable and that is pleasant and showing the great side of this so that the growers and the breeders and everybody else in the industry can do what they're doing and fit in and feel comfortable with doing what they're doing. But the educational level needs to be implemented. So within everyone, if you can do a course to like the local sheriff's office, the enforcement agencies, these are prime places to start because they are the ones that target us. They are the ones that are the closest extensions of the law. So if they have an understanding of how this thing works, instead of busting an illegal grow, maybe you found out some, hey, these are some distinct cultivars. So you've been busting 50 grows and these plants are all rainbow colors. Probably you shouldn't chop them down. There's probably of some significance. You've never seen rainbow color there before. So even if you're educated to that point, you bring in the grower, get them involved in some program. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole educational platform needs to be revamped and need to be more, positively influenced on all levels. So the children I'm not too worried about. I think they are really onto it. They realize they see through the bullshit already. So it's really for who is left behind now to really get. Because they still have a masses that are relying on what the doctor says and what the FDA says and what these different names. So once they be coming out with the correct information or the proper information, that you will see now the great effect being, on a landslide case. And big up, Justin, everybody, man. Jack Greenstock, hey, that's our next smart. Yeah, I watch him a couple times. But as I said, this community is, I don't even know. It's overwhelming, and I'm really, as I said, sometimes, man, it's so humbling because I really don't think I know a lot, and whatever minuscule things I can offer, really, I give it all, But yeah, man, enough love and respect, man.
Oh man, we respect you, man. I am super glad that you came on. That's the one thing that I like to think that this show offers, or at least this part of this channel offers, is we all see each other and what we do in the cannabis, but we don't necessarily get a feel of the person. Once the camera goes off and stuff. You know what I mean? And you know it's 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 reassuring to see somebody that lives it, speaks it, and is passionate about it. It's easier to respect and take in the lessons when you know what where the information's coming from and what they're about. So, man, I think you'll notice a huge difference, and a lot of the way people at least have watched this tonight that can relate further deeper to with you. You know what I mean? Take that message and be like, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I've gained a ton of I knew you were a wealth of knowledge as far as growing goes, but man, as far as the person, I've gained a shit ton of respect for you tonight, man. Shit ton of respect for you.
And as I said, that is really the culture. Cause growing, we don't really see it as a big skill, Ganja. Anybody can grow a good herb, my brother. It's really a thing, truthfully. But in a grand scheme of things, what I realize, it is not. So the industry has really shown that they really want some good growers and they really want good cultivators. But it's just like cooking. People have been cooking for years, but you still want a good chef, or nobody cooks like your mom, or something like that. So if you can give some parameters, or if your grandma can pass on some tips that can enhance your cooking skills, same thing. So it's not huge significant, but if you're gonna make it, if it really is, yeah, man, I have no problem. I really appreciate everyone 100%. Really, really appreciate everyone. Believe me, it's humbling.
I've taken something away from you tonight, and it wasn't even nothing to do with growing. Nothing to do with growing. And not
Not
that
a-
that's a bad thing. It's not that it's a bad thing. It's just obviously you have more to offer than just growing, right? And what that was is, I'll tell you what it was too. You changed my outlook on what I should be eating because I've been kind of that guy before, and I guess I am. Oranges, you got to eat oranges, fucking oranges every day. I eat oranges, 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 And I fucking what I take for you is I should be working with Mother Nature a little bit, like you said. I should be eating with the seasons, not necessarily targeting one fruit that I like or salad. I should be, taking that up and down with nature, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
See
man, yeah,
how it
man.
affects my. I'm gonna put it in. And I'm gonna put it into works, brother. That's not
And,
something I'm saying. Every time I go grab for that now, my certain items, I'm gonna be like, wait a minute, what's fresh?
yeah, what's local? Yeah, just keep in mind what's local, and nature will provide it. 'Cause a lot of fatty foods would come in, like the avocados and what we call ackee. Those are something that, oil and water doesn't mix, right? They don't really mix together. But somehow, nature has found a way to perfect that. So, like an avocado, that's a lot of fat and water in one fruit. And same thing with the ackee, and you have a lot of fruits like this. But usually it comes in heavily before the winter time. So you find that if you consume these foods, you have the natural fats that you would need to carry you through this period where it won't be available. And then you have like the berries and the high antioxidants. As I said, those come in before the flu season when everybody getting sniffles and stuff. But if you're really up on them, and you have different things. So peppers have a lot more vitamin C than oranges. So if it's really the vitamin C you're looking for, then look for a spectrum. So it's just like your biology. When you're in a plant, I cannot tell, and that's why we recommend worms and worm castings. And if you have a worm farm, we're going to tell you to get a diversity because that's really the key. If you're going to do light, that's why they ask for full spectrum. You want as big spectrum as you can. You want the diversity. So within the microbes, so within your vitamins, you want a diversity. So yes, you understand vitamin B, but where can you get a diversity of sources now of vitamin B? And you start to play within that range. So that is really it. So even your gut biome gets very reflective, and the army itself is now stronger, and you're more resistant to all these things on a diverse scale. So the orange and the stuff will work once you stay within that parameter. You understand what I mean? But if you should travel now, if maybe the oranges won't be enough concentrated vitamin C to get you up. But so it's just things like that. It's diversity. It's a high nutrient density, high bacterial, diversity to break it down, high enzymatic activities, and it's nothing different from your plants, my brother. Nothing different you know. So it's like a chemical route. You can have your AB bottles, your bloom food, your veg food, and this. And you can do this every day. You can eat, as I said in the morning, you have this. You can have two banana. Then by lunchtime, you can have this. Then eat, and you can do that every single day for your whole of your life. You understand? And I'm not telling that you will not live a long life and you will not be reproductive and be this. But I would just say, I think a more balanced life is a diversity, of elements will get you there. You know what I'm trying to say? So the same thing that you would do for your plants, you can do it for yourself. If you understand it on that level and the mycology, then you're onto something. You have fermented foods and this, that. You take it into yourself for your account. And what you find is that you control yourself because your mind is very powerful. So, for example, we are a nature, so plants like to reproduce, just like we have a nature, we are man. So, sexually, we have these drives. Now, if we should really follow through on all these drives, you're gonna end up with a lot of kids, or maybe a lot of STDs, or stuff like that. If you were to really follow every urge you have, but you use your mind to control yourself and you say, okay, I'm going to be with this person or I'm going to have these two, three relations, whatever it is, you find a way to control yourself. And the next level is your stomach. You realize that, yeah, I like cake, I like this, but if you just eat this right around the clock, you don't wake up and you're 300 pounds overweight. It kind of takes time to happen, you know? So it's the same thing. After a while, your mind controls and then after a while, you don't even worry about the taste anymore because it's so nutritionally valid to your body, the way you feel it, the effects that you feel. You don't even worry about the taste anymore. So you have acclimatized yourself to that taste because now you know what it leads to. So even when you eat like a chocolate or you smell a candy, you might get sick after a while because you have now changed your gut biome to accept this. So you maybe cannot accept it anymore. You try to eat a burger that you hadn't eaten in 1 year. You're gonna be sick for a couple of days. So it's like this. So you can really do it. It's not you're very affectionate with people. And it's the same thing. You can't love everybody. You get your heart broken too much. So even though the community is strong and the community is sharing and giving, don't think it's a lot of suckers in the community. Don't think you can come in and manipulate your way around and you're gonna get away with it. No man, we have a lot of cousins and we have a lot of friends around. You understand what I mean? It's not gonna work that way so easy. Our friend Trip, he does a lot of good gifts, but he can take you on a bad trip as well. So it's that community. And we don't have to enforce that part. That is something, the gorilla part of it is not something that, you understand what I mean? We don't have this like a without saying. That's an understood word. But the way we show love in the community, that is more important than anything else. Rastafari. So it's not beating on the chest and no need for that. So I love these arms are built to embrace and to show love and how we can help and pour out things. Rastafari, man.
I definitely get what you're saying there, and it's a good I never really thought about the diversity aspect of it, but you're right. Yeah, I can be healthy just eating them oranges, but am I going to be as healthy as I could be? No. No. Yeah. I definitely get it. You know what I mean? I say that a lot. And in fact, yeah, I I I definitely correlate a lot of that to myself because, like, say, when I'm taking care of myself, I'm constantly drinking kombucha and worried about refreshing that microbes in my gut. So, like, just with that being said, why am I not, you know, you should be refreshing the microbes in your soil just as well, making sure they're just healthy, applying all those same rules that you're applying to your plants to yourselves in a lot of ways.
And the thing is now that once you have, if you really want to go further down, when people bubble up a tea and they put it on the plants, and they put it on the plants 3 days later, then they bubble up next week. The fact is, for me, establish this microbe, it's the same thing. So why do you keep needing to add in more and more and more? If you just add what you need in the soil, then those microbes will be populating and repopulating and healthily repopulating. So the only thing you really have to ensure is that you have the nutrients now for them to keep feeding on. You understand? So the feeding on kombucha and the feeding on these lactose and the feeding on these things is not totally necessary. You have people that drink lactose every single day. But when you think about it, do you give your plants lactose every single day? You understand what I'm trying to say? So once you have that certain amount that you're sure at least they are in there, you know to make sure that the environment is savvy for them to win in the war that they are fighting them, or to be the number one in the population. So it's not like you want to destroy all of the bad stuff. You just need to ensure that the positive ones are dominant. So all of us have cancers in our body. All of us, right? Free radicals, all these things. However, if your body is not environmentally savvy for that cancer to develop, then you won't see the manifestation. Now, one part of your body is weak. Maybe it's your lungs, maybe it's the prostate, maybe it's so somewhere that cancer gets itself to develop, you know. So it's just a balance. So once you keep yourself in that homeostasis where you're not favorable for the cancer to develop, whether you want to say the pH, you keep your alkaline level high, you have many ways to describe it. You know, the slime and the mucus level in the body. So slime and mucus is two fairly things, but mucus is more negative. Slime would be considered more positive. So you need a lot of slime in your gut biome to move. But if you have mucus, that's more favorable for cancer forming agents, you know, on the negative side. So as I'm saying, it's the same balance. So whatever you understand for your soil in keeping those type of bacteria dominance and those protozoas and those, it's the same thing for your body. It's the same way it functions, you know. So whatever you can do to enhance and to keep those levels high, then you won't have the development about. Don't know if I lost any viewers or lost anybody, you know. Well, aye.
Yeah, you got one of my other guests that coming up. Dave's not here. Who's coming up this week? Later this week, he's like, "There's no way I'm as interesting as Rasta Bob."
Go on, Dave. Even a quickie, man. No problem. Everybody have a place, man. And I don't really think there's no interest. I just different. You have a community that, yeah, I'm just a different character, you know. And I'm more than willing to help and share, man. So enough love and respect, man. Greatly appreciate everything. You understand? Rastafari.
And we appreciate you being a part of the community, man. It's it's one thing that's been another cool ride about this thing for me is, man, I have gotten to meet people across around the world I never thought I'd get to fucking smoke with, man. People in Germany, the UK, the Netherlands. It's like fucking, it's amazing. And yeah, that's the one thing I love to hear too is, the different cannabis experiences around the world. We've got to hear tales from, Jamaica that we would, experiences today that we would have never got to, hear firsthand. So it's been a pleasure you sharing and everything tonight. Not just knowledge, but little sections of your life with us, man. It's been an honor, man. Loving this shit, man.
Man, give our
And
thanks, man. Give our thanks, you know. And I guess anything else, I don't know, I can take all directions many different ways. From the metaphysical to the common, you know. Quite a diversity, you know.
how many aliases do you have? We got Rasta Bob, Bob on the job, Jim
Well,
Cooley Bob.
all right. Well, the Jim Cooley Bob, the whole, I have to say big up to the Canacrat. The Canacrat was really one that motivated me. I think one of the first appearances was on a Tricky D show. They used to have a growers table or something like that with it was a good cast, you know, and it was a couple of them. And at that time, you know, everybody, because of the industry, you're not sure if you should put your full name out there or what's going on. It was a very transitional part. So when you say Jim Cooley, that was like one of my first. So Jim, Jim, that's really initial for my full name. Jamie and Andre Myers. So that's my legal government name. And I have no problems, you know. So you don't have to edit it or anything like that. So that's really how the Jim. So even my dad, Jimmy, Jeremy, so a lot of J's running my family. You know, my brother's Jeremy, my son's Joshua, Jimmy, so Mass Jimmy, that's like my dad. So Jim was like, me being liquor Jim Cooley, but I'm from an Indian descent. So Cooley is like a term. Some say it's a negative term for somebody from an Indian descent, like a black Indian. They call them a Cooley. So it's like how you'd have a Negro working on the plantation. The black Coolies, the black Indians were considered a Coolie. So Jim Cooley was just a name. And then within Carbondale now in America, it's like Bob, Billy Bob, Jim Bob. Everybody was just Bob, Bob was just like a simple name. So it's like, Jamie, your name too hard. We gonna call you Bob. So, it was just some people just call me Bob. So, sometimes it just kind of stuck around. And then really standing firm to the Rastafari faith. The Rasta Bob just kind of, it was a caveman Bob first because I didn't have any locks. So it was just a lot of hair and a lot of bush. So caveman, walking barefoot and stuff like that. Eventually the caveman fell off and the Rasta Bob kind of just fit in. So yeah, that's all in one, all kind of different varieties. But that's really
Right.
where it's at, where life is right now. So just bob on the job, whatever, and I'm always just getting involved, trying to do something. That's really it. And I'm really grassroots oriented, so I'm not super turned on by the conglomerates and the commercialization. However, you don't want to see them make a mistake, my brother. So if you really have the power to help them to make a proper decision, even though it might not be super beneficial for the grassroots community that you come from, you just find it hard to make them make a total mistake. So even though it's taxation, even though it's this, you can still implement that this is the level of clean, that even if you're going to be taxing people for it or taxing people, ensure that this and this is being adhered to, so at least the consumer will get a clean product. So little things like these. So for example, having a scientist, having a biologist, having these people close at hands are people who are heavily vested in these kinds of education are key. These are the ones that you want to be making the legislation. You don't want a lawyer writing up these things. They need to get proper recommendations are fully set, and then the lawyer just translates it into a law language, based on what the scientific or the biological or the grassroots community, all that has implemented and put together. So that is really, where I see myself really trying to put out as much. So anything at all, it goes from a garden, is really just keeping it as simple as possible. And I really like parameters. I don't really like the hard and fast, because what works for me in my environment maybe not going to work for you. You understand? But there are some general things that we can accept, that this is the maximum and this is the minimum, and then the parameters in between, let's fit in. So the minimum entry of clean should be this, this, and this. You know what I mean? So we know the bacterial, the mole count, I have no problem. The lead, the cadmium, use up all these technologies to do whatever you need. But keep, that should be the more emphasis instead of the THC numbers and the this and the that.
Right on, right on. And that isn't. Oh, probably know as well as I do, that level of clean seems, it's funny how they can almost make it seem like the level is like super high, but then they'll take your moldy sample and then let you take it, radiate it with a light and bring it back. But now it's okay, presto changeo. It's still there, but it's not as good. You know what I mean? That's not a level of clean. That's a level of trickery. You know what I mean? It's dead, but it's still present. Basically, is what you're saying. I mean, that's not acceptable. You know what I mean? And here it's still going on. Even bad stuff that they find, you know, that's been turned into them. Let it go back out. Let your let your processor take care of that. You know what I mean? Let's turn that crappy stuff into some extracts and we'll put it back out on the market. I have trouble with some of that. You know what I mean?
Well, my brother, that's what I'm saying. If you're playing the commercial role, you have to accept some things. Remember, we discussed that earlier. If you're stepping into the commercial role, I mean, how many McDonald's burgers, how many of them chicken nuggets are you sure are really nuggets, man?
None. None. I stopped eating chicken nuggets when my dog stopped eating chicken nuggets, brother. When I flipped the nugget over to my dog and he was like, I was like, fuck them nuggets. That ain't right. If he ain't eating it, I ain't eating it. That's
I mean,
even to the day, if I pitch it like I go to McDonald's and I shamefully pitch my dog a burger, he goes at it in the most way you wouldn't think. He will open it up and he'll eat the one side that has nothing on it first, and then he'll nudge off the meat and eat the other side of the bun with the mustard and ketchup. And then he's like, "Well, I guess I'm still hungry." I'll eat that meat, but he flips it apart first, which again makes me go, man, I don't think I want one of them burgers. uh,
Yes, Rasta. Yeah, man, that's exactly it. You have a good dog, my brother. Ah, yeah, man. Animals are very smart, you know. Oh boy. Yes.
I love my dog too, man. That cat's ride or die. That dog, my dog is ride or die. He really is. He will not take no for an answer. Sometimes when I leave, he's like, no, 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 I gotta go. I don't care where you're going, how long I got to sit in the truck, but you can't leave me here.
Yeah, man.
I shit you not, man. We went to the store yesterday, and we came home, and he knew he was home. And I had to drag him out of the truck. He was like, I ain't ready to go back in there yet. I should have took his advice because he was right. We should have drove around for a little bit longer. Again, man, he knows. He's a smarter dog than I give him credit for.
Yeah, man, I can give you dog stories upon dog stories. And I used to raise dogs for a while, even like my first son, like the first couple of years, you know. Dogs are what kind of supported the way till I got back into the club life, you know. Yeah. So puppies and all that good stuff in a training. So I mean that's why yeah. But you know, I kinda when you lose one you get close to it's like you never wanna get another. It's like, you know, you have your first girlfriend, you get your heart broken, it's like I never fall in love again. Yeah, that's kinda like it. When you have that one dog that yeah, so I do have dogs now, but yeah, not so special like the first one. You know what I mean?
I've got a bunch of them myself. And I actually had experience this year that with a dog, it's completely sad incident, but man, I had never had felt so special as the way that dog made me feel special in his time of need. And that ain't no shit, man. I had he's an amazing dog. He's an amazing dog. He has been from the time he was a puppy. I knew he was special, and he made me feel special anyway. But then, things are tight. You mean you can't keep every dog. If you raise dogs, and I've heard this story, if you give them a name and you get too attached with them for puppies, they may not leave the house. And that was what was going on here, man. Buddy was becoming a friend, and I actually had kept him back from a couple people. I'm like, yeah, I didn't like that person. I wasn't sending with him, and I ended up passing him to my dad, and my stepmom. I don't know, whatever reason, he ended up coming back. I didn't want to take him anyway. I apologized to him all the way down. This is for the best of you, but then he came back, and so he's been an amazing dog ever since. But this year, a couple months ago, he was out doing whatever, and we let him in. He wasn't even crying or nothing. He jumped up on the couch and on my daughter's lap, not crying or nothing, and had like one of his eyes was like partially popped. It was like, partly because of his breed that kind of eye, his outset anyway. And what I'm thinking happened, and I still don't know, is like they graded the road that day, not with a big machine, but like a pickup truck dragging like a piece of timber. I think he was out messing around the road and actually,
Got
took
hit.
a shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He come in the house and nothing like nothing. And I ended up, it was late that night. I took him to the vet next morning. And that dog, as long as he was right with me, never friggin' cried, no nothing. But as soon as I went away, he was sad and crying. But it made me feel so amazing to know I was his comfort. You know what I mean? And as bad of pain as he was in, all he wanted was me. In the whole like 2 weeks I did the show, he was right here up by my feet, no, off camera. And it made me feel so awesome to know that I was his rock, and I didn't want to leave his side. Knowing I was his comfort, man, I didn't want to fucking leave. I didn't want to leave him, man. I shunned off some responsibilities until he was healthy again, and man, I just to be that, it just made me feel amazing, man. I never thought an animal could do that, make me feel that special, but man.
That's what I'm saying, the connection, man. Animals and your plants and everything, We have to just start caring some more. We can't care so much about dogs and animal and humanity. We're leaving humanity so behind. We really have to step up our game with our humanity. Kill people with love if that's what we have to do. You understand what I mean? When it comes right down to it, life and death, it's really a simple decision. You get what I'm saying? So, all right, put that on the shelf. Everything else now, let's exhaust every other mean of showing love. You get what I'm saying? And if that means no interaction, fine. And you get what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we can show love in many different ways, my brother. Many different ways. We're not that dumb.
I tell you what, that instance right there fucking made me respect a lot more other animals for sure, man. It definitely changed my outlook on like a man beast almost, if you will, relationship, man. Now I almost think I could talk to him. I really do. Not without words. I want to say that because I did a lot of times I like think it, but like say his name after the thought. And there's so many times I think that he's picked up on what I just tried to pass to him. It's amazing.
Energy, man, is energy, and energy cannot be destroyed. So it's one of those things where if it does really have energy, you don't have to get too deep, but you understand it's one of those things where it cannot be destroyed. There used to be a joke where my dad usually said that if you have your wife and you have your dog, you lock the two of them up in the trunk. And when you open the trunk in the morning, see which one of them are happy to see you. And that's why. So
I think we know the answer to that one. Which one that's going to be, I think.
think the wife, everything that's in the trunk is probably coming out. The jackhammer, the wrench, the spare tire is probably gonna greet you if the wife is in the trunk before the dog. While the dog that's been there be like, happy to see you, man. How you been? Let me out. So yeah, man, it's one of those things. Animals have kinda. So it's just that, if we can show this love to animals, there must be a way where humanity can step up in us. So if it's even animals you are limited to, well, yeah, show some love. I can understand people are difficult. It's all good.
Right on.
And you can't blame the dog.
No, no.
They teach you a
It
lot.
made
And
me
even my kids.
made me wonder when we came up kind of upon that relationship with man and dog. They've always been labeled as man's best friend, but it made me wonder what point in history that we came together and became like trust one another. You know.
How I heard it was that that one was kind of forced, as in, or that was intended. The man and dog relationship, they kind of saw themselves could get along. Just like that. And then the cat was one that forced themselves onto humans. You know what I mean? Because the humans kept rats, and the cats found that they could find an easy source of food and be around humans. So it's just one of those symbiotic things. I don't really try to go into it. As I said, with nutrients and this, I just accept certain things, and however I can enhance it, I just try to do it. I'm not trying to go super way down. I don't mind going into it, but I've just really, because I've accepted it so much, Let me more focus on how best I can know. Not to say I'm trying to rescue every stray dog, but you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, see how I can extend my humanity where that's concerned. Because I've accepted that animals, plants, these things have been around us for many years and have been a part of our culture. So why not? You know? And I think more people relate to animals. I mean, even when I travel in the States, it was weird to see people with dogs in the house and dogs living in the bed and the bedroom. I'm like, you're crazy, man. The dog need to live outside. What is the dog doing on the couch? Like, you know, I go visit somebody and the dog would jump up on the couch. I'd smack the dog out the couch like, this dog is rude. And the dog would be on the floor looking at me like, hey, Jamaica, don't you know that when you're not here, that's my spot, you know, or something like, you know, it's like, what are you doing in the lazy boy, you know? And yeah, but they are full of personality, so you kind of get to understand the role. And you know, it's strange because like the people come home from work. What did you do to my dog? I'm like, what do you mean? Well, he's not jumping on the couch. He's not. I'm like, no, he's not supposed to be doing that. You know, he's supposed to be over there and you know what I mean? But it's crazy, and then you get to understand that it's a part of society and people read. So it's the same thing I'm talking about genetics. Some things where to me, you grow up with a culture where you know a dog is really protection. Yeah, they're your pets and your animal, but you would never really bathe your dog in the same bathroom that you bathe yourself. That's ridiculous, you know. However, in another society, that's up now. I used to live, I had a roommate that's how she used to take care of her dog, you know. Every morning she bathed the dog and then she let the dog out the shower and then she took a shower and blah blah blah, blow dry the dog and you know she's afterwards. It's like a routine they have going, you know what I mean? Cool. Now she goes on vacation and I'm taking care of the dog. Fuck. All right. The first couple of days was good, you know. But sometimes, you know, you come home kind of drinking and you're like, all right, the dog is used to being let out. So I just go by the door. Instead of walking the dog, you just kind of open the door. He goes out, does his thing, scratches the door, you let him back in, you know? Cool. I guess I got real tossed one night, couldn't remember what happened. So I woke up, I can't find the dog. Like, where the hell is this freaking dog? So I walked the whole apartment complex because I'm like, man, I wonder if I let the dog out and then I passed out and forgot to let him in, you know? So I'm panicking now, I walk the whole apartment complex, I can't find the dog. I'm like, shit. I'm not trying to call the cops and I'm like, what do I do? So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to work, you know. When I come back home, blah blah blah. So I took a shower, whatever, and I just said, let me just check her room again. And I checked her room. You know, when I looked in the bathroom, the dog is in the freaking shower, waiting on me, looking at me like, you know how long I've been in here waiting on you, man. Come on and give me my shower. I'm like, look at this motherfucker, you know. So yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. So it's a vibe, man.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty spoiled dog there. That sounds like a pretty spoiled dog.
You know.
Yeah,
What it
I've
happens,
actually
you
seen
know?
my girls actually fucking wash. My oldest, Brittany, has taken fucking showers with that chihuahua. I give it the bath when I was in the shower. I'm like, no, that's not even right. I wash him, I wash. It's all good. No, it's not good. You can give me every reason in the book. It's not good. It's not good. I don't care. It's not saving water. It's well.
Outside. Rastafari, Empress man. Hail the king within. Give thanks for the moment. Give thanks for life, you know. Keep I and I focus, man. Let I and I be a blessing to our family, the community, and the world at large. Rastafari. Aye, Empress Menen, the perfect balance of life. Yeah, it's
That's
not
bad.
uncommon that when you chant, you say a little chant, a little chant, or a little prayer, a little focal point before you consume your chalice, you know? So even in our ceremonies, it's something that some people read a psalm depending on the church or depending on the type of gathering. They read a psalm before they light and then the light and the pass, and So sometimes naturally you hear me do it naturally. So it's a vibration. But it's just good to give thanks, before you light up your spliff. Just like some people before they go into the forest, they go with the offering. Because if they're gonna reap some things from the forest and before they take a tree, they say, they kind of give thanks for the forest, give thanks for providing, give thanks to the great life giver, give thanks for the sacrifice that we're gonna take from the forest, and we're asking you to maximize the blessing to our body. So I'm not saying that it's gonna do good, bad, or anything. I'm just saying these are tradition. So even on the Rastafari farms, right now, some people wonder what make Rasta organic herbs different from the typical world organic herb. And it's just a system. You have a routine of people. I know Tanasi plays, frequency plays music. So I've getting to travel, and even on boards like these, you get to see people that basically they apply these technologies to their grow. And then you can now come back and see how the Rastafari, when we have our farms, we play our drum. So every Sabbath we have a bingy. So all the workers, whether you're a Rasta or not, you just have to hold a reverence. It's like when you go to a school that, is a Christian school, whether you believe in God or not, you have to go to devotion. So it's like that. You're on the Rasta farm, you have to hold a realms, you have to have a moment of silence. We chant, we have words of prayer, words of wisdom. We set the tone, we set the focus, and we go out in the field. But also, it ensures that daily we meet together, we reason about it, we see what's going on in the farm. So someone can say, hey, the butterflies are coming in, the moths are coming in. So now you know that the worms will be coming in maybe 5 to 10 days after. So you do your preventative ones to see. So these conversations, so yes, the spiritual aspect is there to focus ourselves, but also we have that small time that we can gather in terms of focal points of the business. We had a leak around there. These are different things that we can. So the organic system within the Rastafari, or the ITAL system as we call it, encompasses that whole spiritual centrifusion. So that's what I would say would differentiate the Rastafari movement, because it has been a likened to like the Black Power movement, the Black Panthers, and the Martin Luther, and all these different Africa, or back to Africa centric kind of Eastern centric kind of livity, or anti-colonial living, or the answer to colonial suffering. And the only difference I would say is that it has a spiritual nucleus, where most of them had a different nucleus in terms of right, and they were attacking this one. This Rastafari really maintains that spiritual nucleus overall. So anything you do, your ethical, so even the contracts that we sign, it has to be of an ethical tone, that voice that speaks of a spiritual nature, that encompasses, what you're doing. So even my engagements to anybody, so if there are any contracts out there, whether it might be, as I said, South Africa, or whatever, there is a encompassing that you might look at it as, you might want to say a salary, but you can never say that. What we'll be doing is, maybe a Rastafari indigenous village here, or there might be something that we might need. For example, a school. I would ask for your assistance where that is concerned, and we will trade our intellectual property and our knowledge to get you this product that you might want. So the monetary value is something that we really don't put in essence at all. The spiritual nature of the transaction is what needs to be maintained at all times. And money is just a currency. It's just really that. You have 3 places that you can go right now in this 21st century, that when you get there, you're going to have to buy different products in the market, because as soon as you get to that border, your money has no value. If you don't have certain beans, certain cola nuts, certain of these things to barter and trade with the people there, they don't respect this money in this day and age I'm talking about. So it's not something that is super far-fetched. You understand? So these are things that we really like to encompass, and that is why I think the attraction of the ganja culture across the world, or the cannabis culture, is very attractive to one like I and I. So even the hippies, and it has that, you understand, that whole liberty. So that's why we don't really like the lifestyle. So it's not a styling of life. Styling is like you can style it any way you want, and life should not be styled. It's really a programming that you should encompass and learn to enhance it now within. So that's why I say you go into the forest, you see how it works. Then if you are, to me, the best thing should be try to replicate it as best as you can. So it's almost along that same kind of vibes. The liberty should be more enhanced in your day-to-day. So that's why, you hear I and I. So it's not a thing of the first person or the second person or the third. It's I and I. So what's good for you should be good for me, for the plant and the tree. So it's I and I. So I and I give thanks for the moment. I and I give thanks for life. So I'm even appreciative of in the life in you, the life force in your energy, and the fact that we can consciously exchange consciously now. I and I give thanks for the moment. So something like it's kind of mystery, it's the mystery within it. It's the lamb's bed mystery, but it's just a thing that we just keep and maintain. And this is something that it's not a Buddhism, it's not a Allah, it's not a Christianity, it's something that was birthed and super unique to Jamaica. So I'm just really glad I could really, be a part of it and somewhat assist with any form of, maintenance where it's concerned. And relevance, because in terms of ganja, people would say Rasta and ganja is married. Reggae and ganja is married. And as I said, it's really that. It's a marriage. Marriage is a sacrament. So when people talk about sacrament, if you really want to get into, there are many different forms of sacrament. Marriage itself is seen as a sacrament. So it doesn't have to be a legally binding force, but it's something, a relationship that you have chosen, that love sacrifice is going to be made consciously. So it's a part of it.
Right on, man. Man, that was deep. Fucking and very respectful, man. I've learned a lot from you tonight, my friend, man. Not just cannabis, but I've learned some life lessons from you, man. Uh, I'm so thankful you came on tonight. And I couldn't mean that any further in my bottom of my heart, man. Much respect to you, man.
Give
And
thanks,
then
man.
it's nice to see somebody down to earth as you in the cannabis industry. We need more, to be honest with you, more people that aren't as worried about the end game, just being about it in the moment and being in it for the right reasons. Uh, would it help push this thing to go forward for the right reasons? And I think the numbers are in our favor. I really do. It's somebody that's done this for a minute and had a chance to go to a lot of these events, at least here in Michigan. I see so many people doing it for the right reasons. Out of 30, I would say I only see 2 out of 30 that are doing it for the monetary reasons, and them are the people that are freaking miserable in the game. I mean, they're the and them. It's nice to see too, because they won't last. They can't last at the mental torment they put themselves through. And it's that hope I have that things, it will all even out. Them people will burn themselves out, and eventually it'll come back to, like you were saying earlier, the farmers market, where we can enjoy cannabis the way it's meant to be, and not just as a commodity and something that's for sale. It'll
Well,
be
think
something.
about it. That is a
Yeah.
more reliable process, my brother. Because if you are really going to rely on two big suppliers, so that every 7-Eleven, granted, now with every 7-Eleven or every corner store, it's more available and cheaper than cigarettes. So great, good, I give thanks. But if I really have to rely on these two people, if something happens at that factory or that distribution site, what happens to the whole of the Midwest or the whole of the East Coast or the whole? You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that general module is not sustainable. You know, so if we're really gonna take it now, I'm really looking forward to the individuals who are legislatively programmed. That's why you keep me hear me hitting on this topic. I really want somebody to can assist with this or anybody who can step up. So for example, the caregiver process or even the class A license or the smaller license or the grassroots license or the entry level, whatever direction you are, or division you are, you know, the what they call it, the anyway, the smallest license available or the smallest legal entry that they just kind of give as a pittance to the grassroots people. You know, that's not really feasible. So basically, anybody that's happy making maybe 100 grand a year and under, those licenses are. So what you basically do is that people that want to be a multi-billionaire conglomerate, it's not attractive to them. But if these smaller people who are, as we say, are the community, now we dictate what happens with our pull. That is where we have the true essence. So if we dictate to all say, okay, every caregiver, the taxes doesn't go directly, say, to the quote unquote government. But if we have our own banking in between, our own credit unions that we circulate it in between, you know, the 10% goes to our educational fund or whatever that community or that geographic region might be in need of, you guys decide as a community that this is what's in need of. Because maybe you guys don't have water in your area. Maybe you don't have good roads. Maybe, you know, whatever it is within that big, broad community. Maybe you're medicinal because where you are now, maybe you cannot apply to get a medicinal card or a regular, you know, Medicare or whatever it is. I'm trying to remember the names that I've heard over there. Medicaid or, you know, whatever insurance or whatever it is. Maybe you're not be eligible for these things. But if within a community, within a whole state, everybody quote unquote banks there in this and all the spillover goes to this, then what you'll find is that you can self-sustain yourself because we are not the ones trying to get the Lamborghinis and the this and the that. But we are comfortable knowing that our kids will be educated. If anybody is sick in our community, we will get equal treatment and equal care as we need. And our food is of a sustainable nature to our bodies. You know, and we have shelter and stuff like that. What is it? How much people, you know, have their big houses, as you say, their big cars, and are miserable. Miserable. And then you have somebody like, you know, my uncle or even, you know, ones within the community that in a nice little cabin and a little wood fire, no microwave, nothing like that. And we're happier than a lark. You understand? There's nothing happier than us. So it's a thing where once we're satisfied with that, I think we should be able to find a way to self-sustain ourselves and not be interfered with or being somewhat, you know, criminalized by the system. If we are really allowed to take care of ourselves and our family, I think the community can do that. So, you know, looking at the Jamaican scale or even at the caregiver scale, you know, you get what I'm trying to say. It can be really put together. We're that way because what you have now, everybody in your family, as I said, you could have a nurse, a couple plumbers, you know, a couple people. So whatever in the community is needed, you spend within that community. As I say, when ganja people show up, if a contractor would normally take 3 months and this and that because he only has 10 staff. You know, if we know that Eagle Garden's son or his dad is putting on an axe part of the house and he's a part of the community, he's paying within the credit union and that's where his funds is filtered into. 50 of us show up there, we can bang it for a week and we give him his house and we're gone to the next project. Yeah, you understand what I say? We support each other and we keep our things. You know, it sounds like a big pipe dream, but as I said before, I just think it's a more sustainable model. So when I should travel anywhere, the first thing I go, I ask, yo, what's the local farmers market? Where is it? And I try to look it up. So if I only have to eat peanuts and water for 3, 4 days, that's better for me than to try to put something into my body that might poison or might give me a disease or a discomfort. You know, so I find that to be my pattern now. And then when I get to go to the farmers market, I can talk to the people. Hey, what's the seasonal crops your people have today? Ah, what's coming in? Okay. Do you have any organic farmers here? such and such, blah blah. You know, you try to negotiate. So even if the produce might not look like what you see on the shelf, you take that confidence and no problem. I don't mind to see my cabbage with a couple worms in there. That gives me confidence that it was not sprayed. If I don't see a caterpillar on my cabbage, sometimes I'm kind of concerned. You know, so that is the way I've been even programmed right now. You know, so it's things like that. And when I consume those foods into I and I body, you know, it's more self-sufficient for me. It's more positive. You know, I find that, you know, you're just more healthy and more holistic. You know, you find the body accepts it. The live food, the live vegetables, and the fresh, you know, the seasonal offerings are great. And if you even want to take it on the rabbit hole down the diet form, I would really say that the combinations of food that you consume in a direct setting is probably more important than your general diet overall. So, for example, the best things of greens. So people say eat a lot of vegetables, a lot of things like that. But to me, the best thing that greens do is pull toxins from your body. So if you're somebody that eat pork or eat a lot of steak, I would say if you eat 2 pounds of steak, eat 2 to 3 pounds of greens within that same combination and don't put any carbohydrates with it. So what were you were really taught to eat? The meat and potatoes, that is almost putting a concrete sludge into your stomach at that same setting. But if you're eating the meat and the vegetables together, so a big salad, and then you eat it with a steak or a couple steaks with it, I think that's a much better, healthier combination because whatever you eat at the time, the greens will help to pull out that toxins right away in that immediate setting. And then if you eat your carbohydrates later, you do the same thing, your carbohydrates and fruit or 2 pounds of pork with some pineapple, you know, something like that. So you don't put like the bread and the meat together, you know. So even the combinations at the time is more better. So you learn about chelated elements and this. So when you put certain things together, the harden up, the lock up in the soil, the nutrients lock. So that is really it now. So over time, your body gets clogged up, mucus develops. You're not breaking down the nutrients properly. So you're feeding the nutrients, but you can't break it down. And you're wondering why you're getting sick. The same thing, the nutrient delivery at the time. So amount and the delivery at the time is very important for your body. You understand? So it's a very bad spectrum, but all of it is quite correlated. When you look at even at the chemical level, the molecules are not much different. It's like 1 or 2 atoms are different. You understand what I'm saying? So a good
I
vibes
do.
and a good energy.
I wish I would eat like that. It makes more sense to put in your body like that. I actually, I'm being more and more conscious about what I eat and how I eat as I get older. I hate to come back to that kombucha, but man, kombucha and adding cultures back into my body has been a gift. That is no lie, man. Some of them toxic foods that you were talking about was killing me, brother. Killing me. And then I started taking some of the drinking kombucha on a daily basis, and man, I could feel my body get better. And as I was taking it in, it was just like my body was like more of that. My gut was dictating more of what I was taking in. Like the McDonald's, it was partially because of the dog, but my gut and stuff's like telling me now. I try to when I go to grab for something sweet, I like anymore. It's like fruit, you know. I'm trying. I'm trying,
I need
but
to
I've
work with
never
that.
thought.
And a good step to take it up now is that once you figure like the type of kombuchas you're taking in and the type of spores that you're actually getting into your body, you just now need to see what they feed off of, what nutrients are best for those spores. And those are the food groups that you're going to put into your body. And then you're going to start feeding the effects now because the microbes in there now get to populate themselves and you start to feel the effects like you eat something and instantly you're wondering how you just feel something like chicken off in your body. I mean, the live food really works good when you have that microbial influence going. It's the same thing. You can't be just chucking in the food and your soil and then you do have a lot of microbes. If you have zero microbes, you're gonna have and just put in the food there, you understand it's gonna take a while. But if you have a lot of microbes and a high nutrient density, now you're gone. So it's the same thing within your body. So you put in the microbes in there now. Now you need to figure out what kind of nutrients do these little buggers like. Do. And once you start giving them, you're like, whoa, you like the white part of the melon? All right. So instead of like eating the melon traditionally, you peel the melon like a fucking apple. And then you just start feeding yourself that way, and you realize that simple little thing make a difference. You're like, whoa, what's going on here? Homeboy getting up 7 days out of 7 now instead of 5 out of 7. So, that's really how it works. Yeah, man, it's crazy. The live food, and then once you have the microbes going, man, you're going for life.
I watched an interesting, I want to say it's like documentary almost about the intelligent organisms the other day. They were talking about microorganisms and how they affect us. Basically, what it was saying is, and they showed examples of how brainless single celled organism. Man, I don't even know how I cut myself. I'm all sitting here gushing blood, and and how they can be very intelligent without having a brain or whatever, just being able to know naturally how to do the right thing. Basically what they were saying is uh, the cultures in our gut make up 40% of what's going on in our body. So they were basically saying that the microorganisms in our body directly relate and are telling us, basically impartially running us. They were saying your brain runs, some functions, but the micro aspects, your brain, your gut, were what was in fucking charge, basically. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about that, but yeah, it
Man,
makes really sense.
yeah, man, they call the stomach the second brain of the body. So once you can control your stomach, that is when the power of the mind gets super unlocked. Really, and because now you're feeding it, and then it can channel that focus that it really wants to focus. So if you wanted to be that bodybuilder or that billionaire or whatever it is, it kind of really propels your life force to get towards that point quicker. you know. But I just find that, I went on live food for a while, like nothing cooked. And I can tell you the difference. You see some things, you just eat some things and it makes your body move like differently. Like raw beets and raw nuts. Some things, your moringa is one of them that's really like a superfood, and really, even the same name, like ridiculousness. But it's like when you're eating a regular diet, you don't feel the influence that drastically. But once you're on that kind of raw food you really feel that, frequency differently. Coconut water is one of them that I can tell you. Wonderful. If you can use that in your shakes and stuff like that instead of regular water, banging, banging. Watermelon is one of those things that it's not good to mix with anything. It's almost very complete. When you mix it with other things, it kind of ruins it. It should be had by itself. So when you see like you get a lot of fruit bowls and a lot of fruit dishes with it mixed in there, try to have it separately by itself. You can mix a lot. Like pineapple is good to mix with a lot. It's a very good mixer. That's a very good combiner. It breaks down a lot of things. But the watermelon is one of those fruits that's kind of, it's almost a whole fruit. You gonna how you got? Internet getting shaky.
For a second, it did, yeah. Luckily, it didn't drop, though. Luckily, it didn't drop. You know, uh, I forgot. I lost my thought there when the internet got shaky. There, I'm trying to figure out my squirrel there. But yeah, I think you're right, though. I mean, the inputs of what we're taking there, there are some superfoods, most definitely. And I had to take some meat out of my diet there for a while, and it wasn't by choice. It was and it wasn't. My daughters, man, went down the road of vegetarian long before I did. And I honored them. I didn't discourage it and I didn't force no meat on them. You know, if that's what they wanted, it kind of killed me because I was making 2 meals every day. It was like, oh, here's your vegetables, here's my meat. And then it got to be, well, I can't keep doing this. So I started pulling out some of the meat out of my diet. And man, once I pulled out red meat for a long period of time, and I'm still, I eat red meat, but man, when I took it out for a good period of time and introduced it, oh, it was almost toxic. It was almost toxic when I started eating that red meat again. As I still eating it. I eat it sparingly. I try not to eat burger anymore. If I'm gonna enjoy it, it's a steak. But even at that, man, it haunts me for a few days, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I don't like myself. You don't like yourself for that for a minute, you know. And as I said, after a while, I think it's just programming, you know. It looks juicy, it's nice, but it's just marketing. You know, you have been marketed this for so long, and after a while, when you really see how it affects your body, and I think in the long run, on the vice versa side, when you see the positive influences of how you can stay up. I mean, I see you with the weight benches and look like you keep yourself pretty fit. At least in my opinion, that's what I would assume. But I find that the live food or the more rice kind of food diet really enhances that kind of liberty as well. You find yourself, you wonder and feeling like, you're 25, 27 again, certain ways. You know what I mean? So I really find that the fresh it gives a regenerative vibes. Even your skin cells really start to come back again and stuff like that. You really find that and those little things, I guess, up in age, you start to appreciate it more. You get what I mean? So when you're younger, yeah, boss, so about you're going up on certain things not working like how it used to work, Like, normally you could go 3, 4, 5 for the week, and right now you're barely chuckling one a month, and you're even trying to keep up there. So, and you see just a simple thing by just changing the diet. Not to say that you're trying to get back to 5 a week, but even once a week, what I mean, you can still knock one out, and it's not a big deal. You understand? So, and you should be wanting to do that until you're like 60, 70, 80, because these are how the elders live. When I'm hanging with the elders now, and he's 75, 80, and he's saying that, yeah, he has his wife and his girlfriend, but don't worry, that's still once a month, that's only, and he keep it, and he's been doing once a month for at least for the past 10, 12 years. You're like, man, shit, I want to be like that. You understand? So, yeah, man. That's a 420 roaster in a Mr. Green Pots. Get your dab going.
I think
These
that's why
roosters are like they're city roosters, so every hour and hour, everybody that turns on a light. So if you turn on a light in the community close to a rooster, they're gonna just start crowing. Go to the bathroom and turn on the light, the rooster in the tree start crowing,
That's funny.
Sun's coming up, wake up.
I was wondering then at one point, I was like, man, sun must be coming up over
They're the city roosters, they kind of left the country a long time, so they kind of got screwed up,
Well,
When I used to
did
live with
make
my what's up? Go ahead.
no, please go ahead.
Now I was just saying, when I used to live with my grandma in the country, her talk was that I have to be out on the road before the rooster puts on his underwear. So it's like, make sure you're on the road before the rooster put on his drawers. So basically, because of how far we are, if I ever hear the rooster crowing, I'll be too late. Like, I can't even wait. I have to be up before sunup. So when the rooster is getting ready, I have to be out on the road heading down to make sure I can get to the bus. So
That's early. That's early, man. Roosters get up pretty damn early. So
Well,
yeah.
now I will be just getting up actually. Between now and about 4:35, now is when I'll be normally waking up,
Oh,
you know. So team no
sorry,
sleep, right?
sorry for keeping you up, bro. For keeping you
Ah,
up.
yeah, I've been up since 4 this morning, so I just completed a nice 24 hours, you know. But I made sure, I mean, I figured it out, so I sativaed up all the way. All the chem dogs and all those Afghanic cars, I went way into the fridge. I told yo, where's that? Yeah. And you say I can keep going. I mean, that's what I think. I find that herb, I don't know about getting high anymore, my brother. I mean, if I want to go to sleep, I go to sleep. If I have to go to work, I go to work. It just really enhances the mood. I think when you get to that level, it really enhances your mood, you know? So whatever mood you're in, yeah, I like these herbs that just enhance the mood, you know, and just keep it going. So if I need to do what I have to do, it gets done. Yeah, man.
Right on, right on. You did make the gauntlet, by the way. I know you said you were wondering if you were gonna do it, but you definitely made from beginning to end, man. You did it.
It's up to you, whatever. I told you that once I'm up, I keep going. It don't matter to me, you know. Once duty calls, that's why it's Bob on the job. Once duty calls, we keep it moving, you know.
Right out, right out.
And we still haven't discussed go style and go topic yet. So I mean, anything you want to get into. I figure that's what people want to hear. But I mean, as I said, a lot of this information gets repeated, and I think it's very relevant in this time, you know. But you see the spiritual side of ganja, I just really want people to acknowledge it because you might not realize that you are doing it. So this communal spirit that you have going on right now, look at all these fans that you have. A lot of times when I tune into you in the morning, you spend like 30 minutes just trying to mumble people's names and not fuck them up too bad, you know, and mispronounce them. But what I'm saying is that that's the spirit. You understand, my brother? That is the spirit, you know, so it's really there.
I know I actually have made a conscious effort to not try to walk down the grow thing. I think it was like a, a unconscious or unspoken deal I had with Smiley last night as we signed off. Because, like I said, he's been trying for you to get on his thing too. So
Yeah.
like he was on last night and he mentioned about you had coming on. He's like, "Yeah, I asked first," and I'm like, "Don't worry." I did too. I'm like, I think we're gonna walk him down two different roads. So don't worry about it, right? And we kind of like nodded at each other, like, you're not gonna do it to me, right? I'm like, I'm not gonna do it to you. See, now I've kind of saved that so Smiley can walk you down the grow techniques
But
for a
look, you
while.
see, you see how that worked out because we didn't plan it. So that's what I'm saying about the spiritual. You understand? It's like it was right there. It was just meant to be. You know, you just put it out in the universe, you voice it, and the energy just respond. Cause look at it this way. We discussed what maybe 3 hours and we didn't talk about much growing or cultivation, no genetics, no you understand? No typical thing like that. So that is why I'm saying these podcasts or these things it's the same thing you talk about every week and every night. And I'm saying no, you can have the ganja man, the community sits down and they can talk every night and they will not this sound like it to the outsider, but on some level it's gone a little bit deeper or it's gone on a little bit, you know, a little different tangent. So it's kind of great, you know. And that's why I really look forward to a lot more of the females coming in because you see that female balance of what they bring in, it really allows the masculine side, the male to be male without have to embracing too much. It's like you can just embrace the female side, but you have a female now and it's the same balance. The feminine energy doesn't have to force herself to be super masculine. She just embrace that masculine within and you know the balance is just there. So I just really yeah man, I love that balance, my brother. And I think every one of us should be striving for that little more pleasantness within the balance. That's all it is, you know.
All right, you know, and we didn't we touch a lot of that, but that's what well, that's what I've been told anyway. That's what people really enjoy about this aspect of this is, it goes deeper. This is obviously we've seen you on the shows and, seen your input by that. But, it's so much easier to fall behind somebody and believe what they're saying if you know where they're coming from, what they're about. There's a lot of people that, put out a lot of good information, but it's sometimes, you don't feel, it can be the greatest information, but you don't connect. You know what I mean? And
Come on.
unless you make that connect, it's gonna stick. But this is the side of people that, I'm always interested. That's why I started doing this. I think I think at some point this clicked at me after I got into doing this for a while. I realized I was at a lot of events and I was the only one there going, yeah, well, what else do you like besides cannabis? you know, there's a whole nother side of you I don't even know. And I was like the only one asking that question. And it's a side that everybody wants to know, it's yeah, there's cannabis, but we're all deeper on another level. You turned out to be, you know, way deeper and a huge, I like I said, and that's no bullshit. I got tons of respect for you now, man. I wanted to smoke with you at the beginning of the episode, but now it's going to be an honor when I get a chance to meet you, shake your hand, and consume some cannabis with you. It's going to be on a whole nother level, brother. A whole
Same
much
for I
much.
and I, man. Same for I and I, my brother, man. Because you're doing things for people. I mean, you inspire a lot of people. Just the name alone. It was not really say fearful, but it was one of those fears. Like, yo, this guy named Eagle, man, he has everybody in Michigan. He is the connection. And then when I finally checked out the YouTube show, you just did like a 24-hour thing. I'm like, this is my first introduction to this man doing a 24-hour show. No way. This is why, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that the inspiration, why? Respect, my brother, And as I said before, it's just more and more people like this in the community. You just need more and more ones like these to just whatever you find that you're good at, you just hone in and be good at it. Cause I don't really think I'm super good at growing or super good at breeding, but I think within myself I can have a method of delivery that is somewhat acceptable to the general populace, both, on all levels. And I really try to meet everybody at where they're at and at a basic level we go through. So, I think that is, if I was to really try to step outside of the humbleness and say my little offering, that would be it personally. And I'm just trying to, master it as best as we can. And the community has been really great. A lot of them call me out and a lot of stuff. Bob, you can't be saying that about certain people's genetics. And I'm like, why not, man? My friend bought 3,000 seeds, and I said all 3,000 of them from start to finish. I think I have an idea of what they look like. But apparently, it's a thing that you have to be careful within the community of. What I realized too, you have another side that say, no, Bob, you need to talk up, man, call them out. You need to say, we want to hear this too, because we have the same problems, not because I'm buying a 10-pack and I'm like, all right, I guess, so that's why you hear me. My breeding aspect of life, I really have to respect a lot of good breeders because I know what it is to go through and try it. So even like the lamb's bread, I have two versions of lamb's bread, right? And there's even a king's bread. And I'm telling you about, you see the king's bread, my brother, what you call they call it the pistils on it, the little hairs that come out and that gets pollinated from the female, and then they turn kind of brown when the weed is ripening. Pistils, you call it?
Calyx.
Calyx, pistil, the calyx will hold the whole seed or whatever, right? So that little hair that comes out that the pollen falls on. Now, the king's bread, you see that calyx or that eyelash that comes out, big and long and curly. It's one of the most unique like you'd almost want to break off all of them and build a spliff out of that alone just to see if it will do something. It's so much, you know. So the Kingswell, but I'm just saying it takes maybe 4 years of breeding and really getting rid of the hermaphrodites and seasonally I'm talking to really inline breed them back to back to back to really get a few, a solid breeding range that you can say, yes, this is a stable genetics that will give you male and female only. So when you have a breeder that will give you these genetics and give you the background and run the testers, yeah, man, as a cultivator, it's much more worth it to hang on to these. It saves you a lot of time. And in typical agriculture, that is really how it works. So you have to really give a lot of props to these people that have honed their genetics and honed these lines, hold these data and risked it, through the tested times and have tested the time and has really tested the time. So, from the grower to everyone in the community, it's vital. And you have a lot of ones coming in now, as I said, with the dabs and the different level of testing. And, I'm just looking forward to them helping us to enhance our growth. Because that's all we really want to do. We really want to get it, a little more pleasant until we get satisfied. And I don't think satisfaction is a bad thing to ascribe to. If you're really comfortable with your product that you're putting out and you're happy, yeah, why waste the energy?
That's another thing too. A lot of people, critique that, is it good enough? Is it good enough? Is it good enough for you? Then it's good enough. That's all it has to be good enough for.
Yeah, and you don't have to be ignorant. If obviously you hear something or you see something that can improve, definitely take it into consideration. But the constant quest, I think, sometimes overrides the acceptance in terms of the appreciation value then. So the constant striving for betterness and pleasantness is great. And you should never be, that zeal should always be there. But don't ever not be appreciative of the moment. So put it this way, you ever had your grow was not good and you don't like the cannabis, but it was clean, it didn't have any sprays, it was, healthy to consume. Imagine going without any cannabis now. And you have no cannabis whatsoever. You see how easily that cannabis just went to the top of the shelf. That one that you considered mids. Now there's a drought on and there's no more cannabis whatsoever, and you still have a pound of your mids in the fridge. You understand? So it's like that. It's a matter of perception, And at this particular moment, the hype on the street, you don't have to be caught up in it, my brother. Can really just be acceptance of the community. You have good herb, Eagle have good herb, Matt have good herb, Spartan I'm sure have good herb, And that's just how it is. That's even the dilemma now. It's hard, for example, you have a grower, and just because he's a synthetic grower, you're gonna say he's not a good grower, or they don't have a good product. The fact is 80 to 90% of all products that you receive are probably synthetic, unless you may be from an environment or a lifestyle of myself, and I'm very much in the minority. So you understand what I mean? And even I myself, I'm far from it because I know what it is like. I would love to live on forage lifestyle. That would be the forage liberty with what I'd really want. Like I wouldn't really have to quote unquote, maybe supplementing the forest with certain things along the way, but it's nice when you can forage and get your yams and get your vegetables and things like that, and you don't have to, you understand? Yeah, man. That's the ultimate lifestyle, the ultimate liberty, as one would say. That would be, supreme.
I have to agree.
Until then, take some steps.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I moved away from the city years ago. I'm trying to, sustain myself somewhat, live as clean of this life as I can. Wasn't the things I wish I would have learned earlier. The things I wish I would have learned earlier. Right now, it's actually a sore spot between me and my old daughter. there, city and country right now. I'm like, no. She's begging me to come down there. I'm like, no, you got to come up with me. Get away. You know what? The life you're living right now is toxic. You know the Wi-Fi signals, the phone signals, all that radiation, all that microwave. It's just toxic. Please come up here with me. She won't listen. She won't listen.
And even just the lifestyle, you undergo, and that's what I say. Even the mental health, and just the able to just relax, just to breathe, just to inhale and the exhale. There's some simple things in life that don't. You understand? You're in the city, you're just constantly living on the hamster wheel, hamster wheel. So it's like, you really don't. It's like the experience of life pass you by. You know what I mean? So even pain, you bust your toe right now, you're bleeding. You understand what I mean? Just some simple things in life is not that great in the grand scheme of things. Not to say that it's not an important thing. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying a lot of things they get so it's like you have too much things going on. As I said, you have too much thing going on. So the real reality, I think Corona was a good wake up for a lot of people to get a hold of the importance in life, and those things that usually seem important are not so important again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I spent most of my life fucking working. I learned these lessons at a price, and I wish I would have learned them earlier. Worked long hours to fucking buy material bullshit for my kids to make them happy. I worked long and hard hours to buy material bullshit that I thought was making me happy. And the revelation of finding out, I can't, none of that shit is easily taken away, broken, and none of it you can take with you. Why not find happiness in what the one thing I can find, take with me is, happiness in myself and my soul. Finding things that I make that happy has been the most fulfilling thing that I've ever come across yet. You know what I mean? And I've gave that advice to a few people, you know what I mean, with full plates. And you need to clean some of that off your plate, brother. If you're not doing, things that aren't making you happy, fulfilling your soul, you're absolutely wasting your time right now. You're just running off in directions that aren't just waste. And, it took me a long time to realize it, and I keep trying to pass it on to my kids, and they're resistant. But hopefully, sometime soon, it's going to sink in because it is too short, And I don't. At some point, you have to wonder if you can reverse. You know what I mean? You've learned the lesson in time to equal out the yin and the yang, the karma of it all.
And I guess if you don't do it in this lifetime, energy cannot be destroyed, so it will reform itself and it will be done. So you're not super special, but really and truly, if you think that you can do it in this lifetime and you have the capacity to do it, by all means do it. That way, whatever energy that befalls, will have something else to do. You get what I mean? So it's a good energy, man. Good vibes.
Well, brother, I should probably let you get on. I know I'm getting a little bit hungry. I'm a little hungry.
I mean, I thought you said it was 6, so I just kind of figure I put in an extra hour or whatever. But anything you say, whatever. The day has already started here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, we made the gauntlet there. Full episode. I know. I actually I am starving. I haven't ate today. I went and helped that friend, and I skipped dinner. Actually, when I woke up, I took a little half hour sleep before the show. There, I woke up and seen you were logged on. I think I logged
That's
on
the
to
trick.
your. Oh no!
I
Oh
was scared.
no!
I was scared. I was trying to think. I was thinking about that earlier. My son said, "Why don't you just take a nap?" I was like, "Man, if I take a nap, I'm just so used to taking a 4 hour or 5. It's like I'm not now. I might miss the show, And first of all, a Jamaican, then a Rasta man, then a Ganja. You're already prone to being late. I'm not trying to fulfill all the stereotypes. So I make sure I tapped in, and I was just kind of, good being home. One of them is really into chess. He's whooping my ass. That's the younger one. You know what I mean? So played a couple rounds with him. They went to bed, and then the Fumador show was on. So I kind of, was on Fumador show. I kind of like. It's probably kind of crazy. They have a good diverse panel. They do a lot of stuff. So as I said, the whole community, man, everybody has a lane, and the pie is just growing and getting bigger. And we just give thanks. It's a wonderful vibe. People are getting inspired and people are getting healed. And that's when you say the medicinal, you can't say healing without saying anything spiritual. Healing is a spiritual and the whole wellness aspect of it. We see that community really growing. People are getting healthier in the communications and, really looking forward to that, man. That's how it should be.
I love to hear the fact that you're playing chess with your boy instead of some video game. Chess is so good for your mind.
And Monopoly, all that stuff, Ludi. Yeah, man. I mean, and as I said before, you really have to set the pattern. It's just like your plants. You're the lowest training and highest training. You have your dogs around, and most people, they really only take time to train like the big dogs, the pit bulls and the mastiffs, because they know they're gonna give problem. But those little dogs can be just as freaking annoying as the big ones. So yeah, it's just with everything. You have to put in the time and you'll get what you want out of it. So with them and the kids, you can talk to them from now till morning, but they really go off what they see. They really work with what they see. So even the animals will teach you that. You understand? They really work with you. They kind of know you like to go there. They'll go there with you and go under the chair. They start bringing the slippers for you. You start looking around. You see a dog show up with the lighter in his mouth. And you're like, what, dog? The dog just knows that you were looking for the lighter and he just shows up with it in his mouth, slobber all on the lighter, but whatever. You know what I mean? So, and, children, not to compare my boys with dogs, but you understand what I mean? These things teach you a lot, and in the application thereof, positive reinforcement is a lot of things. So, if you want to see their mind expand and they can make conscious decisions for themselves, conflict resolution, and you don't want a video game which what things for you. So, for even a movie or watching a cartoon, I don't really have a problem with it. But reading a book is very simply more better for your mind. So, for example, you would watch a cartoon and they have a monster in the cartoon. It's already a painted picture. Now, if I read a book to you and I said the monster came in the room, one son is going to imagine the monster with 4 eyes and 2 horns and 5 arms, while the other son might imagine a monster with 1 big eye, 2 big claws or something. So the imagination, so what I'm just saying, if you want that for them, you really have to put in the time. So you can't force them to read. You have to read and let them see you reading. You read with them. And I'm not saying to be anti-video game, because you have to be aware of the society you live in. All their friends, everybody, this is what they are doing. But what you find now is that when you make it equally as important, they themselves challenge you, because right now, as I tell you, he's whooping my butt. I just know the basic chess. Right now, he's on to telling me the kind of openings and moves, and I'm like, geez, I'm getting whooped by an 8-year-old. But at least I'm saying the understanding thereof is there. So even in Monopoly, these little games, you play with them and you give little incentive here and there, positive reinforcement. It's kind of nice. And then when the light go out or when there's a power cut or when there's something, it's not so strange that they don't know what to do. They have the little garden. He has a little pepper trees and his pumpkin, so he counts his pumpkin and his pepper. So if that's what you want them to do or you want them, you have to just be there. And I think they're seeing you doing that also. It's not a word of mouth. You really have to be active. And it just really works out. But I really think I learn more from them than they learn from me. They really, a lot of patience, and you need to learn how to break down things for them to understand a little easier. And things like that. And then you see how the mind are thinking, because they're so far advanced, especially with this technology and these things like that. Like, Papa, why don't you just create an app for that? You can just put that in, and you know what time it goes in, what time it goes out, and I guess, So yeah, man, it's just one of those things. You can just get a phone. If you get a phone, you don't have to have a camera. The phone nowadays have very good cameras, and you can take the pictures. You can put a mic. So yeah, man, yeah, man, it's a joy. It's a joy. So yeah, man, give thanks, man. Give thanks for the moment and the whole family tradition. So the whole Ganja community. Genetic memory still in there. Aldridge, Chiba, Rob, Ned from Denver, Purple Tom, Real G, OG. Yeah, man, I really have to say respect, man. The community is alive and kicking and very well. Yeah, man, fully support, fully in, and the fire blazing. Keep the fire blazing, man. Rastafari, fucking talking shit to the eagle. Yeah, man.
It almost qualified for the soundbite. It almost qualified. It is a pretty good one, though. Yeah. So, I mean, you do know that now that you've done the gauntlet, you hopefully keep the Zoom invitation around. So if you do happen to check out the show and it's a rabbit hole, or you know, you that's you can jump in at any time now when it's a rabbit hole. You wake up and fucking you want to come smoke with us and start your day. More than welcome, man. We love to have you, man. There's
Yeah,
many times
Rasta.
that we've seen you in chat, and I know that they've been like slutty bit. I'm like, there's, there's a process, guys. Let's just
Yeah, I've
have
heard.
faith in the process. Just have faith in the process.
I've heard. And most time I just chime in and say blessings all, and then, I put down the phone on the speaker and I just kind of get to work and, just listening to what you guys are up to. But yeah, man, give thanks for the moment, man. Rastafari, man. It was a blessing. It was really a blessing.
Been a blessing for me, man. Every time I seen that name in chat, man, I'm like, I must be doing something right. Shit.
Well, the crowd has spoken, after, the peer pressure is there and it's the right crowd, so it's no pressure. You understand? We have to rise to the occasion. So rise to the occasion, man. Give thanks.
I think that's where a lot of people go wrong is they lack the gratitude. I've seen you give it gratitude before a lot of hits tonight. Unfortunately, I should be doing it before I take mine. Yeah, but I do give my gratitude, man. That's in my shower. It's my dirty little secret. As I'm getting clean, I'm in there, giving my thanks and my gratitude for everything. I shouldn't be. I should be a little bit more vocal with it, but that's where it gets done. That's where it gets done.
I mean, it sounds like if you're in the shower and you're holding on to something to give thanks for. That's all. If you have a lot to give thanks for, then you give thanks for what you have to give thanks for, my brother. If that's even the only time that you give thanks for. Ah.
I give thanks to a lot of times when I'm driving. A lot of sunny day when you're heading somewhere, and I do give thanks to the day, the ride, the moment.
Yeah,
I
man, it's
try
a
to.
good vibes, man. It sets you in a good mood.
I think that's where and again, back to the way you handle with your children there. That doing things manually. I had that very same kind of same conversation with my daughter the other day about reading. She had told me she had started reading some books again. My youngest is smart as shit, man. I take a lot from her. You know, there's a lot. Sometimes you don't want to let them know, I guess, that how much you're actually taking in. But I learned a lot. She's smart, man. She's very smart. But we're talking about reading, and I nourish her, man. She plays guitars and fucking keyboards, interested in painting. And I like anything that I see she creative, she has an interest in. I back it 100%. But you know, it's she was talking, you know, I started reading again. I'm like, yeah, that's good. You know, I appreciate it. I'm not one up huge on reading. I like the Audible. I even told her that. I said, oh, I like to take in the information, but I don't like to read. It hurts, you know, it's strenuous on my eyes. So I do the Audible, you know, and she's like, yeah, I can see that. But, you know, I get so much more out of the physical reading. I see the word, I have to go through the word, I have to, you know, process it. And then I have to come up with the vision in my head. So I think I'm getting so much more mental exercise out of reading. And I'm like, oh, why you have to be so smart? You know what I mean?
Well, if you want to back that up with some scientific levels, I mean, all those billionaire guys, I mean, the Bill Gates and the whatever, I can't even remember the names. But like Bill Gates would say, like, you know, I read like 5 chapters a day, and the other one would be like, I do 5,000 words a day. And the other one would say, like, I read like 5 novels or, you know, whatever. But all of them had the methodology that reading, or the scientists put the point that reading was a part to their pre-genius. And what they're really showing, it's like a muscle. There's a muscle within your brain. So it's almost like a muscle that you're working out, right? So what they find that reading over times, that muscle between conception and reality becomes more clear. So a lot of ideas and a lot of streamlining that muscle itself. So that's why they can come up with these, I guess, ingenious ideas after a while. But it's easier to filter out, I guess, or see a clear way for it to work. So it's just that, you know, not to say nay or hey, but yeah, there's something in there where that's concerned.
Oh, you just made a lot of sense that it's for something that I've said in a long through a lot of these episodes because I believe wholeheartedly in manifestation. You can see it, you can, you know, it can manifestate in your life. If you can see it clearly enough to where it's, you know, actually in your head, it can happen. And I think a lot of people, uh, I've said this a lot of times. I think as we get older, I think a lot of people, and what you're saying just probably described exactly what I'm missing here. Is as we get older, that our imagination gets less and less. Our ability to see and create our what we want clearly in our head diminishes in time. And I think that's where a lot of people lose that ability to manifest things, that they can no longer imagine things. So I think by, like you're saying, by reading and keeping that muscle tight and being able to keep that imagination strong, uh, that's where they're doing things right. They're keeping that mental ability to see what they want or create crisp. So maybe I don't know. Maybe that's
It's
one
a
of the things.
variety. So it's not only novels. You kind of have to, you know, it's like sporadic reading, almost anything. You just have to get that muscle work. It's like a working out. If you just do only push-ups, then you're just gonna have big old chest, you know, and little bitty legs, look like the Tasmanian devil. You know, so you
Yeah.
kind of have to get everything in
Making fun
balance.
of my chicken legs, Rasta Bob.
No,
God damn!
actually
I enough
myself.
of that for my kids.
It's actually myself, but I think we both might. If you're saying that, we both might have the same problem. I'm working on my squat game now. You know, no more upper body.
That's funny. 'Cause I've done the same, man. I've gotten so much shit from my kids lately. And you know what's funny is my legs are very,
So that's where
very.
the ego comes in.
My legs are very tattooed. And when I get that chicken leg shit, I'm like, it's just the tattoos. They make them look skinny. I'm like, I don't got chicken legs. And they're like, no, trust me, You got chicken legs.
You need to have, so you got vertical tattoos. You need to get some, you know, some horizontal ones, you know, get some magnification.
There you go.
And here I was thinking all along eagle, you know, the bald eagle. I was kind of thinking there's some correlation, not knowing it was eagle legs. Who knew, man?
Oh man, there you discovered it. You've discovered it.
Who knew? Who knew? You know, chicken legs is actually a very good soup recipe in Jamaica. It's a very popular dish in Jamaica. The chicken, the legs of the chicken, you know, they cut off all of the claws, all of these fingernail parts, and strip off the skin, and you boil it. It's really gelatinous, so it's really as good. And then you know, a lot of flavor, pumpkin and things like that in there. Yeah, man, pumpkin and yams and, you know, peppers, scallion, tomatoes, really spicy. But chicken foot soup, real popular. You know,
Nice. I can believe it. I can believe it. That's my as you talk about the skin and the gelatinous part there, you know, that's one of my guilty pleasures of the chicken too, man. I could probably eat all the skin off the chicken before I could actually like dig into the rest of it. Cook it till it's crispy too. It can't be like just like it's got to be crispy, almost like a pork rind. I'm like, oh, it's done. I actually based the whole chicken on that skin. I'm like, oh, is it crispy? It's done. It's done.
the shatter, you know.
Now it's almost now kids are like it. Now it's like a competition to who can get in there and de-skin that chicken before it gets cut up. Like, no,
I used to work as a butcher, you know, so you know it was easy. I can debone a chicken, you know. I would say right now maybe like about 3 minutes easy debone a whole chicken because there are a whole lot of them, you know. So it's a skill, you know. But it's a good vibe. But on the since picking up the vegan side now, like to butter, like you know, pumpkins. You go pumpkins, so the blossom of the pumpkin when it's just opening up, yeah man, you just pick it and you butter it and deep fry it. Wonderful, wonderful flavor. Yeah man. Well, pretty much anything can be deep fried. Actually, you know, anything at all. Actually, you know, anything.
Yeah, I never even would have thought of trying one, man. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah man. Season it up and get it going, you know. Wonderful. So I heard you say that you consume cannabis. So what is your style of consuming it? Is it like strictly like with coconut oil, FSO style, or you ever try the raw cannabis, like little raw buds, you know, the leaves, everything, soft parts?
Yeah, I've chewed on a leaf here and there and ate a bud just to see if how it was. It's not good eating.
Come on, get like a banana. Get like a banana and take off some of your fan leaves or even the bud and just blend it up with either coconut water or some almond milk or something like that. Make a shake. I put some cashew nuts in there with the water. So you make like cashew milk with the cashew nuts, the water. So you blend it up, you get the cashew milk and the banana and put some of the cannabis leaves in there. And if you want to season it up, man, you can put like, you know, maybe like a pinch of vanilla or anything. But just you're making a shake. So you're just making a nice shake and just put some of the ganja leaves in there. And I'm telling you, you don't get high. I mean, if you want to put like cow milk, like a heavy milk in there, you might get a little bit high depending on the buds. But usually we just use a lot of the leaves. So you defoliate, blend it up with some banana and some nuts. You have a wonderful shake. You've been thinking you can't feed everything to the worms. You need some nutrition too, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever gotten a nice like buzz out of a natural shake like that without actually, you know,
Use like cow's milk, but usually you'd warm a little of the cow's milk first and then blend it. And then you put ice in the last part or the coffee in there and you get a nice shake, you know. But I think it's more the heat of the fat of the cow's milk that would actually do that, you know. But I mean, that high now would keep you for a couple of hours. It doesn't go away quick. It stays in you really long. So the ganja milkshake is a long-term effect. That one stays in you long. Like the first time I did it, and maybe like 2 days, you can still feel the effects like ridiculous. Granted, I had like a nice, I was trying to chugging like, maybe like under half gallon for the whole day. Cause you just made a big batch and you just trying to finish it, but it lasts long. But just regular drinking or regular making your tea in the morning, making your tea, putting your ganja leaves in with your cinnamon or your vanilla chai or whatever you drink. Yeah, man. Very good. Male plants, you can do that with, but blend them up. Any parts that's soft. And you can chop them up with your greens as well. See like how you would make like a pesto. Yeah. And blend it up like a pesto. Drizzle it on your salad and things like that. I like when you eating a mashed potato. You just drizzle it on it. Nice flavor. Yeah, man. So stuffed chicken breast, things like that. Yeah, man. Chop it up like herbs with the scallion, onion, your pepper. Stuff it in your chicken breast and bake it. Stuff it in your fish and steam it and roast it on the grill. Many different ways, my brother.
I definitely I like it cooking with cannabis, that's for sure. I liked Breeder Steve when he was on. He was talking about a simple method, just basically like you're saying. He was saying to do it with oil. I believe it was olive oil. He said worked the best. But taking just a bunch of cannabis leaves and putting them in there and letting them soak, and then kind of doing it a few times, and then cooking with that oil. He said the same thing. He's like, tear you right up.
Well, what we really know traditionally, that's how we make our ganja oil in terms of our coconut. So let's put it this way. To give an easy recipe, you would have whatever amount of coconut oil you want, and you leave some space in your jar. Whatever amount of ganja that can fill that jar, you want to have 3 times the amount. So you're going to break it into a portion of 3 or 4, depending how strong you want it. So you harvest a plant, and if your jar can take 1 ounce of material, you need 4 ounces or 3 ounces. So what you're going to do, you're going to take the first ounce and submerge it in that coconut oil and leave it for 30 days. Leave it for like a moon cycle in somewhere dark. And then when you take it out, you squeeze that ganja out and you put in another one from that set batch. So you would have to, so that's what I'm saying. You just repeat that for the 3 months. So that's the natural way of breaking down. The first batch is usually given to kids. So it's not super potent, not super strong. But that's what I'm saying. If you want to increase the potency, that is how you would do it. You just so the ganja itself, the oil would take maybe about a 30 moon cycle to extract what it needs to extract out of it by no heat or just by the regular sun and the, regular moon. And then you just squeeze it out. So if you want to put it in a mesh bag to make it easy and let it, whichever way, but most people just keep it in there and then they just squeeze it out. And then you put in a fresh batch of cannabis, leave it the next 30 days, squeeze it out. So, and that is your coconut oil used to impress. So I know genetic memory farms, that's why I say I like to be in touch because by telling them these things, they understand the process and what I'm doing. And they can know whether it's a sous vide or just keeping at a moderately low temperature, maybe they can cut that time to a week or a 14-day span or, whatever it is. And we can understand. Or maybe just, I'm not saying not to decarb it, but maybe the chemical composition, because even the oil itself that we use, the cold pressed coconut oil, we don't encourage to really cook with it a lot because it changes the chemical composition of the oil. So we want the oil when we consume it to keep in the raw form, that raw cold pressed form. That is how we want it. So that is why we encourage that extraction. So that's just a little piece of the traditional way.
Right on. It makes sense too, because when you do, if you're trying to take it in for a full term medicine, why would you want to, you know, take it to the next state by heating it up? You know, you get, I would think, more of a medicinal effect by not heating it up, letting your body choose what it wants to do with it.
And I can tell you, if you want more of an immediate effect, if you juice the cannabis, just put it through a juicer and extract it and get that green juice out of it and consume that. That is one of the healthiest juices you can take for medicinal intake, you know. And then you can, you know, dilute it with rum and do different extraction methods or whatever. But I'm just saying the raw juicing of the ganja itself, wonderful, wonderful.
I've heard good things about it. Tribal Gardens up there in Canada was one of the first people I talked about juicing it. He actually makes ice cubes with it as he juices it, and then he freezes it, and he just adds ice cubes to whatever he, you know, and it
Yeah, I
works
like that
good.
one. I like
He
that.
noticed difference in fingernails and teeth tightening up, and can't remember what it was. I believe something to do with his stomach that he noticed within the first 30 days of juicing. You know, health benefits night and day out of it. I mean, he swore by it.
Yeah, man, and most people take these things and they expect to see results right away. But remember, you know, you have been infecting your body for a period of years. So don't expect that these natural remedies are going to just immediately kick in. But once you give it time, it will really work. It's like a yoga culture. You can't expect great results on the first run. You understand? So once it gets timed in and it clicks in, by the second, the third harvest, that's when you're gonna see everything kicking in. So it's the same idea, you know, if you're taking these medicinal ways, there are ways you do it. So you take a first set of herbs and that breaks down certain things. Then the second week you take a second set of herbs and that flushes out all the toxins. And then the third week now you're taking the herbs that build and rebuild the area that you are working on. So you know you have methodologies to it. So even when you're spraying, I would always recommend that when you do an IPM regime, you always follow up with some kind of healthy foliar as well. Whether it's the IMO or a good compost seed. Just because you have sprayed, there's nothing wrong with, you understand, giving them a healthy foliar as well. Something to give them that boost. You understand? So it's a balance. It's a balancing game, you know? And you just want it as pleasant as possible.
Isn't that the key to everything, though?
What you say about it?
Balance.
Yeah, man. Yes, man. Balancing, Rastafari. Yeah, give a thanks for the moment, you know.
Let's see that thing. You mind showing that thing off? That thing's kicking out some monster heads.
That's what I call the chalice, you know. Usually, this is usually made of a coconut or a calabash. But upon my traveling, I found out it's a baby bottle, 5 ounce. When it drop, it doesn't break, and I can clean it when I want. I can just screw it off and clean it. So that's a little modern thing. But this part now is made of clay. This is the kochi. And inside is a bit of coal or a bit of nutmeg that you put like a screen. So you just drop it in first, and then you put the herb on the top, and then you light it. So this is a hot chalice, you know.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, this is just
Actually,
a method.
that bowl earlier, and I was trying to figure out what it was made of. It looked kind of like metallic, but you said
Made
it's
out of
clay.
clay. So you have 2 different types. So this one is called a hot chalice, right? Because the heat actually goes on the herb. So the herb actually burns with this one. The other one they call it the steam chalice. It's normally a bit taller, and the shape Now, when you put the kochi is twofold. So the kochi sits on the top like this, and then it has holes in it. And then you would put fire coals on the top of that. So when you inhale, it's really the heat from the coals that's pulling through and steaming the herb. So that is the steam chalice. So most people, what you would say, the white man would say it's the Fred Flintstones of vaporizers. So that is the steam chalice. And then this one now is the hot chalice because it actually burns the herb. So this one burn herb. So, you know, you have different groups that say that the steam chalice is much better, you know, better. Just like the vaping, some people say that the steaming of the vapor is a much better intake for you. So, to each his own. But these are the traditional methods that have been around, just like a spliff and a giant, you know. It's been around forever from the beginning of time. Chillum pipes and these things. Hot rods and bongs and water pipes. They come in different forms and shapes, but they've been around forever, you know. Even the eye drops, so I see people take those eye drops and they get drifty. It's just a method of delivery. Class is the bloodstream barrier a bit faster, things like that. So, you know, it's just a part of it, you know. So all these dabs and all these things. Whenever I like to see it going along. I just said the resin and the live resin was really a good. It's a refresher. I was kind of, I mean, the shattering and the dabbing is kind of, you know, but I was really kind of refreshing to the live pressing. It's wonderful.
Do you smoke joints ever?
Yeah, man. Definitely. Right, true. Both of them. When I smoke the chalice, I mix it with a bit of tobacco sometime or some other herbs. So like we use a bit of like sometimes, you know, depends on what's available, but eucalyptus is one of them. Eucalyptus. You know, we dry those leaves. And then the rosemary is probably one of the most popular ones. Dried rosemary herb. So you blend that with the ganja and it's communal. But in the spliff now, I just tend to smoke ital, just straight, kind of not mixed. Tobacco is also accepted generally in a spliff. Grab a spliff, you know. So it's a tradition that people have kind of took up. But to each his own, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just can't keep a good pipe is why I don't use pipes. I'd like to pull the paper out of it, but I just can't keep a good bowl or a pipe. Glass is a no-no in my book. I just can't keep anything glass. But yeah.
Well, you see, especially before it was legalized, the chalice would carry a heavy charge. So when they would lock you up, man, the chalice would give you a heavy charge. It was, you know, it's almost like a gun charge they do want the way they would prosecute you. So now that we have, you know, it's kind of easier not to smoke a joint now, you know, and really enjoy the water filtration. And the chalice is very communal. So even when in our ceremonies, that's why you pass the kochi on the left hand side, pass the kochi. So you take two, just like how you take two hits off your spliff or your joint and you pass it. I see it's very typical in the States that people pass joints. And in Jamaica, we don't really pass joints at all. It's actually very uncommon, you know, maybe even considered rude, you know, to pull somebody like you're trying to taste my mouth water. I don't know. You know, it's considered kind of rude. So if you want herb at that time, they're just gonna give you some herb and give you some rolling papers and you roll your own joint. Or if they want, they'll roll a split for you. But you know, that's not very traditional. But if you do partake of the chalice and you have your particular circle, then you know, a traditional, that is what they usually pass. So even when I traveled, you know, it was kind of like a joke. People was calling me Bogart Bob. And I was like, what the hell is Bogart Bob? You know, because I'd roll and you know, after maybe the third day I had to ask somebody, I was like, yo, what does the word Bogart mean, man? Because you know, I don't know. They call him like a fire so I don't know what it is, or like a chicken, or I don't know what is this Bogart thing. And he's like, no, it's because when you roll your joints, you're not passing it to anybody. I'm like, am I supposed to? I don't know. I don't know. So I really like COVID now. COVID kind of came along and enhanced that kind of vibe.
I see it's taken away from me, man. I prefer the passing. I do. I don't know what it is. It's just the opposite to me. I think that when maybe it's just because of heritage, I guess. You know what I mean? I've always been brought up to pass. But to me, and it's the other way around. I feel like now if I'm in a circle and we're smoking all of our joints, I feel like it's so impersonal. I feel like the other way, where it's almost like breaking bread. We're sharing something, it's from hand to hand. It's a bonding moment, basically, and I don't know.
Yeah, man, I overs totally. So that's why I had to throw it out there, cause it's just the two clashes. But it's a beautiful thing, cause you really get to overstand it and yeah, you know, passing a
But
blunt between your friends and rolling, twisting up a blunt and you pass it around and everybody putting in on it. Yeah, man.
But with that being said, Rasta Bob, if you're in my circle, I do respect the fact that do not pass that thing until you're done with it. I hate them speed circles where you're like, oh, oh, no, slow down. Hit it a couple times, enjoy it, then pass it, man. This isn't. I'm not trying to get high by like huffing. you know, yeah, enjoy yourself, then pass it.
Yeah, man.
So
I think right now it's kind of becoming more available because when you go to visit people, they're like, yo, try this, and so yeah. But I really see that communal because even if they roll up 3 or 4 different strains, they still wanted to taste it, and pass it around. So yeah, man, the culture is great, and it's just to really overstand the culture itself, and you fit in, you know. And it's a wonderful vibe, man. It's a great thing. And as I said, that whole sharing part of it, that will never leave, never leave. Because how can you have this good medicine and somebody will appreciate it and you're not gonna share it? That's no good, man. So it has to be shared, man. Yeah, man.
yeah, it definitely has to be shared. That's another thing about the events, man. People are always fucking so eager to share. You know, here, try some of this, take some of that. Please try
There,
some of this.
there was a small group. I think they were Overgrow Solutions. You familiar with them?
Uh, I know I've heard of Overgrow, obviously the
No.
website, but never Overgrow Solutions.
I think they're called. They used. Is that I went to a small cup somewhere down in Papa or some. I don't remember where, but they gave out like a little manual with a grow book, a grow journal. It looked like a little mom and pop, kind of like a husband and wife. But they had two really good strains, and there was another one that oh man, the titanium jack. That's all I can remember right now. That was the name of the strain, but I can't remember the name of the company. A little happy tree or something like that. But there's some people in Michigan that really putting out some good things, man. And
I
I'm
think
just
you're
excited.
ep240 company there.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
You've been on the show too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I went up. I think I even did. They had another organic up north, but I wasn't really super impressed with like what GGG Great Garden of Green Garden Gauging. Yeah, whatever. I can't remember it right now, but they hosted a cup that side and they were alright, but they had a good network pulled in. That's what I must say. So as I said before, the communities are doing the thing, man. So I really give thanks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm giving thanks for like this, this time, man. talk about, a good time. The cannabis community is getting smaller. You know what I mean? It isn't just Michigan anymore. It's getting very quickly to be a world cannabis community. It isn't just California, Michigan. It's very quickly becoming a world cannabis community.
Yes, man. Yes, man. I think, as I said before, man, I was not, super amped up about traveling or you get what I'm saying. But right now, it's like you're kind of looking forward to it. Like, yeah, man, I wouldn't mind seeing what's going on up there in Portland. Like right now, Portland used to be like next to my stop. I like the whole organic environment, and they seem to be a nice agricultural prone, or savvy state. And even when they go about the laws, this way I heard recently they decriminalize a lot of stuff or legalize a lot of personal, like they basically took a rehabilitative approach towards their citizens than a criminalized approach. So whether they legalize heroin or possession of cocaine or whatever it might be. What I'm just saying, not to say it's a crazy city and I want to go and visit, but if places like this are that open to that, then I'm sure there are organic standards and think people who have a vested interest in these type of living, then you can see that community being viable in places like those. You know. So, everywhere you see popping up, man. Everywhere you see popping up. And of course, when the southern states, I guess, with the quote unquote climate, that would probably be more acumen to outdoor going kicks in, you might be surprised. I mean, anything about like North Carolina, Virginia, because I'm just thinking about agricultural states on a whole that produces stuff, like what their legislations are looking like.
I do not. I don't really keep track of a lot of, politics south of here. Honestly, it's going to be a while if I ever move out of Michigan. You know what I
There's no
mean?
need to. There's no need to. But it's just in terms of visiting, a lot of friends, I guess I wouldn't plan to visit. I'm kind of all right. But usually everybody I just say, hey, I'd even, I'll put you guys up or, whatever it is. But I'd rather you come to Jamaica than me, visiting there, Come on, better you come to Jamaica. But right now it's like, all right, if the opportunity arises, so forth, I don't mind traveling now, especially since, yeah, I guess
I
the
know.
motivation, marijuana motivation, it's legal now, so why not, right?
I don't know about the legality of North Carolina, but I can tell you for sure there is some fire being grown there. Definitely some fire being grown over there. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
man. That's why you hear me talking, because there are certain states that have been noted over the years to kind of, yeah, put out, so you just kind of know that once they get legal, So Michigan was really no surprise, because even from my early California days in the 2000s coming up, there was always a noted demand. Like the demand was ridiculous. So there was a heavy demand to New York and so forth, definitely, but the demand to Michigan was abnormal. You know what I mean? So they would definitely respond. They had no problem paying what you asked for, and it's almost like any amount, you know. So it was no surprise. And you have a lot of good breeders. It's not like no, a lot of the famous, I just can't really remember, but I want to say even like DJ Short or it was like one of those noted breeders was it's Michigan based, so it's no real surprise.
Yeah, Shorts from Michigan. We got a lot
Yeah,
of great breeders here. That's for
right.
sure.
And breeders
You know,
can't exist without growers, if you understand what I mean. So if you have a noted breeder and you have one breeder, guaranteed you have like 300 growers or something like that in the community. At least 50 strong minimum.
as far as like states to watch out for some reason, I think Kentucky, once Kentucky goes legal, I think they're going to be one of the states to watch out for. They've been growing in them mountains for a long time, and once it's legal, there's going to be for real fire coming out of Kentucky.
Some real bluegrass.
Yes, sir.
Bluegrass, red grass, orange grass, all times of red, gold, and green grass, Rasta grass.
You know,
Yep.
and I can't help but wonder, if there's some truth to that. As American One brought up the red dirt to you, there's a lot of red dirt down south. And I can't help but wonder if them might be similar.
Well, I find that the red dirt areas, once I have my good compost on it, my brother, there's hardly any work. Like, man, I don't know what kind of microbes you would put on it to make it better. Like, I really don't know. Like, honestly speaking, I really don't know. You know, worms just appear. Like, it's crazy. I really have no clue. And the more you give it that good compost and keep putting it on every season, I mean, that red dirt just puts out. It really puts out. And as I said, I think I wish, I mean, like the Kakama school, you talk about not wanting to read. It's almost scared to, he's going to give you some reading materials. Expect some PDF files and some stuff coming your way. But the material is good, and it's just that it shows you that the clay particles that's held together, they really trap a lot of these nutrients and micronutrients in the right proportion. So when you have the humus or the humics that can really unlock it and the plants make it available. It's banging. So it's definitely leveling up, I guess, if you're doing indoor. Mess around and putting some clay in there, some of that red clay in there and see what happens.
Might have to. Just might have to. It's interesting to see like how the different colors of soils and sand and clays have different, you know, effects and what they'll do and what they're good for in the gardens, man. Just the colors, green sand, brown sands. I've heard different uses and what they're good for in different ways. It's amazing. It's amazing.
I mean, all right, you see, and as I said, it comes a point of acceptability because when you have to get something that's not locally sourced, that's not this, yes, you might get a good product, but is there something within your environment that you can find that you can put and you can get a satisfactory product on a scale? I would find that to be more of a balancing product than to be trying to replicate something somewhere else. You understand what I mean? Like, appreciate that product for what it is than trying to replicate something else. So I guess that is the line we're on. Once enough ones and ones take on to doing that within a communal offering, that is where you see something happening. So for example now, in your area where you are, if you find a genetic that grows superiorly well, Piccadilly Kush. There was a couple, long time, strains that we really got from Michigan, and they've been going outdoors for years. And if you find something that's in your area, can finish well and does good, and basically you contact all your growers in your area, and you decide that okay, 20% or 30% of our grow we're gonna put together, and now you have a geographical offering from that region, if you understand what I mean, because all of it now has that certain standard that is going to be kept. So these are ways that communities and so forth can evolve and put out certain little products and certain offerings together and still solely unique. So yes, you might only have £2 to offer, but if you have 100 people in that geographical area putting out the £2, now we have a £200 offering of this item or of this product that can uniquely only be sourced from in this geographical area, like Blue Mountain Coffee, whatever it is. It's not one farmer farming that, but everybody know that this particular strain is what's accepted on the market. And once we go to the standards and it's grown within this area, then it's accepted as Blue Mountain Coffee and can be traded at this value. And things like that. So there are many different ways to skin the cat and so forth. You know what I mean? If all caregivers unite and decided, okay, this is an offering from this and this person, and this is the cap for it. Then once you kind of agree to it, and if so, what if you agree that all of it will be given away? So anybody that get this cut, it's mandatory that you give away the first crop. You know, whatever it is, you can have these crazy, unique offerings that are super sustainable within the market. You understand what I mean? So, you know, it's these things I'm looking forward for the communal offerings to come back again and to really take its place and take its role. So it's not the entertainers and it's not the celebrities that are, you know, and you know, in terms of the farmers themselves now would be not to say in terms of the fame or the, you know, or the attractor or even the attention, but the farmers themselves can really get the financial support or the communal support to put them at that prominent level where they should be, so they can feed everyone properly, you know, go from cannabis to food to everything. So that is where I'm looking for. The farmer shouldn't be treated at the lowest of the totem pole, hard to get a loan, hard to get these. You understand what I mean? Yeah, the farmer should be the one that have access to these things to ensure that we're getting what we need. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Look like you're trying hard to stay awake, my brother. If you're staying up too long, you know, as I said, I booked it for 6 o'clock. So I mean, whatever. Anything you
No.
say.
It's no, my contacts are actually fucking
Okay.
dirty as. That's why I'm digging at them, man. It ain't I'm tired. It's they're dirty. They're sticking on me. They're sticking on me.
Red eye in the building.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a dab. Ah, I haven't taken a dab today. You don't mind going the extract route.
Yeah, man. Cutting up another load, you know.
Oh, man.
Mango, citrus, and spice, you know.
Got a little bit of what's left of some apricot. Yeah, it's pretty good. It was pretty good. I was actually like starting to wean off the extracts a little bit, and then they gifted me a dab rig, and it just like stepped up my extracts. It's like, all right. So I've been dabbing a little bit these days. Damn song.
Dabbing.
Trying to find my torch. Oh, I have to use this one. So how long is the grow season over there? Do you get two or
Well,
is just one?
truthfully, you know, I mean, right through the year, you know, you have farmers that plant basically once a month, but it's run by the cycle. So I would say typically you would have 3 major cycles for the year, you know. But because of the year, it's just that we would classify it as short day and long day. So basically the long days of the sun and the short days of the sun. So in the long days, you know, when you put out like in you know, before Mother's Day in those time, when you put out, then those will come in very late. So those are the long days, those will go tall. So we plant a lot less and a lot more spread out. But in the short day in the Christmas when the sun is long, most of them are not gonna go tall. So we just plant out a lot shorter and a lot more tighter spacing. So you know what you people what you have look like auto flowers, that's kind of what ours end up looking like. So we just put a lot more in a small here. So like all those pots behind you would put like say 5 or 6 in that pot and just let them run. So right through the year, you know. But my personal, I really like putting out a crop in January and then reaping in like Easter time. So January fair and try to get something by April, May, you know. and then put out the next one and try get it in by September. And then of course, with all of, extend them on the light and all the policy systems that coming in right now, people lighting up the fields to extend the vegetation time and hybrid systems of indoor versus outdoor. So stuff like that. Not a lot of super indoor, but they definitely will veg some indoor ones, veg them to a certain height and then bring them outside.
So I can't help but wonder, since you're talking about short day, long day, and we've talked about sativas. Oh man, that extract's got me. Excuse me.
Dabin.
Extracts, they're good. Keep telling myself after my chest is all tore up. I don't cough like that from a joint.
Find out when you lift up your hands and cough, you might get a better cough, So when you cough, you just lift up your hands and cough. Let everything out.
I was talking to a gentleman the other day, and he was trying to tell me that he thought divas were better under like a short day cycle. So basically, like closer to 10 hours. Is that something that you've noticed there? That the sativas do better or maybe even stronger during the short day cycles?
Well, what I find is that I get more during the long day time because they get so big and they run into a lot more problems, because it's not like we have trellis or things like that. So, a lot of them kind of get out of hand because, we're adapting with nutrients and things like that. So I think when we leave them just to go naturally, then they kind of fit. So you can't be putting on nutrients if you don't have trellis or stakes or support structure. You're going to run into problems. So, I think that's where most of the problems are. But when we run them in the short day, it works out good.
Nice, nice.
So we'll just see more product coming to market within the short day.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure. I've grown outside a couple of times, but nothing to like speak of. Just a couple of small plants. But man, someday I hope to step outdoors and utilize that sun. Uh, Miss now, miss now.
And as I say, it's a comfort zone. So once you're in your comfort zone and you got your product to market, it's kind of hard to leave it, man. And I would never say throw it all down and just go fully outdoors. Do it little by little.
Someday, I thought this year was going to be the year I was going to put one outdoors, and I had a spot like picked out, and then I had a neighbor like kind of camp out right within view of that spot. And I was like, man, this was going to be the year too. So maybe next year, maybe next year, hopefully. What's up, Robert Hazelton? Green Puffin, man. It's still hanging tough. 61's hanging tough still. Pretty diehard community for sure.
I think every time I'm running out of oxygen and every time I have to reload the board, freezes up.
I think that's funny that your breaking up method there. I'd just love to see somebody's face to do that one time. Just come out, have a guest over, just pull out a butcher knife and cutting board. Just they'd be like, "What in the heck are you doing?" It'd be a good conversation starter. It'd be a good conversation starter.
It seems to be. There's things of tradition.
So do you? I mean,
Yes, I
I
know.
the good hash I get from my scissors. You must get a good knot on that thing after a while. Just pull, take another knife, just clean that edge off, and be like, "There's a nice bowl of some hash right there."
Mango spice, you know? When my boys on the farm, Miguel, that's the same thing he said. He said, Bob, I'm gonna steal your style. I'm taking the board and the knife, you know.
I may, I may use it at least once just to see that face when somebody sees it. That's the first time I've ever seen it. To be honest with you, I've never seen anybody go at a bud with a butcher knife. It just seemed wrong.
It's pretty common, and I want to tell you, this is special reserve. This can only cut up this herb. This is known as Papa's knife, and nobody uses it for anything except that. And if it gets soiled, then I get a new one. You know, only cannabis only.
That's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. How often do you have to sharpen it? Never.
I mean, maybe like once a month, I rub it on the stone and keep it up, but it keeps a good blade,
Right on. Right
a
on.
very good edge, you know.
I love a good knife myself too. I have many, but never, not one just.
Robert is asking about tires and spots. I said, yeah, a lot of the farmers use tires as pots on the outdoor, but it's really like in communities that they have a lot of land slippage. So they would use those pots now to ensure that the soil is retained within that area. And then some people see the style and take it up, not knowing what it was used for. But those areas, like it's a lot of rocky areas, you know. So especially when you can put the tires on it and then pack your topsoil in it with the compost on top, and then the roots go down and hang on to those rock formations in the mountain. It's really nice, you know. So they get a unique product offering from there. So some people do it on the flat land, but I don't really think it's necessary. If they just build proper beds, they'll be all right. But where that tradition came from was really because of that. You go to a fireplace in the mountain, hard for the cops to get to you. You know, they have to risk to come up those mountainsides, and then the tires now help retain the soil. You know, so that's really how that method kind of came about. And you know, you have a lot of tires being thrown away. So it's like a cheap alternative. As we say, shop at the Home Depot. Look around the yard first and see what you can kind of use.
Robert
Yeah, man.
Hazelton dad there uses tires too. I can't remember when I was talking to him during his episode. He told me there was a specific reason that he noticed, a plus in using the tires. And for the life of me, I'm drawing a blank right now. I want to say it was like water storage in the it was like working like as a sip container almost. I
Quite
want to.
possibly. Quite
It could
possibly.
be, but he holds water. He was a firm believer in it. Firm believer in it. He's up in Canada there, growing up in there.
Eh? So many different things applied many different ways, you know. And once it works for you, don't go. You said the burnt rubber herbs. What do you mean? Yes, one of them original, yes, the sips container, natural. Yes, I. Yeah, man, you can see how that can work. You can see definitely how that can work. And now it's just you as the grower to just monitor and ensure that it's not oversaturated, you know. Because if you have that kind of system going on, you can constantly tap water and you see how you can run into issues. So
It's another thing I love about this show, man. interviewing these, all kinds of growers from, small scale to big scale, getting that bro science that we talked about, firsthand, probably before anybody else has heard it. You know what I mean? There's been so many times where I've been talking to people and went, that's a one hell of an idea right there. And yeah, it works.
Bees are getting active now, you know.
Sun must be coming up, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the overhead lights for them.
Heck yeah. I'm surprised you did it, man.
What's that?
Did the whole gauntlet, man. In the beginning, you was like, I don't know if I'll be able to do it all, but man, you did. I can't. I'm
Oh,
still for
yeah.
20. I mean, for a guy that's been up for 24 hours, man, you're still pretty sharp.
Well, as I said before, man, you have to have the right, right additives, Once you have the right
Right.
assistant, you get good benefits. You have to have a good team. So you get the proper assistants and you're good, Don't worry about the looks and the effects. It's all about the effect.
Right on. Right on.
But don't
Well,
worry, I have everything covered. My sister's gonna help me chip in with the kids in the morning, so all I have to do now is just get breakfast and all that stuff ready, and I'm good to go there. And what I said before is, it's been done before. I see you do it, so it's kind of motivate me, kind of training.
right on. Right on. Uh, Yeah, it's been fucking an honor, man. Holy cow, Operation Grow. And the morning people are rolling in now going, holy cow, he's still up. Duckweed says, fuck, Bob's still pimping.
But what's so funny about that is like I'm the one that usually try to play that role. So usually, I get up 4:35 and I kind of do my stuff. And I try to catch the show and stretch them out as long as they can go because I know they've been up all night. Few more do, everybody kind of get upset. So I guess you have to face the music sometime. You can't orchestrate it all the time.
And I feel honored that I got to add you to the list. Hopefully that you will come back and hang out with us sometime, in the rabbit holes.
Yeah, man.
Smoke
Well,
quick.
once I think Raptor was telling me there's a whole procedure. Then you're gonna get the password. Then you're gonna get this, and I was like, man, this sounds like I have to submit a thumbprint and a retinal scan, and it's like, yeah, I have to turn and face the sun clockwise. I was like, what? So whatever, no problem about that.
It's funny because it never started out to be nothing like that, but then things just progressed, man. Things just progressed.
And that's how it should be. You have something unique, and if you know that that's how it is, that's how it is. So as simple as you see it, I mean, you know, you can never stop dreaming big. You never know how big this might go, because right now, as simple as you seen it, you have somewhat form a core level as, directorship or, membership panel in a filtered way for your particular group, you know. So yeah, man, it's unique, and we just really like the same. So all the offerings won't be the same. You know what I mean? So every offering is different, and it's all at the same thing. Understanding that prohibition was a big mistake, and this is a community, and people get to enhance their techniques, put out their skills out there. It's a wonderful platform, and just to provide it, it's a great thing, man. It's like a great, social club, healing club, everything in one. It's really endorses that ganja spirit. The
Yeah, I've
most
heard
high
you.
things, yes, yeah. Give thanks for that.
I've heard you mention a couple of times we need to incorporate, a doctor, this and that. We're winning them over one by one. We're slowly. We don't have to become them. We're winning them over. We're adding them to our team.
They're gonna come out, man. Yes, Uncle Rob. Enough love and respect, man.
I actually had a good conversation with the doctor the other day about cannabis. I didn't think it was I didn't think it was going to go that way, but she was very open-minded and she was didn't shun on cannabis as a medicine and was, you know, said that they were finally starting to recognize it more and more as a medicine. And we're making strides. We're making strides.
You see, especially for the females, my brother. You see that thing that they go through on their monthly cycle. That whole system is not supposed to be, man. You know, the whole pressure that they go under, it's really not supposed to be. It was never really noted terribly until the latest part in the human, the 40, 50, 60 years in our most recent times. And just a change in the diet and then the omission of cannabis has seen significant trauma on the human population. So even a lot of them now, when they incorporate it into the diet, they realize that the symptoms that come along with their monthly cycle has far gone down. You know what I mean? So it's crazy when they take their little tinctures or the rub on the little cream in the pelvic area or so forth. They realize that the bloating or the discomfort feeling. So, you have a lot of them coming in and they're not for cannabis. Oh, I don't like the smell. Ugh. Can I have some more of the tincture? It really helped me. Okay. So you have no problem. And what you find is that, remember, if they're only taking it once a month, and you need 2 drops in the morning and maybe 2 drops in the evening, you see how one vial can really do for one individual. That's maybe like a year supply. You understand what I mean, my brother? So this is something that we within the community, you need to recognize that you can really embrace and show love to ones like this. It's not only about the smoking delivery. I mean, granted, the only thing I really like about the smoking delivery is that it can really take you to your tolerance test level pretty quick. So if you take a hit, you can put it down, you see how it is, and you know if you need to go back. But when you take a edible or when you take something, you kind of just have to put on your seatbelt and enjoy the ride. It just, however long it lasts. So that's the only part about it. But yeah, as Buddha boy saying, ganja tea and so forth is something traditional. So even in the morning now, when I'm making my little tea, so normally I'll boil some turmeric and some cinnamon bark. And then I put in whether it's a ganja leaf or a cinnamon or a cirrusy or a peppermint. Some kind of bush goes in there. So ganja is one of those that go in there as well. I just drink that as your tea. If you want to get red now, you put some milk in there. But just drinking as a tea, you don't really get high, but you get the medicinal effect. So it's traditional and it's something that is well within our fabric of society. And we're looking forward to the world to embrace it. So it's not unique to us by no means, but it has been held in tradition in our cards, and now it's the time that we should be passing it on more and more. So what you find things like the Setamala and all these things going to be in existence. And then it's gonna move forward the movement into the whole neem and the valiant peppermint and all these bushes that you have around you that you have not been taken into advantage, the marigolds and all these things that have great medicinal benefit for the human consumption. So we're just looking for moving to, as I say, eat to live, don't eat to die. So it's not really what you like. You're eating to live and you're not eating to die. So once you get that in your mindset, your menu and your body, your belly will follow, and it becomes wonderful. And it's a great balance, man. All right, Japit, respect and manners, man.
So, how strong would you say the tea is? You got my curiosity because I'm a coffee drinker. I enjoy that morning cup, but I'm
Yeah.
thinking of why not start the day with
Yeah,
some
man, just
can.
boil some tea, man. You see, if you're gonna boil the water, if it's ganja tea alone, then you just boil the water. And when the water is boiling, then you put if you want to put bud in there, if you want to use leaves, you can use it. And just think of it like a tea bag, like a sachet. Just put that amount in there. And you steep it. And if you want to add a little sugar, if you want your honey or whatever, and you drink it, and the effects should not be abnormal. As I'm saying, when you add any fat to it now, you put a little milk in there, you might find yourself a bit woozy. But for somebody that has been consuming cannabis, it's only two things. Either you're going to want to sleep or you're going to get hungry. There's nothing else.
Right on, right on, right on.
You know? But when you drink it just as a regular tea, the benefit, the medicinal benefit is wonderful, man. You feel very good to your body, you know. Some people say they get bowel movements on the first time, but by the second time, you know, and I said, yeah, probably you need to get rid of some things out of your body. Who knows, you know? But
That's what
after
I
that,
was.
yeah,
The bowel movement isn't necessarily a bad thing. You've cleaned out your system of a bunch of toxins. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible.
I
Sometimes
say
just
that,
has to be done, man.
yeah, man, and sometimes that's only, and that's mostly on the first one, you know. But by the time the second morning, I say you probably feel it a little different now. You feel a little more, what I would say, oxidized, as I would say. So, you know, like a giant movements, like a body movements, it start to feel a healing effect a little more than smoking it, you know. So that's the only thing I would say I noticed. Some strains especially you find a lot of like instantly you know start to run. It's almost like it has a, you know, like you take some multi-symptom or you know just start to drain or something like that, like antihistamine or something like that, you know. So some of them kind of have that effect depending on the type of herb. And you can take note of which strain does that and which strain, you know. So different effects, some of them, you know, will give you that effect where it's concerned. Some people say they get a warming sensation in the ears, like down in the ears, in the eardrum. They feel like a little warming sensation in there. Yeah, these are just things I have to note, you know. But it doesn't, as I said, nothing else sound negative. The worst negative I've ever heard is either you're gonna get too hungry or you're gonna want to go to sleep. So that's about as bad as it gets.
I was just curious mainly because that may be the next step.
Come on, simple
I may
steps, no problem.
I've had, we talked about, I've had some amazing medicated kombucha, by the way. Yeah, it was really good. And
And
every time I go,
you activate the cannabis before you make the kombucha.
they did, yeah, yeah.
Come on. Because I find you have two different ways, you know. Because as I said, when you're taking it like a daily supplement, you find it's a different way, my brother. As I said before, you get a different high. It's almost like the body sativa effect. You know, it's not a super high, not a narcotic feeling whatsoever. It's more like your body is happy. I don't know how to explain it in words, you know, but your body just get happy, you know, when you're taking it in raw, the juicing and stuff like that, and especially the teas. So it's a different kind of high, you know. It's not a narcotic way. If you, as I said, putting in the milk in it will definitely give you a little bit of like condensed milk, that sweet milk, and mix it in there, yeah, man. You mix up, boil up a big pot of ganja tea, like a quarter pound, yeah, man, and strain it off, and then mix up some condensed milk in there. You will be quite fine. You know what I mean? But we just drink it not to get high, you know, put other herbs, sour sap leaves, you know, lemongrass. So it's just another herb, you know, you're just making a nice tea for yourself. You understand?
Well, that's one of the beauties of living in a versatile state where we have medical and recreational, because you can actually say, well, yes, I am drinking medical, but then again, I'm drinking this cup to get fucked up. Exactly. There you go.
Yes, I
Good to know they're both routes.
And I think a lot of the states that's not looking to the recreational, not to say even the monetary side, but it's not totally necessary because if they really want to get the medicinal program online, then all the clinical trials, all of those things should have already been. You understand? It was just like a slowing down to figure out how much they can make until, you know what I mean? But I would
I
have
do.
really loved to see them really take on the medicinal aspect and really tackle it, you understand? So right now, all the medicinal states, I would think by now, medicinal ganja should be not really mandatory, but be just as marketed as a medicinal tool within the hospitals, within the clinics, and within everywhere. So if you go in medicinal, that should be where it's at, in my opinion. All the people being trained, all the medicinal schools, all the new literature being written, that should have been all encompassed. It's not just focusing on getting some medicinal patients and selling them weed through a shop, trying to replicate what we have been doing for years, you know. So
I agree.
if I was to comment where that's concerned,
Worried about it in a lot of ways affecting the medical side of things. I've said that a lot of times. Both, here in Michigan, it's a problem because a lot of medical growers are wanting to bail on us on the medical side of things and switch over to the rec grow because there's easier stipulations, easier ways to get the bud through. The restrictions aren't as tough. And the plant count on the rec side. So why, stay medical? And then, I'm also worried about it at another level. I'm afraid once rec goes, you know, cannabis goes rec across the country. I'm afraid that I'm honestly afraid that pharma's the big backbone behind the rec, behind the push for rec. Because I'm afraid once it's rec, the number of medical cards being drawn from state to state will fall. And then I think as studies go, as far as where money's going to go and research goes, the card's going to go down. And I think there's people, it's going to go, well, I told you. They just wanted to get high. Now there's no more cards. There's no more need for this research. They're just getting high. And I'm afraid the medical side of things are really going to dwindle backwards at a crazy pace. And I'm afraid of it.
yes, sir. So yeah, man, definitely agreeing with what you're saying. I was really hoping that if they said they was gonna go medicinal, they should have really gone for it, gung ho, and really applied it fully where everything is concerned. And once it goes rec, just because of the demand is more than double. You know what I mean? So there's not gonna be much emphasis where that's concerned, unfortunately. So you
Yeah,
know,
I don't see it. The, I've heard the argument that big pharma doesn't want that. They want to utilize it as well. No, they can't because we can all grow it. They know that. They'll never capture the medical aspect of it because it's too diverse. The plant's too structured. There's too many variables. They can't necessarily nail it down. Or do I think it should be nailed down? I think the plant was given to us. It should be full spectrum and it should be treated as such. Us isolating it down into individual molecules. We tried it. Marinol didn't work. It is effective in some ways, but for the most part, it doesn't work. And so I don't think they have any big pharma has any interest in it as a medicine. I think they would rather put their money behind it as a recreation because they can make money like that, and then they can keep dumping their poisons to us. They can subdue us and let us have our cannabis, and then they can keep pushing their poisons on us. They can have the best of both worlds. Why do they want it as a medicine? They don't. They don't. Flat out, they don't. If they thought there was some way they could wean us out of it, they would have done it. They would have passed it, made it a medicine, made it so we can't, have any part of it or whatever. But they know we can grow it. We know We're being smarter day by day. They can't put the cat back in the bag. So now the best they can do is legalize it and sell it back to us. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely, yeah, and I think they were really hoping they could have capitalized on a medicinal front, but as you highlighted, ganja is not so easy to be tamed. You know, it's not so it's not so easy to be tamed at all. You know, so the full spectrum is what it really announcing to the world that this is how it's got to be. You know, so there's no recreational that's gonna leave out a medicinal, that's gonna leave out a spiritual. It's all in one. So whatever term or terminology you want to coin it as, this is just how it's gonna have to be accepted. You know, so and if they're gonna use it and charge, well, yeah, but I really don't. I think as I said, you know, we give thanks that the craft market, as you want to call it, or these unique offerings, yeah, we still have its definite role, you know. And I'm just looking forward for everything else to encompass along the way. You know, the more sharing of love and unity with everybody, I really look forward to that being more prominent than anything else. Because it's not
I
even, let me put it this way, it's not even the disappearance of big pharma and those things would be the ideal. Just to sum it up. Yeah. And if they're not going to go away, where are we gonna put them? You understand? So it's kind of like that.
I see us always having a place, just basically like you're saying, business is big business. Look at what they've done to alcohol and beer. You know, our American beer, by most standards around the world, is watered down shit. You know what I mean? Why is it? Because we cheap, 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 cheap. What else can we do to cut costs? What else can we do to cut costs? What else can we do to cut costs? We want to make more money. And they'll do the same damn thing with cannabis.
Well,
They'll
I'll agree. I'll agree to an extent, but is it when people compare the craft beer and the craft cannabis, it can happen, but let's put it this way. Let's I liken it more to something like a pepper or some tomatoes or something like that. Because I want to highlight of how diverse it is. The fact is, you might only know 4 or 5 different types of pepper, when really there's 100 or so different type of pepper that exists. But the fact is, they only bring 4 or 5 to market, just like your apples. But what you find with cannabis, there is so much different variety where that is concerned. I don't know if anybody's gonna forget about it. Cause see now, even to this day, people are still talking about lamb's bread, Cambodian, and this is 30, 40 years from now. I'm sure a lot of the OGs back then, if we should ever show them some golden goat or some orange gasm or some GMO Skittles, they'd be like, whoa, yeah, this is some good shit. You understand what I mean? So it's just a balance, The way ganja is kind of unique where that model is concerned. So that's where my worry is not really too intense on that side. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because even clothes, there were so many different type of clothes that exist throughout the year. I mean, throughout time. Different robes. Some people wear no clothes. Some people wear beads. Some people wear this. And right now, across the world, hey, relax. The dog's getting a bit rough. They need the breakfast. Yeah, as I said, right now across the world, jeans and a t-shirt is pretty much accepted pretty much anywhere you go. You see what I'm trying to say? Some things are getting forgotten about. So certain things are, tomatoes, these things are getting forgotten about. While with ganja, I just don't really see it going that way. These unique offerings will always be there.
Yeah, I guess I'd take variety out of the equation. There is, as it stands right now. I mean, we've got to be up at way into the thousands of strains, and no big company's gonna put their dollars into.
Put it
Yeah,
this
we're
way,
gonna grow all 2,000 so we can
that's
keep the
probably you
market.
alone. That's probably you alone have 1,000 different strains. Because you know how it go. You have one woman or you have one wife and you have 3 kids. All the 3 kids are going to be different. So if you have one ganja tree and you breed it to one and you get 200 seeds, those 200 seeds going to be different. So I'm sure it's possible for you alone to have 1,000 different just for you alone, much less everybody else in the world. You know? And much less what's to come, because everybody right now is what you call it, pollen chucking and things like that. So if it wasn't muddled up before, it's sure as hell gonna be muddled up now.
Right. Yeah, true that. True that.
This is where
I'm
the
just
mongrels are gonna be the pedigree. The mongrel is now the pedigree in the ganja world. There is no pedigree. The mongrel is now the pedigree.
true that. Very true to that.
Yeah. Give our thanks to the most. I'll soon come feed you guys. I'll be there shortly. Relax, relax.
That's Keep It Real said, "Wow, I went to sleep when you started."
What's up? All
Ah,
right.
good looking
All
dogs
right.
there.
All right. Yeah, man.
They're
Everybody,
like,
they know they would get the breakfast already. They would have normally gotten the breakfast already, you know? So,
they look pretty happy. They look pretty happy.
come on, yeah, man. Yeah, give thanks for the moment again, you know, give thanks for life. Give thanks for the truth, my brother, you know? Rastafari. Empress Menen, the balance of life.
I think you've actually smoked yourself silver, my man.
Huh?
I said, I think you've actually smoked yourself silver.
Yeah, man, you have to do that, you know. It's that time of the morning. No time to sleep.
When you came on, your eyes were like red, red. Your eyes are like white as like snow now. You're like,
Hmm.
oh, shit.
Ready to go, ready to go. Yeah, man, and I think, you know, I think with the farm life and the adoption, I don't mind doing it. And I think when the day is the hottest time of the day, that's a good time to take a little siesta, you know? And you get up back in the cool of the evening and hit it again hard, you know?
Right on, right on. It was duckweed at
Flying with the
1.7.
eagle, man. You have to know how to soar. You have to fly with the eagle. You have to know how to soar, man. I know you're hardcore. I've been doing a lot of long push-ups for this.
That's what duckweed was saying earlier in one of his comments. He
Yeah.
said something along the lines of, at this point, it's can Eagle keep up with Bob?
Uh, yeah.
Well, you also, I believe, at this point, there's no, I believe about it. At this point, you now have the single longest episode ever. I think
Yeah.
Jack had checked in, at like 5 hours, but we went well over six, just the two of us. So yeah, you're checking in as the longest spotlight. So you're holding the record today, brother.
Oh, man. Well, we didn't intend to do it, and that's how I kind of like it. It just natural flow and natural progression, you know? So you have to just keep yourself fit and be ready at any time, my brother. So when the Gideon call, you're ready. You can't wait until the Gideon sound, you just getting trained, you know? You have to be ready for this.
You definitely ready. You definitely ready. You know, and I heard you say earlier, man, you don't know if you're a spectacular grower. You don't know if you don't think you're a spectacular breeder, but I'm here to tell you, you're a spectacular dude. That's for sure. You're a spectacular person, my friend.
Well, I give thanks, my brother. I had good parents, you know, so I have to give it to the genetics, you know. Great mother and a great father. Mas Jimmy and Auntie Tina, you know, wonderful. You know, really have to give thanks, you know, and have a great good family support, you know, uncle, aunties, you know, even the whole Ganja community and cousins, you know, Steve, have, you know, real good ones, you know, so it's a real family tradition, you know, not really Ganja. I am probably the most prominent Ganja oriented individual in the family currently. But the whole family itself is a real solid foundation, and I have to give thanks. You know, my family is really a good one. So, yeah, man, you know, good upbringing from my mother and my father. I really have to give thanks. And I really also give thanks that society changed the law so there can be more acceptance of, you know, lives, you know, the chosen liberty, so that even now I can really from time to time are even more consistent with moms and it's not an issue. So why you would be trying to stay out there just because of your habits and so forth. No, you can find, and you know, she's getting up in age, and my kids, it's really good to have them here. That whole communal supports I fully 100% believe in that polygamous style of life, and it's not really about having two, three wives. It's really about that communal support. Because you know, a lot of ones will call me Uncle Bob, and just because of our deal with the children, so maybe just the communication level, you have an individual that's an uncle figure. You have an individual that's a mother figure. She's mama to everybody. She's a good mama. No matter who she comes across, you have that mama figure. You know, so you have that, so that communal support, you know, you can't do without it. It's really empowering. So I really give, you know, really give thanks for the moment, man. It has really brought me to this farm. So when you hear me say me stand on the shoulders of giant, I'm a little Mike, really standing on the shoulders of giant, you know. And I really give thanks, you know, the ancestors and even the ones now within this liberty and the ones that have transitioned, you know, they have struggled for this. I know it's not the time to disappoint them, you know. So whatever we can do in our way to carry the torch, as it were, keep the fire burning, you know, we keep it burning, you know. Yeah, man. And the burning is a purification. I know a lot of people hear the Rastaman chant, and but it's really the element of purification. So to get gold to be gold, you have to burn it. It has to go through a heating process, you know, but it really comes out pure. So love is a thing of pain, of sacrifice, long suffering. But when you get to understand it, you get to love it also because you have to cherish it, because it's a beauty involved. So the pain is just a part of it, you know. So that is just where it is, my brother. You know, you really have to keep the fire burning, and it will come. Once you put out something good, it will come, you know. And even if the bad things, as I say, come along, you will find a way to deal with it where it's not so bad. So you just keep a upful move, man. Rastafari, impressment and the balance of life, you know.
Giving you big props in fucking chat, brother.
Yeah, man.
Like,
Respect, respect. Buddha boy, you still haven't got respect again, man. Yes, Wood Ultras, OK Grower 75. Yes, man. Give a thanks. Big Dave. Oh, it's 420 where you at? 620 where I'm at. Yeah, man. But give thanks, man. Uncle John, everybody in the chat, you know, all everyone, the whole community, man. Purple, everybody checking in. You know, as I said, I really appreciate the support. And whatever we can do, you know, it's the same Jim Cooley Bob at Instagram. You know, I do my best. I try to respond. I'm not really good. I've left it up to Dirtman Dan and Fumador to be kind of like my agent. So send them the emails and shit. They know how to get Raptors are good, and he knows how to get in contact with me easily too. So, you know, I'll do my best to keep up, you know. But just give me a couple days sometime. Takes me a little while, but I do try to respond, and I'm getting, you know, some new technology stuff, new little phone and new little things to assist. So, and it's really this. I have no intention. I'm quite fine with a banger that, you know, can't even pick up Wi-Fi. I just need to make a call and receive a phone call, like, you know. But as I said, the community is very supportive, and I don't really, not really a need, but if I can really do anything at all to, bring forward any positivity or any form of pleasantness within this balancing that we are looking for, I am more than happy, I'm more than willing, man. So give thanks, give thanks.
Man, I hope you really, for real, I hope you hit me up when you're heading to Michigan. I don't care where you're landing, brother. I'll fucking drive there. It ain't that far, man. I want to shake your hand.
Once it gets warm, my brother, once it gets warm, I'll definitely be there. Once it gets warm. So anytime it starts to get warm, you can say, Bob, it's getting warm. And warm is above 65 consistently. 70 is perfect, yeah. So anytime
Well,
it
hey,
gets
I can
there.
tell you right now, you ain't gonna be up my neck of the woods for like another 6 months, 7 maybe. I honestly don't think it. I mean, my neck of the woods up here in Michigan, I'm up a little ways. It probably don't hit that consistently until April.
Yeah, man, that sounds about right. April, May, Yeah, man, that's good. But yeah, man, as I said, Michigan is a lot of love there, and I give thanks, respect, and a lot of other states, Missouri, Illinois, everywhere. I think, as I said, the culture is a thing that goes beyond boundaries, my brother. This is beyond state lines and international lines, and bloodlines almost. This is beyond certain spiritual boundaries. This is a culture that encompasses everything. We just want to give it strength. Any strength we can give it, more strength. More strength, man, really and truly. So which one I got in your tent that you're more excited about? You have any favorite back there that you're looking forward to?
What's that?
Now I say what in your grow that you have going on back there now, which one you have that you're looking forward to?
Mm. Ah, there's a lot of new stuff coming around. To be honest with you, um, that's a toughie because there's so much new stuff. There's probably about 12 new strains. So to nail down one of them, I mean, each one of them's bringing something new. Uh, to say which one for sure, I can't do it. There's just too much on the there's too much on the plate.
That sounds
I'm
like you
looking.
won't miss any of them. Well, that's a
Uh,
good thing, not having too much of a favorite, So, good ganja is just good ganja, my brother. You know what I mean?
there's one in the bunch there that definitely uh, sparks an interest.
Yeah, which one that?
And that's the Manja Delight back there. I don't have the lineages in front of me, but I've heard it's supposed to be like a strong sativa leaner on one side, and I've heard that it's so strong it has the tendency to make you shit yourself. So, and I've heard without dragging them through the mud a little bit that the person that passed it to me there can vouch for that. So
There's a testimony.
yeah, yeah, they actually even maybe kind of renamed the strain a little bit to methed up because of that. So I'm kind of curious to see if it
Well,
passed it on.
now what are the parameters? Are you gonna have like a Mexican buffet and then consume it, or are you gonna try to consume it on an empty stomach? What are the parameters of engagement here?
I'm totally gonna test it. I'm going with like the opposite. I'm like, can you break the cheese plug? Totally going the other route. You go the Mexican route. You know it's just a matter of time. It's just like flicking the plastic, you know what I mean? But
Well,
if you
this
can
could
break
punch it right through.
yeah, if you break the cheese barrier, now it's gonna happen no matter what you eat.
Man. Well, that's how it is, and that's why I said that all herb, no herb is bad herb, my brother. All herb has some effect that, I highlight it to a lot of people that you smoke something and you see how right here gets clear. It's like your sinuses open up. So you might not really get high, but you have a whole clarity in sinuses. So a lot of these things are good, So if that one have a laxative effect, I guess it's better than the suppository, right? Nature answered your call. You didn't want the suppository, so I gave you up suppository.
So technically, I mean, to be scientific about it, just to be scientific about it, you've got to do a blind test, right? I mean, because if you know it's coming, you might induce it. So you've
Or you
kind of
might
got to
hold
pick
it.
somebody who isn't knowing and wait for them to go,
No, pass that spliff around. No, pass that spliff around, and then you test it on all your friends. See if everybody has to go to the bathroom at once.
oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. Go through and pre-lock all the stall doors and watch
Hide the
everybody.
toilet paper.
Yeah. That's fun.
Uh,
Hopefully that's not the effects I get from it. I'm hoping for just a strong Steva, but not that strong to where I just lose my mind and my bowels.
well, some people have a problem with that, so maybe they need to roll that spliff and go to the John. Might help them out.
Then there's that again. There's that part of me that wants that one to be the keeper just because that's the no one. No, everybody's got the one, but do you have the one that makes you shit yourself? No.
Man. One of those things.
Uh,
I'm sure the erection one will be a quick seller, you know what I mean? Get the blood flow. You have the blood flow one, the one works.
who was it? It was I want to say it was Steve, Breeder Steve, that was coming along to where he said they had come across a strain that was like female Viagra. And he's like, wouldn't we all want that? And I'm like, you need to be stepping up breeding efforts on that.
Now I think when he hits that one, he's gonna retire. Once any breeder hits that one, they're just gonna they quit. Fuck it, right? Literally.
Right.
But
I'm
but in terms of the female aspect, that's what I'm saying. I think honestly, I mean, I find it very pleasant to a lot of that's been the best new entrance in terms of the lower market on the whole scale. It's been reported real heavily, and a lot of the strains that have been kind of on the terpene line. Yes, they tend to be sweet, but they tend to be also a bit more on the earthy side. So the earthy sweet combination I seem to kind of done it for my line. So that intense flavor with that earthy background tends to really do it in terms of that. We call it drop jars, back home or whatever. But that's the terminology we use it. Penny droppers or whatever. Yeah, I say drop jars. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. It's really, romantic. Kind of moody. Kind of let them very get in touch with that side. I don't know if the males don't like it because maybe make them cry or some shit. I don't know. So if you find the herb that makes you cry, that's probably the one that's good for the female. But
I, I think I'm gonna lean towards I'm gonna fucking run towards the bathroom before I want to roll up and cry. I'll take the shits, brother.
uh,
It'd be a funny car ride to dish them up and just roll some up with each and do.
I miss my dog. He was such a good boy.
Uh, which one did I grab? Am I crying today or am I pulling over? That fucking be funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, that safety meeting. That morning safety meeting. You go rolling up. You fucking go fire one up on the job there. You're like, oh shit. Sorry, guys. A bunch of guys just, I grabbed the wrong sack. You son of a bitch. I didn't want to feel like this morning.
I just love you guys. You guys are my support system. My wife's just giving me shit. I'm glad to come here every day.
Oh man. That'd be funny stuff, man. That'd be funny
happens,
stuff.
right? It happens.
Oh man.
Especially the mushrooms. I've seen it happen. A lot of people take like those journeys on the mushrooms. They really get in touch with the emotional side, man. It's like, whoa. Yeah, it's one of those things, you know. Yeah. It's not for, well, I guess it's for everybody, but have a good host, you know, have somebody that can kind of guide you along the way and that's not going to be judgmental. You know, cannabis is definitely a little bit more soothing. You kind of get to the point where you know we have to go home. You know, you're like, oh, gotta go home, guys. Where's the couch? If you can't make it home, you're like, oh, where's the couch? You know? Yeah. And for some reason, I find that it doesn't really allow you to get back to that point, you know? So you see, like how you'd go drinking every weekend and you throw up and you kind of repeat that cycle for, you know, a couple weekends or a couple years or whatever. You know, cannabis has a way that you might get extreme once, but you hardly find many people get that way over and over again super repetitively. You know, I find it kind of has a way to, it lets you know when to kind of, okay, you got work to do, you know, do this or do that or, you know, whatever, you know. I kind of find it has a more balanced effect, I guess.
Oh, for sure. I've been trying to hit that reefer madness level for how long. I mean, I I can't break that plateau yet. I mean, I just want to hang out there for a little while, you know, see if it's possible. Unachievable.
I'll keep chasing it and I'll keep surfing.
It does look kind of fun, though. I mean,
Depending on money, you know? Okay. I think the Roosters finally got it right now.
officially daybreak.
Listen, nobody smoking on any of this, huh?
No. What's the taste like? What's the? I mean, what's the profile like on it?
All right, this one was definitely like more mango, fruity, and then spice. This one now is really more like orange chemical spice, you know. Yeah. So I can definitely say that I think the first one came from like the sherbet line with the lamb's bread, and then this one came from one of the Rasta Jeff. I think it was a Sunkiss, one of those tangerine kind of strain to the lamb's bread. But as I said, most of my crosses are really just I always like put it to the sativa, and I pick the most sativary looking one, and I just keep it just because I can throw it outside. It grows easy to the climate, and I don't have to worry, you know. But I mean, I do have some greenhouse that I do grow. It's not like I don't have, you know, other stuff. But so we can fit all pallets, I suppose.
Right on.
No. Yeah, so this is a chem dog to the ninth. This is a chem dog to the wedding cake. So you know, super narcotic. So when I get done raking up the yard and finish all of that, then I put a little bit of this with that. So maybe about 11 o'clock. When it gets to midday when the sun gets hot, time to go nighty night and pull the curtains, you know?
Right on. I like the chem myself. I like the chem myself.
Yeah man, yeah man. Chem is one of those that I mean I think from the 90s, I mean it never went away. It's a good component of my ginger skunk, you know. So it's one of those early ones, but I had it to a real good sativa like that. And I tell you that ginger skunk is just it just sits well with the body. You know, you open up the bag and from around the road you're gonna smell it, you know. It has that ganja smell. I don't know. It's not smelling like skunk, it's not smelling like ice cream, it's just ganja, like green, rough ganja. I don't know how to explain it. Just that rough ganja. I think skunk would probably be the closest thing to describe it, but it's not that. You know, it's a stinkiness with more green in it. So it just has that ganja, you know, smell, you know. So, yeah, man.
It sounds like the Kineos lights that I've got right now. That's really earthy. It's right here. It's got such. I am the only cannabis that I can relate this to that I've grown is Wonder Woman, or not Wonder Woman. Medusa, Medusa from Nirvana Seeds. It's just got this weird. It's super earthy.
Yep.
And I can put my finger almost like I want to say like a mayonnaisey kind of smell to it, man. It's weird, but it's good. It's good. It's nothing like anything else in the garden, but it's good. I've been light-handed on that, and that's one of the ones I've I've been smoking other stuff. I've been smoking some Orange Boss, and I was smoking the American ones Godiva lately, which was really good. That was like a total like a red wine kind of profile to it. And but man, I pulled out that Kineos lights today, and man, that thing just about knocked me out. I was smoking one on the way to help my buddy out there, and I was like, I had to kind of snuff it. I was like, man, I getting a little tired.
And that's what I
And
say, you know, it kind of shows you that you have to ease up. You know, so it's not a drug that, it's not a chemical that once you put it in, you're like automatically screwed, you know. Once you know your tolerance, that's really where it's at. You know what I mean?
yeah, I came back and I smoked the other half of it on the way back, and it hit me. I was like, oh no, I got to close my eyes for like 20 minutes, 20 minutes tops, man. I fell out for probably about 35 minutes before the show there.
I'm gonna learn the trick next time, you know. I thought I was playing smart. Let me go and fool me and start up the engine, you know, kind of prime up, warm up a bit. And if I knew the trick was to take a power nap.
I don't think I don't think there's any trick. I think you've done mastered it. I think you've got it. You've kept up just fine tonight. Even with my power nap. Even with my power nap, you did good. Oh yeah.
Respect, man. Sure, I was wondering if I had to book studio time. I called one of my cousins and said I might need to use the high-speed internet because I'm not sure, you know. But the Wi-Fi pulled through, everything worked out all right. So I really give thanks for the moment, you know. And as I said, I really appreciate the platform and whatever we can do to enhance the industry or, ones and ones movement. I have, the utmost respect for the industry. So, whatever we can do, let's get it done, my friend.
All right,
I'll get some water and come back. 1 second.
What's up, morning, Chichi? God, I love that kid.
Yeah, man. Let's get some water, So when you rub up the herbs, you put some water on it so it doesn't burn that fast and it's not so harsh on your throat. And then you sew it up again, cut it up and get it ready. Take off the light and drop it again. I go in like off a light. Yeah, my big son is up. He just fed the dog, so he kind of bought some more time.
Morning. Good morning, sir.
Listen, good morning. Morning.
How you doing?
How you doing? I'm good. Yeah, man, a real good boy, Can't complain at all. Good son, good son.
Oh. Well, from what I've gathered from you today, that's no surprise, my friend. That's no surprise.
Yeah, the dog's fed up now, yeah. And the routine, man, it's nice. You feed the dogs, give them a little time, they're gonna do their little potty thing, then you just make one clean up. Yeah, it looks good for the day, Kind of sets the tone for the day, if you understand. So even for them at times, it's very good, put them thing, get ready for school, get the education going. So it kind of sets the tone. You don't get up on an emergency, the alarm clock ringing, then you're running after school, you're grabbing the breakfast. It's like you're training yourself to be in panic mode, The world is already stressful and stress is coming. You don't need to put any more stress on yourself. You need to figure out ways to actually live less stressful. Stress probably kill more people than any other thing else.
It does, too. It does. I think it's safe to say we smoke close to my same amount of cannabis. I think you could actually give me a run for my money. That's not easy to do, my friend.
Well, the good thing is that I don't try and I'm not in a competition. I just do me. But a lot of times I've heard that very frequently.
There's nothing wrong with it, that's for sure, man.
It's funny, like when I used to visit certain friends in the past, you'd hear the dad in the background. If it's a Jamaican guy coming, I have to hide my stash, so, they'd say it as a joke, but I figured, most serious things are said in jest. So it's I'll take the joke. I understand what's going on, it's cool, but I'm just used to what I'm used to, man, I mean, on average, like, what do you think is a good rate for you? Like an ounce a day, half ounce a day, like what is a...
I'm pushing either a half to an ounce a day. Easy. I buy my papers in packs of 300s, Bob, and I buy them 3 packs at a time.
That's why we have to use this, man. If I was to rely on papers, I need a factory.
I actually have been to a couple events lately. Cannabis events, couple cups, just hanging out with like friends and stuff. But still, last man standing, It almost makes me feel like I got a problem when you're at a cannabis event and everybody else just, I've had enough. And the last one, I was standing there with 2 roaches and by the fire, just sitting there hitting each one by myself, going, man, I can't believe you guys all crapped out on me. No, I'm not turning these down until they're gone.
That's it. So that's the rule. What happens now when I cut up? I have to keep going till this is finished, you know. So just keep going. So a lot of times people come and they mistakenly like leave herb on the board. Once the herb is on the board, you know, we're gonna cut it up. So when you come on the camp, we just cut it up because it's meant to be shared. So while we're there, everybody has their own chalice and their own kutchi. So you would cut up like a portion of herb. So everybody, you just load your cup and you're good to go, you know. So it's very similar to the blunt, how you would pack a blunt and everybody pass it, but you know.
Yeah, I've been known for my to love to pass some cannabis once. I mean, COVID changed things a little bit. The only thing COVID changed with the events was a smaller joint size. I mean, before all this, it was footlongs. I was taken to all these events and just like, well, all right, it's time to
Oh,
party. Oh man, it's a funny thing too. My oldest daughter, that get to do. We've gotten to do a lot of things. She actually took me to see one of my favorite rock bands for Father's Day. Cool. I don't know if you ever heard Tool. It was cool, and I brought a big fat sack of some. They were a couple next to blunts. I can't find the roller here. Oh, here's the roller. This thing rolls joints like this, which are like at least dime size around. I rolled like 25 of them for that concert, and I was like, you want to know, see how you meet friends at places like this?" She's like, "How's that?" And I just fired up one of those joints. And next thing you know, man, there's like people, "Hey, man, can I hit that?" Yeah. And that's, next thing I know, we had like a circle. It wasn't like a small circle. It was good amount of people. Some of them folks that had never even seen joints like that. Can I get my picture taken with it? I'm like, hell yeah, go ahead.
yeah, man, yeah, man. That's definitely something that I can say over the years. You know, I had an auntie that's in the country and she'd always tell me that, you know, no matter where you go in the roughest parts of Kingston or whatever, they like good herb, you know. So if you have good herb, you're gonna be all right, you know. So that was always like a key, and I didn't really know the difference because, as I said, I really just relied on my family. So when I would bring what I have, you know, to the city and just give it to people, just the how they would go crazy over it, I was like, whoa, I guess auntie's got something going on. You know what I mean? So you kind of pay attention to these unique things, and looking back, you realize why she preferred using cow and rabbit manure versus using chicken, and the chemicals from the horse. You would hear some things from her that make sense now that didn't really make sense then. Because I was saying, oh, the horses are around there, it's easy to get it. No, go over there and get the rabbit one from Mass John or whoever had rabbits, so you had to ride the bicycle or whatever it is and pack a bag and then carry it on the bicycle, so but looking back now, like even me, rabbit is one of the most complete, you know, fertilizer you can use where your ganja is concerned. And if you're gonna take like, I see people making worm beds and worm bins, and I'm grateful. I really think it's a good culture for people to start doing because you can never go wrong. It's one of the best nutrients you can ever have. Like you don't have to invest in anything else once you have a good quality worm casting. And I guess for us in the bush, what I would recommend is you pile up the bush that is attractive to these worms, and then nature will bring them in for you. So ganja, it's a flower. So most people treating it like a fruit and giving it fruit fertilization regimes and things like that. But it's really more of a flower. So a lot of flowers, when they are decomposing, you find these worms that are under these piles. So you have a vegetable pile, a leaf pile, and the worms will themselves be there. So you can naturally have these worm bins or worm piles or the worms decomposing this by just putting the matter there, and they will basically come there. So to have a bin to carry it inside might seem a bit crazy to someone like me, but I understand the process. But if you're in the bush, these are ways you can manipulate the system, and definitely success where your grow is concerned.
So, I mean, how often do you seem to be a big advocate for the worm castings? Is that like one of your secret recipes
Well,
you
it's not
use?
really a secret. I think it's more of a, as I said, learning the lingua on the international scale. I find that it is the best thing that I can resource easily and recommend to anybody without failure. And if you really take it on a environmental scale, worms are everywhere and they are the natural decomposers, and there's a lot of literature that you can read to back it up. You know what I mean? I always recommend Clackamas Scoot. Him and the neem and the worm castings, as I said, is super great. The neem in Jamaica, and I've even used it for years. We have seen it used. We get to strip the trees, and because we have it to our access, especially in our seedling phase, we use it a lot. It keeps away the insect, and it's a lot of things for skin funguses and things like that. And even certain viruses that you have, it's a part of the medicinal regime to relieve yourself of parasites and certain viruses from your body. So, when these things are available and they have the science to back it up, knowing from what I know of usage, there's no way I would not recommend it than trying to learn something new that I know nothing about. I have no experience to talk about. So I don't mind using an NPK regime, and I can give you a good AB nutrient regime from scratch, because I will tell you to buy these, from flat and get them basic powders, and then we can weigh them out. However, in the organic regime, look at nature, look at your surrounding, you see things that are growing naturally. The worms are there in the soil. If you can now encompass that relationship within your grow pattern, you have a much better chance of surviving, you know, and getting to market. So it's just a common sense almost approach, a little more naturalist, and that's what we use. But I just think on the global scale for regenerative approach, the cutting down the forests and the things like this, and putting a lot of cement all around the place, it's really shown that the human has been too cancerous to the earth, as we have stated. So it's now time for us to apply some more regenerative approaches towards our sustainability. And I definitely think that the influence or the high value that has been placed on ganja or cannabis can lead this market or lead this whole wave right through. Because put it this way, any farmer that grows tomatoes or grow peppers, the same money that he puts into 1 acre to get 1 acre fully into production, I am sure he can put the same initiative into a half acre, or maybe even a quarter acre, then not to get too egotistical, into cannabis, and the value of the crop is significantly higher, and the value of inputs and so that he would put in will not change. So I really don't see, that crazy difference of cannabis specific products and, this and that. And, it's just really, but I understand why it is there. So I am just looking forward now that all the high science that comes along with it, and if everybody is demanding organic cannabis and organic medicinal products, then demand some organic food, demand some grass-fed meat, demand some things that have not been so industrialized, demand a whole environmental type of living. So for every apartment that's built, X amount of trees have to be planted. You have to have some contracts that come in environment. So if you're going to mess up one side of the country, at least build the other side. So these are the ways that I'm looking forward for the legislation. And you understand, that's why I said the young people in this world now, they're not really driven by the propaganda from the past. So I'm really looking forward to them pushing and really keeping the blood, sweat, and tears that have been passed on in the past to really fertilize and give birth to something regenerative instead of so destructive as it has proven on a majority scale. So I'm not saying it can't go away, but a little more. Let's tip the balance more in the regenerative favor and the sustainability favor. It's a shame to think that your children will grow up and probably not know what a tree look like. And you have people right now living like that. That generations have lived in a city and they do not know what a tree look like if they don't go to a park and the park is maybe an hour and a half away. So imagine like, things like that. If they don't have couple plants on the patio or stuff like that, it's out. So, it's a dim future if you look at it that way. I don't think I'll be around to see that way. That's concerned. So give thanks for the moment. But if we're really preserving something for the future, where Mother Earth is concerned, these are the steps we have to take. And I think the Ganja and the Ganja community can definitely pull their part in pushing through.
Oh, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. That's one of the things I was kind of hitting on earlier, is, people become more interested. It is no doubt that curve. It starts out, basically recreational. If you can lucky enough to get, grow, once you start hitting that grow, it's on. It's a whole new respect for the plant. You can smoke. I mean, I think that's the difference right there between the people that are going to stay recreational and the medical people, because the recreational people are the McDonald's eaters. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They just want to smoke it. But once you start growing it, now it's a whole thing, man. You develop a relationship with the plant, and then it eventually turns over to, from what I've seen, I mean, you can start out wherever you want, especially the people that the newer growers. They're skipping a lot of steps. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, we can grow in cocoa, but we want to go directly to soil, water only. We want to do it right, and that's across the board, and that's the curve. Nowadays it's like it goes from the cocoa to organics, and then it's going regenerative, and then it's like once they become organic and they start looking at these teas and K&F and stuff and how they can produce the nutrients themselves. Now, once you've hit that plateau, it seems to be life changing. You know what I mean? Because now you're composting all your foods. And to be honest with you, Ross, Bob, I am terribly interested in organics. I'm a cocoa grower right now. I've grown in dirt and soil before, but for one reason or another, I've told the story before. There's good reasons why I switched. But now I'm kind of on the plateau where I'm dipping my feet back into the soil. There's Smiley's got earth boxes back there. That's that's his push right there to kind of get the organics going over there. He brought earth boxes. He brought all kinds of shit. We brought bunny shit. He brought bokashi. He brought EM1. He got me all kinds of stuff. He's like, here, it ain't gonna be the same after this. But I'm honestly afraid of it, because I'm that type of person to where I can see I mean, you may even caught of that. I'm just kooky enough to once I go over that plateau, it's gonna be like smacking everything out of my kids' hand, going, that goes over there. There's a bend for everything. I can see it all just little labeled. This is where it all goes, and my kids already think of me as you've got enough stuff for me to do. If I take it to that plateau, they may not even like me anymore.
Yeah,
He's
but
too much. He's just too much.
yeah, well, I can see how that going, but I think you like yourself a whole lot more. So I guess that's what counts at the end of the day. And I
I'm
mean, I think Spartan has introduced us to what the M3 style. That's a water only. He swears by it, and that's the thing with the community. If somebody vouches for something, I'll confidently enough go ahead and do it. You know, so that's maybe an easy way. Fill up a pot with that M3 soil and just water only because Spartan said so. And if you do it, as I said, what I like about your setup, I see you got gym equipment, I see you have a punching bag. You're just gonna have to find a hobby, man. If you get to water only, that's the only side effect I see happening, you know. If you're pleased with the product, you might have to just mountain biking, just pick up some more hobbies, you know. That's probably the only thing that's gonna be the side effect, you know.
Right on, right on.
What's the worst
It's
that can happen?
slow things down. Watering every day won't be a thing. Eh, I don't know if I could handle it. It's been my baby for too long.
Yeah, you have to let them go sometime. You have to graduate them, let them go, you know.
Come
It's a
on,
nice,
man. Give me something. Give me something. I already had to start a show to make up with COVID blues. Yeah, now you go take away my water, and I'm gonna be on 12 hours a day. Damn it, I don't.
well, at least you found a partner, right? At least you found somebody that you know that can hang out for a couple of them 12 hours. I got you. You know.
Right on, right
Yeah, man.
on.
But I mean, it's a start and it's a good feel, it's a good vibe. And as I said, you know, it really goes down to knowing yourself. When you get more, you know, knowing yourself is one of the greatest things. You know what I mean? And really getting to that level is as I say, it's a scary thing because most people don't know themselves, and it's a scary thing to that know that you are really in control of these elements within your life. It's no one person, nobody's fault. You know, it's a hard thing to take the blame for every good thing or every bad thing that you would want to see has happened. It's a rough thing. People don't want to face it, you know. But not that it has anything to do with the growing, but I know the control factor is definitely there, especially when you've been doing it so long. But yeah, man, I love how Smiley's got you hooked up, man, because you gone wait. I was gonna say, yo, just get some of the M3 oil and water in, but yeah, you gone way down. I can see where this is going. So I see you have the plans already. You have the buckets. You have the labeler machine. You have everything working already. I see you have the plan all worked out in the head. You're already preparing for the emotional disconnect with the kids. You know, I'm seeing what's going on here. Everything is taking its
It could,
time.
it could happen. As soon as I can finish, I guess one of my biggest components has been that the rotation. Once I can figure out a good rotation, how to keep things moving, like I've been accustomed to, if once I get that rhythm going, I could see it being a thing. I could see it being a thing.
I think what people do is like the center planting of the plants is a lot of things that throw people off. Everybody wants the plant to be in the center of the pot. Nah, you can plant it anywhere. The roots will be all right. You know, the roots know how to manipulate itself. So if you even want to take a small portion out of you don't have to take the whole root ball out there once you get the thing going. And you just keep doing it. And by the time they do the third or fourth plant, and the first root ball broke down. So, you know, it kind of just, yeah, it's scary to just trust the system. I swear to you. But once you do it, as I said, you just get to more and more hobbies, you know.
Oh, I believe that. I've actually, you know, used to double up in them tens. Put two girls offset in there, and it worked out nicely. And I've actually have had a lawyer tell me that we would, me and you and most people, yeah, we could call that two plants, but in one container with an intertwined root ball, that's one, brother. That's one plant right there. It might come out once it's all interconnected underground. There's nothing to say that that's not two, or you know what I mean? It's one container. It just broke up before it hit the top of the soil is all. So,
I mean,
you
as I
know,
said, the square space thing, I mean, the plant, because put it this way, we have our sativas that, you know, I don't mind growing them and bending them over, and you can bend them to the point where you can actually loop them. As in, put them in the dirt, they'll spring roots. Where they hit the dirt, you just mound up some dirt, and you can keep going and kind of run them like a hedge. You know, so you can technically have one plant that you stress, you bring the branch all the way down. And once you get there, it will actually root right where that plant comes down. It will root there very easily. So is it by the root? Is it by the, it's just crazy, But all these different regulators, I'm not sure. Because you still just confined by your space. Whatever you decide or whatever maths you want to take, you're just confined by the space, my brother. Now that's where I think the art of flowers play a good role. So you have something that's finishing long, you hit them out first, you probably drop the art of flowers in between in the mix, you can get an overall, harvest, or you can time something in between. So that's where you can kind of play around with certain different genetics. So yeah, everything has its space and its role. And one little point I wanted to highlight, the whole move of where guano was something huge in the industry. Everybody was onto guanos and different type of guano, rat bat manual, rat bat shit. And what you find is that once the community decided that most of these guanos are not being sourced ethically, meaning that, you're supposed to be taking a certain amount out of the cave to allow the rat bats to go in and, so forth. So most of them are scraping and kind of burning out them and destroying the natural habitat. So the community itself turned off and stopped using guanos and kelp and worm castings and, all these things were all available. So you find that guano demand actually went down. So that's what I mean by the community can really, because of the high demand and the high eyes and the high value, it can really encompass the whole organic livity, that whole ethical livity within your contracts, within your movements, within, the whole thing. I really see it doing much more than just being that super crap that came to save humanity in this dispensation, which it might definitely be, but there's a lot of levels on which I'm looking for it to be saved.
I agree. It may be just the plant that saves us. That's for sure. It needs us. We need something. That's for sure. And it sure does check a lot of the boxes.
Yeah, we tried Jesus, we tried Santa Claus, there's a lot of things that's been tried over the years, so I don't think there's anything wrong. And honestly, we need the plants don't need us. If humans were to disappear right now off the face of the earth, the plants would still be here. You understand? It's probably because of us they are disappeared more than anything else.
Yeah, I've actually been reading a lot of books that say that basically that's pretty true. We're just here stewards for them, or standing in their way in some cases. There's a lot of literature to say that they're just as intelligent beings as we are. Just because they're not destroying, building, and destroying doesn't mean they're not any less intelligent of a species. That's for sure.
Yeah, but look how they convince people to carry them inside, to spend thousands of dollars to smuggle them across borders. These planters must have some intelligence in it to be kept. I don't know of anything that has been treasured so valuable. People have been, protesting and all these things. So is it the plant controlling the person or the person controlling the plant? But as I said, that's another episode of a rabbit hole that we can tackle, I suppose.
Right, right. You believe we've been 7+ hours now?
Yeah.
We were just dropping from 78 viewers. You can believe that.
Hold on a minute. Get out of the garden. Come on. Come. Out. Good boy. Yeah. Maintenance. Yeah, well, it's one of those things. Got caught. I have a nice compost heap over there, and I don't really have any Rasta dogs, but I have some omnivorous dogs. They eat everything like watermelons, tomatoes, cucumbers, every single thing at all. They will eat it. So even the compost, they eat every single thing. So I have to fence it off and keep them out of it. Ridiculous.
That's crazy. Never heard of a dog eating tomato. I never really paid attention, but I've got some dogs that eat carrots and shit, man.
Yeah, man. Everything, man. Pumpkin, yam, potato, ackee, breadfruit, everything. I even have a Rottweiler down by my, we have the small greenhouse. We have to fence him out. He will defoliate every one of our plants for us. Crazy. They will never have a leaf on it. Never. He taps them, defoliates them. Yo, crazy.
That sounds like a dog to have right there.
But you won't have any leaves. I mean, there'll be no leaves left. You'll have all sticks left on your plant growing, man. This guy goes through everything, all leaf. You know?
Probably a healthy ass dog too.
Yeah, man. Yes, man. Don't need any worms, no vaccine, never sick, no problem.
I believe that. So they say that also that dogs can process raw cannabis. They don't need to necessarily heat it up. So do you ever see him like zonked?
I say, if my dog get baked, yeah,
Yeah.
man. Because like when I give them the edibles, because like going to make the first batch of coconut oil and something goes wrong, I will make a mistake and throw it outside by like the banana roots and they eat everything. Then you see them start walking sideways. Then they sleep for like, a day and a half. So you see some side effects definitely. Can't walk, super lethargic, things like that. But it's also good medicine. Sometimes when they are sick, it's the same remedies that I give, the tinctures and so forth. I give it to them and I find I get definitely have a good relief. The FSO is full spectrum oil. Definitely a great medicine. Everybody that's in Ganja should definitely have some kind of cannabis infusion or something medicinal, some tincture. You need to have it in your cupboard as an overall disease, and it's very good. Smoking is probably the least of it, if you understand. And I'm thinking the more I'm getting more and more, it's fine. I'm finding it easier not to smoke and being more compelled towards, the other forms of the industry, something that I wouldn't even think I would have even thought to say or do. But this is the journey, and the journey continues. So we give thanks. Give thanks for the moment. Give thanks for life, and give thanks for truth and the full fitness of it.
I find that hard to believe coming from the guy that has a cotton board of cannabis in front of I'm slowing down, he says. As he chops up the monster bud with the big old knife. Ah, I love it. I love it. I believe you have outsmoked me tonight. I believe you have outsmoked me tonight easily.
It's not a competition. Like when you visit me, if you want, I have a good friend of mine named Spice, bro. He takes it as a competition. He doesn't want anybody to outsmoke him. And the first time we met, I didn't know that was his personality. So we were going to this High Times cup, or it's one of these cannabis cups. And we'd stop and pick up a little stash here and there. Now, granted, it's really a 3-hour trip to the cannabis cup, but it takes us like 18 hours to get there. We're stopping and we're consuming and we're going. And it goes like a day and a half. And he's like, "You're not gonna eat anything?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." You know. And then he just switches. He's like the Snickers commercial where your friend just switches on you, he gets all crabby and you like have a Snicker. So he's like that. Likes the competition smoking. So if you want one of those, we have a couple lungs I can spare.
I think I may take it up on it just because if I can walk out of that, I'm going fucking get me a tattoo that says I outsmoked a Rastafy. Because that's better than any award I think I can get when it comes to smoking cannabis.
It's not a competition, my brother. It's a liberty. So as I said, it's a tradition that It's innate, you know. It's either a part of you or not, you know. I know the Wi-Fi is gonna get a little more unstable because everybody's gonna have to go to school and logging on and all these things, you know. So we keep going till it gets unstable, no problem. But just to pre-apologize from now, you know.
Right on, right on. I'd almost rather cut it now so I can get my sound bite because once you go like that, you're gonna be gone. At
What's
least
the
with
sound
your
bite?
sound bite. Huh?
What's that sound? What's the sound bite?
The sound bite? The sound bite is like
Yeah.
it's like an old school radio commercial. So basically at some point, I put them together in a collage every 100 episodes, even though I'm behind on one. And I also use it for like a commercial for the episode. So basically,
Okay, okay.
on my end, it would sound something like this. It would be like, "Hey, I'm Eagle Gardens, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 240. You can check it out. You can add to it, throw whatever you want onto it. You can make it bland. I don't care, but just
Which
know,
episode is this?
huh?
Which episode
Episode
is it?
240, brother. I've done 240 of these consecutive.
Yeah, man.
I'm
Just link up the thumbs up button, you know. Yeah, well, from the rising of the sun to the setting, you know, we give thanks. And we give thanks for the moment. You know, Bob from Jamaica just saying I. And really I. Soaring with the eagle. Definitely, you know. So episode 240. And keep it soaring for many more. I will keep the fire blazing, you know. Fucking talking shit with eagle. Don't know what that was, but let's see how that goes, right?
I like it. I like it. I like it. Thank you, my friend.
Yes,
By
my brother.
far, you not only came on, but you set a definite record for longest guest. So that's pretty awesome. That's for a while there. That it went. That's how the show actually got to be what it started. I mean, it started out to be like an hour, and then it kind of sped up, and then I think it was pretty much Spartan and Jack Greenstock that kind of made it a little competition. They were kind of like, oh, he got on and did 4 hours. Well, I'm getting on and doing five. And it got to a point where I was like, all right, it's long enough. It's long enough. But then it
So why
kept
did
going. It
so why
kept
didn't you tell
going.
us this, man? So if I know this other, you know, prepared and all that shit, you know. So we could have really do something. I'd have had some topics planned out. So you know, you understand, we can keep the ball game moving if necessary. But I guess we did all right, I suppose. It's a full day shift.
Right on. Oh, I know you could drop some knowledge. Like I said, I know Smiley's waiting to like get you on the organics takeover, and friends don't step on friends' toes. So him being a good friend, he's helped me out a lot on this adventure, man. He's filled in on some days. He gave me some days off, and he's kicked me in the ass to keep it going a few days. He's like, "Come on, man, you can't let the streak die out like this." So I got much respect for Smiley.
Yeah, man.
So
Yeah,
I
man.
I purposely have kind of steered away from the grow, just kind of to let him, get you back on, and because I know, obviously people want to see what you got to say, so they definitely gonna want you back.
I don't think it's anything different, but now that you told me, I guess I have to prepare myself and ensure I have some. I guess we don't use crystals, some calabash and some shake and some Rasta knowledge to drop on the growing that we chant to the east and face north northwest and put your left foot in the air and you know have to really yeah, you have to really get you don't have to get crazy. But yeah man, I definitely dig in. Smileys are good. I really like, as I said, you see the effort that's put out into keeping the consciousness and the awareness into the community. We have to support it, my brother. And you know, as I said, it was really the giants before me that really give me the urgency. And if you know, if the world says I have knowledge, or if one says I have knowledge and they want to take it on, no problem. But in my opinion, as I said before, wisdom is the application thereof. So having these knowledges and not applying them, it's almost kind of a waste. So if you're gonna write a book, if you're gonna talk about it, if you're gonna show somebody, find some way to pass it on or apply it in your life so that you will be almost a living testimony. Nobody has to say anything about you. You are that living testimony that the actions will speak much louder for once to follow through, So whatever where this is concerned with ganja, ones like Smiley, as I said, Spartan going, there's some real ones, the GMF, the Lemon Oko, you know, well, when I just got in touch with Lemon Oko the other day, and believe it or not, maybe like 2 years ago, there's a strain called the Barry White. And I didn't personally, it was one of them that kind of shaped me up, kind of rough, it kind of hit you a bit hard. But the customer base, they really liked it. It's something that I had to repeat, and that is something that is a proof in the pudding. Once you get a recall and something, it doesn't matter. So somebody says it helps you with spasms or it helps you with their pain. It doesn't matter if you like it, my brother. It's your duty to keep it going or to keep sharing this because you're providing something. So that's just the way I see it, man. So we just give thanks again for the moment, Rastafari.
Well, I can't thank you enough for coming on. I mean, seriously, this has been a lot of fun on my end. I've enjoyed meeting you. You've changed me in a few ways, man. You've helped me fucking take a few new perspective on life. And man, can everybody take some lessons on looking and reevaluating their life? We should. We should evaluate ourselves daily, actually. So I have learned a lot from you. I've taken a lot more from this than just cannabis. And so feel good about that, brother. It isn't always about cannabis, but cannabis can take you into multiple aspects of, knowledge. And tonight it did for me.
But yet it is. Yeah, man. Papa cause 719, enough respect, Red Eye Jedi, Bill Sid, Lemon Walker. Anytime, my brother, Chiba B, Dank Brown is why. As I said before, you have a base that the Major General 420 Army. Wow. You see what I mean? A lot of celebrities in the place, man. So, it's really great to just be one amongst the community, Farah. And I really give thanks for the moment. I give thanks for the platform. And anything we can do, anytime at all you have my contact, feel free to share it. I have nothing to hide, anything to share that way. Fairly open, just my kids and so forth. I really just, that's where I'm focused now. And there's regenerative practices within the community in any aspect. There's no limit. So you said it wasn't about ganja. We didn't have a talk about cannabis, and yet we did because it was what that kind of brought us together. So, give thanks again for the moment. And that itself is proof in the pudding.
Yeah, it has brought us together. And thank you very much, man. Everybody has enjoyed this. And I can't thank you enough, brother. I'm looking forward to having you back on. Please set that number aside. You get up one of these moments, you see us on. It doesn't have to be a marathon. You can just smoke a chalice with us and say good morning. That'd help. We'd all love it, man. We'd all love it,
I
brother.
appreciate it, my brother. I appreciate invite, and I'll definitely make use of it. One thing I can tell you, I think Tanasi was one of them, and a couple of them from the Embracing Organics. The same thing, if you ever come into Jamaica, anytime, any one of you, you just get in touch with me, and whatever I can do, you know, I'm an experienced cultivator, so I try to cultivate the best experience I can for anyone within my surrounding, you know. And they gave me an open invite, and I went out to Colorado. I do have some family out there, so I got to see some family and spend some times. And I was like, hey, you know, I have some friends, and they're like, you have friends in Colorado? And I was like, yeah, kinda, you know. And I showed up on Tanasi's doorstep, and yo, this man has some wolves in his house, bro. I mean, I'm used to finding like, you know, Rottweilers, couple pit bull or some dogs, but a pack of wolves, I'm like, nah, it's not normal. But as I said, I'm more than willing. So if you extend the invitation, I'm more than happy to use it, and I definitely will pop in from time to time, you know. So give thanks for the moment, give thanks for the time, you know. Blessings, my brother.
Right on. I hope to see you when you come to Michigan. I'm gonna be upset if I don't get to see you, brother. This has been
Come on, make
awesome.
the big man. For more reasons than one. I think I have a couple friends that have some projects going on that I think you would like to see as well, you know. So it's vice versa. It's a good energy, you know. And I like to see some new parts of the world as well. So definitely. And once we have some of this, you know, it's going to be great.
Right on, right on. Well, brother, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you see any shout outs. Anybody want to say anything?
All right.
Tell them where they can find you.
You know,
Under
just
what alias they can find you.
yeah, just Jim Cooley Bob, you know, on Instagram. I check it out from time to time. But really, the Embracing Organics show on Thursday nights, Embracing Organics, definitely. Few more do on the flavors, definitely. You know, and I guess now storing with Eagles, you know. I guess he's adapted himself as an agent. So contact Eagle, get in touch with Bob, and we'll take it from there, no problem, you know. So yeah, man, and shout out, I really have to say my mom, my dad, and I really have to give thanks. You know, they gave birth, and you know, I'm really, you know, my kids, Joshua, Jayton, and you know, the whole family, the whole communal support. I have a lot of aunts and uncles. As I said, it's a family tradition. You know, so it's something that my support structure goes way beyond I and I. And it's the solid foundation that I really have coming up that I can really stand. And, you know, as I said, the shoulders of these giants. So I really just give thanks for the moment and give thanks for time, you know. So enough love, enough respect. The whole community, you know, really give thanks for the support and whatever we can do, you know, give thanks. Rastafari.
Respect to you, brother. Respect to you. Well, again, thanks for coming on. I think I've got about 20 minutes of shout outs to do or names to mess up. So look forward to talking to you soon, man.
All right,
Keep
my
on.
brother. Enough love.
Have a great day, man. Get some rest. You deserve it.
Well, you know, in the midday, I just keep the fire burning. And then when the sun is at the hottest time, I'll take a couple nap and then go again, you know?
More reason to respect you, brother. More reason to respect you.
Yeah, man. Give her thanks.
Have a great day, man.
Yes, I. Blessed love. Perfect love. His Majesty.
Right on. Have a good day. Rasta Bob. Can you believe it, man? What an amazing episode. Much love to him, man. What a respectful dude, man. You know, you get to know somebody, like I said, we get to see him a little bit on embracing organics and here and there, but man, there's so much to us all that that you know we is undiscovered, unknown. But tonight, we got a little glimpse into Ross Bob, Coolio, Jim Coolio Bob on Instagram. Thank you very much, man. Wow. Hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. Time to run through the shout outs right quick. And yeah, man. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this seven plus hours episode and get some music going. Man, I have enjoyed this episode too, by the way. Hopefully you guys have. Tonight we'll have Who we got? Clover the Dank, an amazing weed nerd, very talented grower coming on. So check out tonight's episode as well. And again, one more time, thank you to Rasta Bob for coming on and dropping an amazing episode, man. So grateful. And what an honor it was. And that's no joke, man. When he popped up in my DMs and said he'd be willing to do an episode, I was fucking beside myself. So shout out to you, brother. Let's see here. I gotta tread lightly on what I can play because, man, I definitely don't want to mess up this episode. So let's see what we can get away with while we can get out of here without getting in trouble. Let's see here. This could be tricky. This could be tricky. Thank you guys for all the nice compliments. Sir Hal, Cameron, Okie Grower, Red Eyed Jedi, TW. I've seen tons of nice compliments tonight. Sorry I haven't been so engaging tonight in chat, but man, conversation's been just too good. Too good to veer off into chat. But though I was reading, but not writing. So thank you guys very much for hanging out. Let me start off with a little Led Zeppelin. I think I can get away with playing this Led Zeppelin or Zepparella without getting myself into too much trouble. Where'd you go, Zepparella? Ah, there you go. We have Richard 420 Graps, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle 81, 9-inch Colas, Chris Mo, DK Trades, Vision Creator, Guru, Kind Brew, Cancadian, Jay, Dan the Indoor Man, Grow Me Homies, Jay Wire, Hamilton Grows, Clip Smoke, Eugene Greenleaf, Ace Brew, Ace Drew, Osley, sorry about that. What'd I do? Messed it up. There we go. Where'd I leave off? Right here. We have Clip Smoke. Ace Drew, Osley, Fred, Don Carlos, Psych, Like, Keystone, Canna Flag, PA, Big High 710, North Arizona Beer, Grow 420, No Sellout, Jesse White, Gosh Dang Yeti, Introvert, So J, Vixen Robin, Mr. Killer 8 Mo, Camwood, James Buttercream, C-Dub from NorCal, the Farmy Seed Bank Network. I'm sure I just messed that up. Dreadhead, Smokey 616, Curtis Mahan, Matt Myron, Morte Tordente, Rick Heyman, Mortete Cal. Oh man, I ain't going there. Stephanie Dorr, Antenna Seeds. Thank you for your episode. Mike Rubles, the Drew Bear 420, Maxi 715, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Stu Moo. Man, there were some names in chat tonight that I didn't write down. I'm sorry. Jack Greenstock 420, Spartan Grove, Boom Farm, Smiley's Gardens, Charlie Farm 420, JD's, Misty's Nug, Smoking Grove, Fraser, Grokoski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Cameron, Bagseed, Mr. Bagseed, that is, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Ginger Snaps, I Killed DT, TWE, Rose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Starving, Pepper 420, Canada Trooper. Man, I got cotton mouth. Terrible. Sequence 3, Blind Cat 420, Light Up Again, Tim. Good morning, brother. UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson, Dinkman, 420, Dinkman Dan, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Bill Sid, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General, 420 Army, good morning, brother. The American One, W Digger 714, Shirate, Kineo, Genetics, Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Chris Mertz, even. It's nice seeing you in chat, Jack. Green Sock, by the way. Same to you. Tal, you've been MIA. Nice to see you alive and well, my friend. Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbird, Indo 11, Stephanie V, Shark Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardens, Stoner Nation 420, Bugs One, Painted Lady, Frank Boot, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Mid the Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bag Seed, Dr. DGC, Jeff Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Abolish Farms, and Mrs. C, Evolve 420, Skillboat 1, Mechanic Kate, Medgrower 1, Empire Breeding Co. for Growly, Lost Lee, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve 8, B Bear 7, Mr. Noel, that is, CK, Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Jamid, Lonely Jester, Smoking in a Small Town, Tim S., Mr. Lazy, White Feather Rose, Morning Rafter Rose, Automation is Freedom, Bob, Mr. Robert Hazelton, Dora Michigan Quarter, Double Tap Farms, Bob Groves, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808 Rooting Prospect, Cannon Bus Driver, Hating Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grows, Pete, T-Ben, TM420, 696, Rude Nut 619, Dr. Scrambles, VB Moonrocks, GHF Double J's, Stealth Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stinky 420, OGKP, Georgia Joe, Ganja Nana, Your Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Nature's Best Nugs, GR420 Community Videos, Lone Stoner, B Growing, Killer Bee Grows, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh So Life, Bully Life, Jeffro 420, Dr. Franklin Booty, Beavis 698, Goddamn I'm Baked, The Riffin' Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Test, Seldom Seen, John Smith, Oak Park Gardens, Hell 9782, Skunky Pallets, Packets, Martial Artist 2012, Micro Slave Hefner, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, fucking Thomas, Daniel McDazzle, Medically Fit, Lemon Hoko, KGB, Operation Grow, again, I guess, Rancho Costa Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Chaplin, Bobby Lynn Means, Mr. Mac, Bill S., Trench Digger, We Peace, Tonya Like Bologna, Tater Delicious, Minty, Country Roots, Hair On, Fire Genetics, Earth Creeper, Billy Way, 420, Tommy Trichomes, Teeny Weeny 101, Buds and Hazards, Bearded B-Man 616, Mr. Club 14, Mike Bauer, No Up North, Max Screwman, Ruby, Levine Sharp, Timothy McKimmis, Neo, Justin Bean, Andrew Chaplin again, Just Chronic 88, Fat Belly, Jennifer Steele, Cannabis 03, Turp Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos Latinos, Gator County Bag Seed, again, Mr. Beast, Mr. Speed, Wolfstein Firesaw, Willie Wookie, The Goddess Grows, Jim Bob, thank you for popping in, Mr. Rasta Bob, White Feather Grows, Burning Shrooms, Tone Grows Dank from 619 to 664. The K-Man Grows, Noob Grows, Sean McCann, Jay Muntz, Dank Agenda, Walla Walla Can Grow, Fall Dog, Huron Cannabis Council, Alyssa Parrish, Rock Fam, Justice Mick, 420 Ben Fire, Fresh Grow, that is, Thriving Herbs, High Boy, Your Mailman Grows, We Be Burning, Australian Grows, For the Love of the Plant, Argo American, Smart Poker, Unfrozen K-Man, Hawaii's Highest, Surfcraft, Micro Goon, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius Grows, Dan D, Dank Brownies, Elliot Harkins, Underwater Overkill, Mystic Flavor, Seattle Steve, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Oz Indica, Mr. Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Rust. Oh man, I hate the fact I'm drinking that. Dr. Rust, Brandon Ross, Matthew Gates, D's Bags, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Siemens, Jor Bro Grows, Clackamas Coop will be here shortly. Wank. DJ Conley, North Michigan Grown Buds Farm, Aaron the Grower. Thank you, Aaron the Grower. Appreciate your favor, brother. Your boy Roy Boy Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Cola, Stein for PFC Farms, Rusty Sox 1975, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707, C8 Droves, J420, Joey Y, or Joe Y, that is, Cascadian Grown, Tito's McGee, Four Plants A, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunk E Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, McGaster, Kent Tempe, Annie N, The Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles, 11, Bindu Buds, Micro Rasta Grows, D's House of Dank, Mama's Lost, 710, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical, McGullicuddy, sorry about that, Rick T, the Rebel, the Nige 207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature's, Justin Conway, Jabriz Allah, Runboy 7426, Justin Good Earth, Strongman Okies, Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Who's Your Cat Daddy Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes 827, Jason Siemens, Kevin Hahn, The World's Last Hope, Pete's Fan, Bio Minter, Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiva, Jose Ramirez, Dirt Road, or Red Eye Rustler, sorry, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone, 710, Canuck, Canna Queen Genetics. It's on her episode, Canned with Canna, Sunday. Check it out if you're interested. Stabby, Tanazi, Fumdor, Dirtman, Dan, Keith of Black Sail, Mr. Bacillus, Zen Premium Gardens, Rasta Bob. Thank you, Tip, for tonight. Rasta Jeff, Embracing Organics, Thursdays at 9 o'clock. Man's tooth is killing me. Spiky Pilots, Majestic Marks, Majestic Growers, Soil Roots, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Buds, North Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC John, Modern Genetics. Good morning, my friend. Last PPJ 15, SoCal Weed Nerds, Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney, my baby girls. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grows, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Duty Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Caniseed, Nutrient, Shootout, Snotty Nicky, Zoe and Slammer, NY Pixel Monkeys, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, always an honor. High Spy Aldridge 25, Madam T, Miss Madam T, good morning. Stu Moo, Mo Grower, the Canacrot, Loki Grows, Cast This Guy 79, Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws. Voodoo Ultras, Fresno, Nerds, Wolverine Grown, Big Jar Grows, Laid Way Back Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, T-Blocks, MMP Nations, Creations, Amber, Lalana Warlock, the Psychedelic Warlock, that is, Artist LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed 1961, Manawati G3, The Green Click, J&K Triple G, Mr. Sprinkley, Brittany and Taylor Teasley, Hope Farms, Al and Hope, that is, Lisa G, John, BG Crazy for You, BGWG420, Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG, Arthro, Sensimelia, and Arthro, two of you. Miss D's Nugs, Just Face 420, Beast Coast Grove 420, Sir How, shout out, brother. Trey Valone, keep it real. Hagerton 420, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BT Double D Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alex, Jeff Life, School of Crop, cause I love it, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Hagerton 420, Page Farms, Meat All Flour, Ryan Henderson, 1978, G13, Me, Nude Sailbot Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Michigan Native, Mary James, Med Garden Streamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Podcast with Rasta Jeff. Thank you for popping in tonight, Rasta Jeff. Of course, sharing that knowledge nightly on the Grow From Your Heart podcast and those amazing Ivory Genetics. Shout out to you, brother. Lily, Luna, Green Med Flock, Jeremiah, Mariah, Miranda. Gee, that was a tongue twister for some reason. Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and Grow, Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Lost Art, Prometheus Oil, Jason, ISO, P Win, David, Kobe, and last but not least, Weedus 207. Man, it has been a long one. I am hot, hungry, and I can't wait to check out for the night. I got to be up framing again today at noon. Yeehaw. You guys have an amazing day. Thank you for tuning in. Much love and respect to all of you guys. If this is the end of your day, your journey, get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, like most people, because it's almost 8 o'clock in the morning, have a prosperous, amazing day. Most importantly, please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives, and I cannot thank you enough for following along. Man, you guys are some die-hard people that hang out night after night, and I have a lot of love for you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Join me tonight. One last plea to join me tonight. Clover the Dank will be here, and hopefully I will be awake. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you guys. Have an amazing day.